Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1276, Back Road. On the birthday of the Demon Emperor, it was customary to be conferred a title. It was an honor. Qin Wentian said that he did not dare to be conferred a title because he had not made any contribution to the Demon Emperor. This was undoubtedly a disrespect to the Demon Emperor. The atmosphere in the vast land was tense. Refusing the honor bestowed by the Demon Emperor was something that had never happened at the Demon Emperor's birthday banquet. However, it happened today. Even the Blackstone Demon King's eyes were frozen there, looking at Qin Wentian, and he was worried about this guy. This kid was too crazy. Even if he was unhappy with the Demon Emperor's decision, he couldn't fight back against the Demon Emperor in public. He was the Demon Emperor. Even if you were talented, what could you do? You were just a junior genius. The Demon Emperor could kill you with just one sentence, as easy as killing an ant. Not to mention the Demon Emperor, even many of the Demon Kings could easily kill Qin Wentian. Mr. Qin. Xinhu's expression instantly became tense, and she was also worried about Qin Wentian. Things changed so fast. Not long ago, she was still proud and honored of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian showed such fighting power and was selected by the Demon Emperor. He was brilliant and attracted everyone's attention. However, in the blink of an eye, he fell into such a situation. It can be said that things changed so fast. The initiator of all this was naturally the old Demon King Xia, but who dared to say anything? After all, it was decided by the Demon Emperor. Even if Qin Wentian was not convinced, he should be patient for the time being. After today, the powerful forces of the fallen Demon Island will be at his disposal. Now that he has refused the Demon Emperor's reward, there will be no place for him in the entire fallen Demon Island. Yan Yuro clenched her hands and secretly cursed the guy for being impulsive. Even Wang Shaishan turned his eyes slightly and looked at Qin Wentian with some surprise. This guy was indeed full of arrogance. He directly refused the Demon Emperor's reward. If he was treated so unfairly, he would make the same choice as Qin Wentian and refuse the reward. This is them. However, Wang Shaishan did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. In the battle of judgment, everyone had to rely on their own means. In addition to his obsession to defeat Qin Wentian, he also needed to win the battle of judgment. We have not made any contribution, so we dare not accept the title. Qida and others said, and they all refused the reward from the Demon Emperor. The atmosphere in the vast space became even more tense, and it seemed oppressive because of the silence. Many people looked at the Demon Emperor. How presumptuous. Xia Lao Demon King had a cold face and said, "You are questioning the decision of the Demon Emperor. How dare you?" Qin Wentian frowned slightly. After the battle with Wang Shaishan, both he and Wang Shaishan were actually still in a weak state. He also knew that rejecting the Demon Emperor would only do them harm, but sometimes, people's obsession is not controlled by reason, because people have dignity. If he loses the battle, if he is really not as good as Lao Chai Xia Yuan, then he will have nothing to say. However, such an obvious situation can be seen by a blind man. If he is asked to accept the so-called reward calmly, he can't do it. Senior is a powerful Demon King after all, but you uttered foul words, which is very disappointing. We came to participate in this battle to celebrate the birthday of the Demon Emperor. We are upright and do not accept rewards without merit. We think we have no reason to accept the Demon Emperor's reward. We are open and honest. But in the mouth of the senior, it became a big dog's courage. Dare I ask, is this the demeanor of a respected senior? Qin Wentian said calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the old Demon King Xia, because he was the one who prompted the Demon Emperor to make the decision, so Qin Wentian's questioning and refusal to accept the title were more like a slap in his face, which made him look bad, so he was angry. Okay, you naturally have the right to choose, withdraw. At this time, the Demon Emperor spoke lightly, and the woman on the suspended battle platform withdrew. The old Demon King Xia looked cold, but since the Demon Emperor had spoken, he naturally couldn't say anything else. Everyone, go back to your seats. The Demon Emperor said calmly. He and the old Demon King Xia had a life and death friendship, but this matter was indeed not handled well, and it was inevitable that young people had some personalities. He was not really angry with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and the other 10 people walked down the stage and returned to their seats. Qin Wentian walked to his seat, and Wang Shaishan was still sitting next to him. They didn't look like mortal enemies at all. Xinyu's soft body slipped into Qin Wentian's arms, and she softly said, "Young master, why do you have to put yourself in such a situation? Although the Demon Emperor is not angry, the people below will guess what the Demon Emperor means. Moreover, young master has shown such extraordinary abilities and has gained a lot of people on the battlefield. This will be very disadvantageous for you." Qin Wentian looked at the beauty in his arms and heard the demon kings talking and laughing. Many people praised Wang Shaishan, and some praised Lao Chai and Xia Yuan. Only Qin Wentian seemed to be a transparent person and was ignored. Obviously, for these powerful demon kings, no matter how outstanding his talent was, how could he compare with the attitude of the demon emperor? As the saying goes, people are fickle. When you are glorious, you will have friends from all sides. When you lose power, you can see people's hearts. Moreover, he had no friendship with these demon kings. What surprised Qin Wentian was that although the beautiful woman in his arms was half a worldly person, she still did not avoid him and still seemed close to him. Although this attitude seemed ambiguous and inappropriate, it made people feel warm. "Since you have a clear mind and can see everything, why do you have to be so close to me? You should stay away from me." Qin Wentian responded in a low voice. "Xinyu herself has nothing. Is there anyone who would be angry with me because of the young master? What's more, Xinyu was a little skeptical about the young master's promise in the past, but now that she has seen the young master's true nature, she is grateful. The first time they met, the young master was willing to redeem Xinyu. How can I not be grateful?" Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing in his heart, and then he continued, "Xinyu, how about you do something for me?" The young master ordered. Xinyu replied, "I need to know if there is a powerful demon domain around the fallen demon realm, preferably stronger than the fallen demon realm, and can rely on the fallen demon realm's teleportation array to get there." Qin Wentian said in a voice transmission. Wang Shaishan is now one step ahead of him, so he naturally can't sit and wait for the fallen demon emperor to order to find the person he and Wang Shaishan want to find together. "I heard from the owner that there is, but I'm not sure about the details. After all, I have never known the outside demon realm. But I can go and find out for you," Xinyu said. "Okay." Qin Wentian replied by voice transmission, and then Xinyu felt Qin Wentian holding her hand. Her hand trembled slightly, and a storage ring was placed in her palm. "The things in here are enough for you to redeem yourself. I don't need you to serve me as my maid. If you want, find a chance to leave the demon fairy residence," Qin Wentian said calmly. Xinyu looked up and looked at Qin Wentian with beautiful eyes. "Don't refuse." Qin Wentian smiled and continued to transmit voice. Xinyu nodded gently without saying thank you. In the distance, the witch saw the intimacy between the two and gritted her teeth in hatred, cursing in her heart, "When are you here? You still have the mind to pick up girls, this bastard." However, Yan Yuro felt sour in her heart, hoping that she could be by Qin Wentian's side to accompany him. Today, it must be a big blow to him, and she didn't know what would be waiting for him next. The following banquet was naturally full of joy, but Qin Wentian seemed a little out of place, and he kept his eyes closed to rest. Wang Shaishan beside him was the same, with his eyes closed, as if he was practicing. It was not until the demon emperor ordered the banquet turn that Wang Shaishan stood up and followed the demon emperor, presumably to tell the demon emperor who he was looking for. Lao Chai and Xia Yuan also followed the demon emperor and left. The mighty strong men stood up one after another. Many powerful demon sects began to invite some outstanding martial artists, but although Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian were extremely outstanding, no one invited them. Who would dare to invite those who did not give the demon emperor face? Even if they were talented, this was the fallen demon island, where the demon emperor ruled. All the powerful demon kings knew that the fallen demon island could hardly accommodate Qin Wentian and his men. They might have no way out. "Qin Wentian, leave the fallen demon island immediately," the Blackstone Demon King said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian performed too brilliantly during the battle. He was chosen by the Demon Emperor. No one dared to touch him, but he refused the Demon Emperor's reward. The meaning behind this is not just as simple as refusing the Demon Emperor's reward, it can even be said to be seeking death. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. It seems that the situation is more serious than he imagined. "Xinyu, can you help me get things done as quickly as possible?" Qin Wentian said to Xinyu in a voice transmission. "I'll go and ask the owner of the residence," Xinyu said. "Will the owner help you?" Qin Wentian frowned. The owner is not as simple as you think. She is not an ordinary person. Xinyu said, and Qin Wentian naturally understood that it would not be easy to open up a force like the demon fairy residence. Then go. Qin Wentian nodded. Xinyu left him and headed towards the direction of the owner of the magic fairy residence. At this time, another woman came to Qin Wentian and looked at him angrily. Who made the third princess angry? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. The anger on the witch's face suddenly disappeared, and she smiled beautifully. She walked up and snuggled up to Qin Wentian, saying softly, "Do you think I'm not as pretty as that fairy?" The people around looked at Qin Wentian. This guy is really lucky. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. This female devil. The third princess, please stop making trouble. The Demon King sent me a message and asked me to leave quickly. I can't go back to the Blackstone Demon Island. Take care of yourself in the future. If you are willing, help me take care of Juyu. Qin Wentian sent a message to the witch. The witch Yan Yuro's beautiful eyes froze and she looked at Qin Wentian in a daze. Are you leaving? What if I go with you? The witch said. Third princess, aren't you afraid that the Demon King will kill me? Qin Wentian said speechlessly. What's more, I already have a wife, and the third princess will have a good home in the future. P.S. On the first day of the month, 3 updates are presented. Chapter 1277 The 3 Demon Kings. You toy with people and then abandon them, you are shameless. The witch looked at Qin Wentian with great grievance. Everyone around him cast contemptuous eyes at Qin Wentian. This guy, relying on his talent to toy with beautiful women, is shameless. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines again. This female devil was simply speechless. Who is toying with whom? Of course, Qin Wentian felt quite warm in his heart. This female devil must have wanted to ease her mood. Many strong men left this place one after another. Not long after, Xinyu came back. The witch hugged Qin Wentian's arm and looked at Xinyu with a smile, as if provoking her. Mr. Qin, Xinyu has already found out. Xinyu didn't care about the witch. She had nothing to do with Qin Wentian, so how could she be jealous? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and then he saw a ray of mind light shining from Xinyu's eyebrows, penetrating into the place between Qin Wentian's eyebrows. Qin Wentian opened his mind to accept it, and then some information came in. The Haoshan Demon Emperor and the Haoshan Demon Realm are really overbearing. Qin Wentian said secretly in his heart, and then said to Xinyu, Xinyu, thank you very much. Why do you have to be so polite, Mr. Qin? Xinyu said softly, let's go. The Fallen Demon Island is the center of the Fallen Demon Realm. It has a teleportation array leading to various places, and even directly to other demon realms. I will take you to the teleportation place of the Fallen Demon Island. Well, let's go. Qin Wentian stood up, and the witch pulled his arm, stood up and leaned on him. Third princess. Qin Wentian looked at the witch with a wronged look, and couldn't help turning to look at her and said, the Demon King is still waiting for you, go back. Are you really going to abandon me like this? The witch stared at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian sigh in his heart. In the past, the witch was just interested in him, but now the witch seemed to have really moved her feelings. Qin Wentian held the witch's cheeks with both hands and smiled. Didn't you say that I was timid? Today I am brave for once. As he spoke, Qin Wentian leaned forward and kissed the witch's forehead gently. The witch's beautiful eyes flickered, and then she felt the warm hands move away. Qin Wentian had already walked forward, and several people beside him and Xinyu followed him. If you dare to do anything, this princess will never let you go. This palace orders you to come to the Demon Island to visit me when you have time in the future. The witch Yan Yuro shouted loudly at Qin Wentian's back as he stepped into the void. Her beautiful eyes with a smile were slightly moist and her eyes were slightly red. I obey the princess's order. Qin Wentian waved his hand with his back to the witch and walked farther and farther away. At this time, the witch only felt an arm appear on her shoulder, gently resting there. Turning back, the witch saw the Blackstone Demon King. Let it go. He is destined to be a dark dragon flying in the sky. You can't catch him. The Blackstone Demon King said softly. The witch's eyes became redder. She looked at her father and said, but, I finally fell in love with a man, and he left just like that. I am unwilling to accept it. Silly girl. The Blackstone Demon King rubbed her head, not knowing how to comfort her. After Qin Wentian and his companions left the Demon King's palace, they flew directly on the sword. The demon sword turned into a giant sword, and a phantom of a big pang appeared under the demon sword, as if the sword was transformed from a pengbird. It was as fast as lightning and went straight to a certain direction. The teleportation formations from the fallen demon island to other demon realms were controlled by different super-powerful demon sects. They were all demon sects that ruled one side. By using the teleportation formations, they could continuously earn amazing rewards. Every teleportation across the demon realm was incredibly expensive. Ordinary demon cultivators simply couldn't afford it. Only the strong ones in the Demon King realm could afford such a high price. Of course, since it is the territory ruled by the fallen demon emperor, the profits they earn also need to be paid as tribute. Since the demon emperor controls the fallen demon realm, even if he sits there and does nothing, the resources he can get every day are also an astonishing number. If there is no benefit, what is the point of being a ruler? Someone is following us. Wear this. Although it is not very useful, it can withstand some attacks. Qin Wentian waved his hand and took out some puppet armor. These are the puppet armors obtained when he entered the Fighting Saint clan. The defense is terrible, but it has not reached the level of the Immortal King and the Demon King. For Qin Wentian and others now, the use is already very small, but it can still withstand attacks for them. Qin Wentian untied the puppet armors one by one, and everyone put on the armor and continued to move forward, ready for battle. Mr. Qin, what is your current state? Xianyu said with some concern. Qin Wentian had exhausted his terrible power in the battle with Wang Shaishan on the battlefield, and was injured. His state was worrying. If he had to face a big battle again, how could he bear it? This is also the reason why Xianyu thinks Qin Wentian is impulsive. Although it is his true nature, doing so will undoubtedly put himself in danger. Demonic masters, in order to achieve their goals, they don't care about bullying the weak. Qin Wentian showed amazing strength in the battlefield, and he must have terrible skills and magical powers. If he honestly accepted the reward from the Demon Emperor, no one would dare to touch him, but he refused to be rewarded and offended the Demon Emperor. It would be strange if those people didn't take action. The Blackstone Demon King knew those Demon Kings best, so he immediately sent a message to Qin Wentian to let him leave the fallen demon island immediately. It's okay, Qin Wentian said, but Xianyu's eyebrows were still worried. She hoped that those demon cultivators would not react too quickly. As long as they left the demon island, they would be safe. They moved forward very quickly. After some time, a huge sect appeared in sight. Xianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They left immediately after they walked out of the Demon Emperor's palace. There shouldn't be too many demon cultivators who reacted. There. Xianyu pointed forward, and there was a very bright space shining. They stepped directly into the demon sect. In just a moment, Qin Wentian clearly felt a series of terrible demon thoughts coming directly at him. It must be the demon sect's strong men who were guarding the formation. Let's go to Haoshan Demon Realm, Xianyu said, and then she waved her hand and took out the storage ring Qin Wentian gave her and threw it directly to the guardian of the formation. The other party checked it, then looked at them and said, "You can activate the formation." Xianyu. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. "I decided to stay in the Demon Fairy residence, so I won't need it." Xianyu smiled softly at Qin Wentian. "You go. Well, take care." Qin Wentian looked at Xianyu deeply, and then they walked onto the teleportation formation. "Activate the formation," the controller of the formation said. "Wait." At this time, a voice came from a distance, and Qin Wentian's face changed. The strong men who were secretly tracking him arrived, and several figures stepped forward. Qin Wentian recognized one of them, the Black Dragon Demon King. His face was gloomy and cold. He had not forgotten that Qin Wentian had defeated his son in the past, so he had been staring at Qin Wentian. How could he not seize such a good opportunity now? In addition to this person, there were actually two more people. One was a strong man from the Demon Emperor sect, and the other was someone secretly sent by the old Demon King Xia. They were the ones who paid the most attention to Qin Wentian, watching him secretly, and as soon as they saw Qin Wentian leave, they kept tracking him. It can be said that they didn't want to leave Qin Wentian any chance and wanted to kill Qin Wentian. In addition to Qin Wentian's life, they also wanted the treasure on Qin Wentian. "I want to use this formation, too." The Black Dragon Demon King stepped into the formation, waved his hand, and threw a storage ring to the person who opened the formation. The other two powerful Demon Kings did the same. They stood beside Qin Wentian as if nothing had happened. "Haha, no problem." The person guarding the formation smiled. "This cross-domain teleportation formation is not open many times. The cost of opening the formation is the same. There are 3 people who come to deliver treasures automatically, which can be regarded as an extra gain. They are naturally happy. Xinhu's face changed. She flashed and stepped into the formation, saying, "I'll go too." Start the formation. The formation suddenly lit up, and Qin Wentian and others looked unhappy. These demon kings were very smart and did not choose to take action on the fallen demon island. After all, it was easy to attract other powerful people. At that time, it was unknown who the treasure belonged to. It was better to be cruel and spend the price to go with Qin Wentian. In that case, the treasure would be in the bag. The formation was opened, and the terrifying space lights shone. At this time, several powerful demon kings arrived. Seeing Qin Wentian and his men disappear, their expressions changed slightly. "There are people from Xiaolao Demon King. Retreat," a powerful demon king said. Some people hesitated, but they chose to retreat. If they were one step late, they would not be able to get a share. Haoshan Demon Realm. Haoshan Demon Island is also an extremely huge floating island. Outside this island, there is endless desolation, misty clouds, and these desolate areas are all places without jurisdiction. At this time, a dazzling light shone. It was an extremely terrifying space force. The endless light of space rules intersected, and figures seemed to descend from nothingness and appeared in the desolate area outside Haoshan Demon Island. Obviously, this was a one-way teleportation formation. Haoshan Demon Island would not allow the fallen Demon Island to open a teleportation formation on their island. The teleportation formations between many demon realms were all opened in secret. At the moment when these people descended, a powerful sword light flashed and appeared, demonic energy rushed into the sky, and a terrifying phantom of a big rock appeared, wrapping the bodies of Qin Wentian and his men. In the 3 directions, 3 powerful demon kings stood with their hands behind their backs, with terrifying demonic light in their eyes. "It has come to this point, do you still want to resist?" The Black Dragon Demon King spoke coldly, and the subordinates of the old Demon King Xia said, "Do you want to fight with me? I just want a share of the pie." The strongman of the Demon Emperor sect spoke, and the 3 of them were already discussing how to divide Qin Wentian. Chapter 1278, Killing the Demon King. Qin Wentian and his companions stood in the middle, their faces livid. The 3 demon kings surrounded and killed them. They were really cruel. They thought they were fast enough. After leaving the Demon Emperor's palace, they went straight to the teleportation formation and then left the demon island. However, the 3 demon kings were still chasing them. Moreover, there might be others behind them, but they were just one step ahead of them. The strong men of the 10,000 Demon Island were more direct and domineering than those in the immortal realm. There was no reason, only power. Buzz! Suddenly, a huge object suddenly appeared. The 3 demon kings stopped talking about how to divide Qin Wentian. Their expressions froze. Then, they saw that an ancient city hanging in the sky appeared in the desolate space. This city was vast and endless, and it actually extended for tens of millions of miles. It was huge and boundless, and contained the power of endless rules. A treasure of the Demon King level. The 3 demon kings flashed a very sharp look in their eyes. They knew that Qin Wentian had a lot of good things. The magical powers and magic weapons were what they wanted. This city was actually a magic weapon. Boom! Endless rule power gathered and a bell sounded between heaven and earth. Qin Wentian and his companions were suddenly wrapped in the light curtain of the ancient bell. The endless rule light curtain turned into a huge and boundless golden ancient bell, covering the bodies of Qin Wentian and his companions. "Can you still withstand the burden of the war now?" Duan Qianshan asked Qin Wentian. He had already fought with Wang Shaishan to that extent. If he fought with the Demon King again, the burden would be too terrible. "Leave it to me." Qin Wentian closed his eyes. "That sword and the city are all good treasures." The powerful Demon King sent by the old Demon King Xia grinned. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the light curtain of the 9 immortal bell with overwhelming demon power. "Do you want to survive like this? It's too simple to think. Delay will lead to changes, do it." The Demon King of the Demon Emperor sect said indifferently. Even if he was teleported to an endlessly distant place, he still acted cautiously. Who knows if there will be other Demon Kings who will teleport here? If he encounters a powerful Demon King, he will kill them all and leave. What can the forces of the fallen Demon Island do? Such things are common in Wanmo Island. The Black Flood Demon King roared and blasted his palm towards the light curtain of the 9 immortal bell. At this moment, It seemed as if an extremely huge dragon appeared, with a supreme rule of magic power, covering the sky and the sun, and blasted on the light curtain. With a loud bang, the light curtain of the 9 immortal bell shook and cracks appeared. Qin Wentian groaned, and his eyes were closed tightly. His face was as pale as paper, and the people around him were a little worried about him. Dong! The sound of the bell resounded through the world, and it rang in unison. Suddenly, snow fell in the vast and endless Piaoxua city. Rays of rule light lit up and rushed straight into the sky. At this moment, the whole city was lit up with fairy light, as if this city was also a body of rules. Dong, dong, dong. As the bell rang, the infinite power of destruction rushed towards the 3 demon kings in the void and drowned everything. Good treasure. The 3 demon kings' eyes were filled with excitement. A huge magic hammer appeared in the hands of the strong man of the demon emperor sect. Thunder rolled down from the sky and suddenly fell towards the air below. At this moment, it seemed as if the world was destroyed and the space was broken. Puff! Qin Wentian spat out another mouthful of blood, his face pale. Everyone around him felt the whole body shaking. The Demon King figure, with the help of powerful demon soldiers, could launch such a terrible attack. Be careful. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and suddenly a bright ancient bell enveloped everyone around him and sent them into the ancient bell. Qin Wentian himself took out a treasure, which was a tripod. This tripod was obtained by Qin Wentian in the Sky City in the ancient Emperor City. It also contained the Holy Light and the 8 great demon god techniques, which were extremely powerful. Moreover, the 8 great demon god techniques could be transformed into the strongest attack, which was the 2 fatal blows Qin Wentian used against Wang Shaishan. Another good treasure. The eyes of the 3 demon kings flashed, revealing greed. Qin Wentian had too many treasures on him. It seemed that he was a disciple of a powerful figure in the fairyland, or even from an emperor-level force. But so what? This is the 10,000 Demons Island, not the territory of the fairyland martial artists. No matter how strong the background forces, the fairyland forces can't reach out. So, they have no fear at all. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Flood Demon King roared madly and turned into a 10,000-foot dark dragon. Its ferocious body kept hitting the ancient city, trying to destroy it. Qin Wentian spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood. He stared at the dark dragon and said coldly, "Since you are also a demon, I will use you to sacrifice to the demon god's tripod." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian placed his palm on the tripod. He saw brilliant runes flowing in his palm, which was the most powerful magic. The runes flowing in his palm soon intertwined with the line runes inside the tripod and entangled crazily. At this moment, the tripod suddenly grew larger and turned into a huge and boundless tripod, which was full of darkness. Go to hell. Qin Wentian threw the tripod forward. At that moment, there seemed to be a frightening wild power in the deep and dark tripod. The next moment, a shocking roar was heard, shaking the world. Above the sky, there appeared a number of supreme ancient monsters. 10,000 monsters appeared and floated in the sky. The eyes of Xiaolao Demon King's subordinates and the Demon King of the Demon Emperor sect all stagnated. The attacks in their hands stopped involuntarily, and they watched the shocking scene in shock. 10,000 monsters appeared, and 8 demon gods entangled them, ruling the world, turning into infinite darkness, opening their terrifying mouths, and swallowing everything. At that moment, a vortex that penetrated the void appeared between heaven and earth, covering the 10,000 feet dark dragon in it. Roar! The Black Flood Demon King let out a terrifying roar, his body trembling violently. The world was shaking, his huge body seemed to be struggling, but he saw the might of the Supreme Demon God descending. The vortex was somewhat similar to Qin Wentian's magical power to attack Wang Shaishan, but it was much more powerful. Compared with the scene when he fought with Wang Shaishan, the scene in front of him was the real doomsday power. The Black Flood Demon King fell into the vortex, struggling more and more violently, shaking the world, but Qin Wentian's palm was printed on the treasure tripod. The brilliance remained. The huge body of the Black Flood Demon King was drilling into the vortex little by little, disappearing little by little. The body of thousands of feet constantly disappeared, until the tail of the Black Flood Demon King also fell into the treasure tripod. The movement gradually extinguished, and the treasure tripod emitted a violent roar, and after a moment, it finally calmed down completely. The Black Flood Demon King, however, seemed to have completely disappeared from this world. The other 2 powerful demon kings saw this scene and their faces changed drastically. How could this treasure be so terrifying? They even hesitated at this moment. Should they withdraw? At this time, Qin Wentian, who was shrouded by the ancient bell, was extremely weak, as if he could die at any time, but he killed the Black Dragon Demon King with one breath. In the process, he also endured the shock of their attack and was about to kill him. The Demon King of the Demon Emperor sect flashed a greedy look. After getting this treasure, he would not return to the Demon Emperor sect. He would fly away to the Haotian demon realm and fly freely from then on. When the benefits are great enough, it is enough to force a person to rebel. The treasure the Qin Wentian showed was enough to make them betray. Boom! The Demon King of the Demon Emperor sect blasted down again, and the endless demon thunder between heaven and earth struck down. With a loud bang, the light curtain shattered, and Qin Wentian spurted blood again, and his body was shaky. Kill! Xia Lao Demon King's men raised their big handprints and grabbed Qin Wentian. Go! Qin Wentian's palm passed, the demon sword drank blood, and an extreme demon power burst out, rushing straight into the sky, and actually cut through the Demon King's big handprint, like a sky rock, killing towards the sky. Qin Wentian roared, and the supreme light curtain wrapped the world, and the whole city moved, turning into a huge and boundless ancient bell, and then the world closed, sealing the city. If you want to kill me, then take your life. Qin Wentian struck the treasure tripod again. At all costs, the perfect fairy platform was released, and the infinite rules of fairy light flowed into the treasure tripod. The vortex of destruction appeared again, and the doomsday scene reappeared. Looking for death? The strong men of the Demon Emperor sect kept smashing the magic hammer. Qin Wentian's face was pale, and his fairy platform was spinning wildly, as if it was about to be drained, but he still did not fall down, with a belief that he must kill. Boom! Qin Wentian's demonic energy surged into the sky, sweeping across the world. A phantom of a demon god appeared above his body, and the power in the treasure tripod became even more terrifying. You are crazy! Nanhuang Ruoxun shouted at Qin Wentian in the ancient bell. He actually used that uncontrollable blood power again, which would burn out his vitality. The two demon kings looked extremely ugly. Seeing the terrifying vortex swallowing up, they turned pale. Go to hell! With a roar, the demonic power entered the treasure tripod frantically. The immortal platform seemed to be burned up. The vortex of destruction swallowed the sky and sucked the two demon kings into it. Even if they turned into giants of 10,000 feet, it was useless. Under the vortex of destruction that could swallow the sky, everything was annihilated. Boom! The power of destruction returned to the treasure tripod. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand to collect the treasure tripod. The three demon kings disappeared. Qin Wentian's mind moved, and the fairy city shrank and disappeared. The light of the ancient city disappeared, and Qin Wentian's body fell straight down into the air. Nanhuang Ruoxun was the fastest, and turned into a phoenix shadow to catch Qin Wentian's body. The others flashed over, looking at the fainted Qin Wentian, and secretly cursed this madman in their hearts. Leave here immediately, let's go. Nanhuang Ruoxun sacrificed a magic weapon, and the group flew away quickly, leaving this space. Xinhe looked at the dying Qin Wentian, and her face was slightly pale. This person who killed the three demon kings, will he die? Chapter 1279 No Regrets. On the fallen demon island, in the demon emperor's demon palace, the crowd had gradually dispersed, but there were still countless people gathered around the demon palace. At this time, news came that the young man Qin Wentian, who was gifted in the battlefield, had actually left the demon island through the teleportation formation. Many people secretly thought that this guy was smart and knew that there was no place for him on the fallen demon island. It was also rumored that three powerful demon kings and Qin Wentian left at the same time through the formation. When this news came out, many people secretly lamented that Qin Wentian was ungrateful and died just like that. The three powerful demon kings left the fallen demon island to attack and kill Qin Wentian. How could Qin Wentian survive? Even the fallen demon emperor would not say anything. It was no longer the territory of the fallen demon island. What's more, would the demon emperor speak for a junior who didn't give him face? Soon, the identities of the three demon kings who were chasing him were dug out. One was the Black Flood Demon King, the master of the Black Flood Demon Island, and the other was a strong man from the Demon Emperor sect. Tyrant Zio died at the hands of Qin Wentian, so the Demon Emperor sect certainly would not let him go. Everyone also knew about the last person, but few people discussed it. It is better not to offend the old Demon King Xia. Father, what should we do? The Black Stone Demon King and the witch were outside the demon sect. When they heard all kinds of news, the witch looked a little embarrassed. There were actually 3 demon kings chasing him. I reminded him before, and Qin Wentian is not a reckless person. Since he refused the reward from the demon emperor, he must have some confidence. The Black Stone Demon King said in a low voice. Not far from them, a cold eye shot over. It was the son of the Black Flood Demon King. Yan Euro, wait, I will favor you. The strange young man said coldly. He was accompanied by a powerful man from the fallen demon island, who was his adopted father. The witch snorted coldly and said nothing. At this moment, the face of the demon young man suddenly changed drastically and turned pale. Father. With a roar, the demon young man's eyes were bloodshot and his whole body was shaking wildly, as if he knew something extremely terrible. What's going on? His adoptive father asked. Adoptive father, father. The demon young man's body was shaking violently, and his eyes were full of endless fear. Father, he's dead. A lot of eyes suddenly shot towards this side, and those eyes were particularly sharp. The Black Flood Demon King was dead? This is interesting. The Black Flood Demon King was one of the people who were chasing Qin Wentian. He was actually dead? Then, was he killed by the other 2 demon kings because of the uneven distribution of the spoils, or was he killed by Qin Wentian? Presumably, it was because of the former. Qin Wentian, no matter how strong he is still at the demon stage level. How can he compete with a demon king, let alone the 3 powerful demon kings? The eyes of the Black Stone Demon King and the witch flashed. Is the Black Flood Demon King dead? It is really a happy thing. I hope it was done by Qin Wentian. Not long after, the people of the Demon King sect got angry. They heard that the Demon King they sent out had also fallen. Everyone secretly sighed. The people sent by Xiaolaogui were so strong. Too cruel. It would be fine if they just robbed Qin Wentian's things, but they actually killed 2 demon kings. Perhaps it was because of Xiaolaogui's background that the Black Dragon Demon King and the Demon King sect did not dare to take revenge. At this time, there was news that Xiaolaogui was also furious. He sent people to find the strong men of the Demon King sect. He was extremely domineering and furious. It seemed that the Demon King he sent out had also fallen and been killed. At this moment, everyone was quiet. Wasn't it an internal conflict due to uneven distribution of spoils? Wasn't it that the 3 demon kings killed each other? How could this be possible? They didn't dare to think about it. Qin Wentian, how could he do it? A few days later, the death of the 3 demon kings was confirmed. They really fell. This news caused quite a stir on the fallen demon island. Is this the strong response of the young genius who rejected the demon emperor? The Haotian demon realm and the fallen demon realm belong to adjacent demon realms, and they both control thousands of demon islands. The Haotian demon island is the core demon island of the Haotian demon realm. In a courtyard of the Haotian demon island, a group of people gathered together to investigate, looking at the young man lying on the bed. Their brows were tightly furrowed. Nanhuang Ruoxuan sat next to Qin Wentian, frowning, and looked up at everyone. How is it? Qi Dai asked. His vitality is extremely strong, and there is a powerful force protecting his life. He will not be in danger of death. However, this severe injury and the use of uncontrollable power twice have damaged his foundation. I don't know how long it will take for him to fully recover. Nanhuang Ruoxuan said in a low voice, the injury is very serious, and it may even affect his future practice. The pill is useless. No. Nanhuang Ruoxuan shook her head, and everyone was silent for a while. Qin Wentian is the core figure of the judgment battle, and now Wang Shaishan is one step ahead. If Qin Wentian really takes too long to recover, the consequences will be unimaginable. What's more, this injury may shake Qin Wentian's foundation. Xinai looked at Qin Wentian lying there quietly, with a hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes. The scene of Qin Wentian killing the 3 demon kings in one battle was still there. What a peerless spirit, a truly peerless elegance. Xinai didn't expect that she could meet such a person, and there was a trace of relationship between them. Although she had only known Qin Wentian for a short time, she knew that if it was normal, she would not be able to get in touch with such a person as Qin Wentian. Looking at the several powerful people around her, each of them was a top-level genius. Mr. Qin, he should be from the fairyland, right? Xinai whispered at this time. Yes. Nanhuang Ruoxuan nodded. She didn't like Xinai very much. I heard from Mr. Qin that he has a wife. Can I know something about Mr. Qin? Xinai asked. Nanhuang Ruoxun actually didn't have a good impression of Xinyu, especially King Er's senior sister Mozian, but Xinyu helped them after all. It was the news she sent that allowed them to leave the fallen demon island in the shortest time. Let me tell you. Mozian's voice was a little cold. Xinyu looked at her, not angry, but just smiled lightly. She knew that the woman would not like someone like her. One of Qin Wentian's fiancées is my junior sister. Mozian said. Xinhu's beautiful eyes condensed, and she understood Mozian's cold attitude even more. My junior sister is the daughter of the Emperor of the Fairy Kingdom. She is gifted and destined to be extraordinary. She is beautiful and has known Qin Wentian since she was a child. They have been together for many years. My junior sister and I's master is another emperor in the fairyland, a top fairy emperor. If you were in the fairyland, he could easily kill the fallen demon emperor of your fallen demon domain. Mozian said, intending to shock Xinyu. Xinyu was indeed shocked. Her beautiful eyes froze there instantly. She guessed that Qin Wentian had an extraordinary origin, but she didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. His fiancée, the daughter of the Emperor of the Fairy Kingdom, the disciple of the top fairy emperor, what kind of woman is this? No wonder Mr. Qin is indifferent to her temptation. His other beauty is a childhood sweetheart. They have been in love for many years and have a face that can overwhelm the country. Mozian said lightly. Xinyu smiled. These two women are just right for Mr. Qin. Qin Wentian, he came all the way from the particle world of the fairyland, rose in the fairyland, has the top talent, and is favored by many fairy emperors. My junior sister's father is willing to accept him to marry his daughter to him. This time he came to Wonmo Island from my junior sister, to participate in a battle with Wang Shaishan and others. Wang Shaishan, you have also seen that he is the peerless genius of another top force in the fairyland. Mozian said briefly, and Xinyu nodded gently. No wonder Wang Shaishan is so powerful. Except for Qin Wentian, no one in the vast battlefield can compare with him. He is worthy of being the opponent of Mr. Qin. Now, do you know? Mozian looked at Xinyu deeply. I know, thank you. Xinyu nodded gently. Don't worry, I won't have any unreasonable thoughts. I know I am not worthy of Mr. Qin. Mozian didn't say anything. This Xinyu is also a very smart woman, good at observing words and expressions. However, I have a way to make Mr. Qin recover soon, but it will take some time. Xinyu said softly. Mozian's eyes flashed, and she looked at Xinyu with some suspicion and asked, are you serious? Although Xinyu is humble, she will not joke about such things. Mr. Qin has done me a favor, and I will do my best for him. Xinyu said softly. Let her try. Qida said. He didn't care about the feelings of the Holy Lord, but only cared about the safety of Qin Wentian. He and Qin Wentian entered the demon immortal residence together, and knew that Xinyu would not harm Qin Wentian. Okay, how long will it take? Mozian nodded. I don't know either. It depends on Mr. Qin's own recovery ability. I will do my best. This period of time cannot be disturbed. I will go out after I succeed. Xinyu said, and Mozian's eyes flashed. They were also very decisive people. They nodded and turned around and walked out, leaving only Xinyu and Qin Wentian. Xinyu sealed this space, and then walked to Qin Wentian's side. Looking at that angular face, she stretched out her hand and gently stroked Qin Wentian's face, sighing in her heart. After all, there was no escape. Being able to meet Qin Wentian, perhaps it was also fate. In the corner of her eyes, there was a trace of tears sliding down, dripping on Qin Wentian's face, but at this moment, Qin Wentian was still unconscious, and she could not see that beautiful face, let alone that smiling face with tears hanging on it, but those beautiful eyes were exceptionally firm, as if revealing a look of no regrets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1280, Want to see the Demon Emperor. As time passed, the death of the three demon kings of the fallen demon island gradually faded, and was mentioned less and less. On Haoshan Demon Island, the extra few people would not cause any ripples at all. On this day, Qin Wentian woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw the faces of Qida, Nanhuang Ruoxun and others. Qin Wentian clenched his hands, and a surge of power spread throughout his body. There was an extremely sharp light shining in his eyes. His dark eyes revealed the depth of the starry sky. The whole person seemed to have infinite power. What's going on? Qin Wentian sat up directly. Except for his body being slightly stiff, he did not feel any discomfort. His injuries had already healed. What was even more amazing was that his cultivation. How could this be possible? Looking at everyone, Qin Wentian asked, "Where's Miss Zinayu?" These days, he has been dreaming. In his dreams, some unspeakable things happened, which made him feel a little ashamed. In addition, in his dreams, he also practicing again and again. Whether it was the difficult thing to say or the cultivation, it was repeated many times. The one who appeared most in the dream was Zinayu, and his cultivation was improving rapidly. Therefore, after he opened his eyes and did not see Zinayu, the first thing he said was to ask where Miss Zinayu was. "Are you okay?" Mo Ziyan asked. Qin Wentian shook his head. "I am fine now, and my realm. This should be impossible, even though I have reached the peak of the 7th level of the immortal stage and may break through the 8th level at any time, but..." Mo Ziyan and others stared at each other. In her eyes, there was a hint of guilt. She whispered, "Miss Zinayu has returned to the fallen demon island. I personally sent her away. I believe that with Miss Zinayu's intelligence, she will be fine." Back to the fallen demon island. Qin Wentian frowned. "Well, Miss Zinayu said that she promised the owner of the demon fairy residence that she would definitely go back. It was just an accident that she came with us this time," Mo Ziyan said. Qin Wentian looked at the others. A true eye flashed in his eyes, and an extremely terrifying look appeared in his eyes, which flashed away. Qin Wentian frowned. He saw a hint of guilt and a hint of complex emotions in the eyes of Mo Ziyan and the others. What happened? The magic power of the girl. Qin Wentian closed his eyes. Could it be that the dream was real? Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian looked at Qi Da and asked, "Did Miss Zinayu really go back to the fallen demon island?" "Yes." Qi Da nodded. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded gently, without saying anything else. He stood up, walked outside, and asked, "Did I find out about the situation of this demon island during the time I was unconscious?" "There's only one way to see the demon emperor Jiutian," Nanhuang Ruoxuan said. "What method?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Obviously, everyone understood what he meant. Since they came to this fallen demon realm and wanted to stop Wang Shaishan, there was only one way, to ask the demon emperor for help. The demon emperor is impossible to see. Not to mention people of our realm, even the demon king characters can't see him. On this demon island, there is only one person who can take us to see the demon emperor, the daughter of Jiutian demon emperor, the little princess of Jiutian demon realm. This girl is not very old, and is deeply loved by Jiutian demon emperor. She has a savage personality, but is very good at martial arts. She often selects powerful demon cultivators to fight with the princess. The weak will die, and the winner will be rewarded. If you are strong enough, you can serve as her demon knight," Nanhuang Ruoxuan said, and Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. "Want to start with the demon emperor's daughter? The demon emperor's daughter will not be as easy to serve as Yan Yuro's witch. She must have a very high vision. Moreover, Nanhuang Ruoxuan also said that she has a difficult personality. If she finds someone to fight, the weak will die. It can be seen that she doesn't take others seriously at all. However, the demon emperor was high above him. If he wanted to meet the demon emperor, he had to go through the springboard. The princess of the Jiutian demon realm was his only way. I'll try, Qin Wentian said. It is said that the daughter of the Jiutian demon emperor has an erratic personality. Now fewer and fewer people dare to go to the princess's mansion to test their martial arts. It is very dangerous and must be cautious, Nanhuang Ruoxuan instructed. They naturally believed in Qin Wentian's strength. However, the daughter of the demon emperor had an extraordinary status. No one could predict what would happen when they arrived at her mansion. What's more, Qin Wentian had an arrogant personality. If the daughter of the demon emperor made things difficult for Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian resisted, then I will deal with it carefully, Qin Wentian said softly. There is no time to lose, let's set off now. Everyone nodded and left here together. A few days later, in Princess Qing's mansion, the majestic and vast place of the Demon Gate, a group of strong figures passed through the towering city walls and entered from the Demon Gate. There were powerful guards on both sides, and even strong men in the Demon King realm guarded this place very strictly. Although no one dared to attack the princess on this magic island, the guards of the princess's mansion were still very powerful, and all of them were selected by the princess herself. Qin Wentian was also in the crowd. There were dozens of strong people entering the mansion this time, all of whom were top-level figures in the magic arena, because the princess was also a person of this realm, and it was rumored that the princess herself was very powerful, and it was not easy to catch her eye. Along the way, there were strong people guiding them forward. This mansion was like a strict fortress, not like a woman's mansion at all, but more like a majestic demon king's mansion. They were taken to an empty martial arts field, surrounded by magic walls on all sides, and there were strong people guarding above, including demon kings, watching everything below. Qin Wentian looked up at the magic wall and felt that it was like a prison, with a serious atmosphere. At this time, a line of figures appeared on the magic wall. The one in the middle was extremely graceful and outstanding. Her expression was cold, and she could not see any joy or anger. She looked at Qin Wentian and the others, and there was no emotion in her eyes. "Greetings, Princess." The people around Qin Wentian bowed down one after another. They came to the palace to test their martial arts with only one purpose: to become the princess's magic knight. Although there were many dangers, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If they could climb up step by step, they would have a bright future. Although the princess was considered unruly and unjust, she never forced anyone to enter the princess's palace. Everyone was voluntary. In a sense, she was also providing an opportunity. You can only live half, the old rules: each choose an opponent and kill the other. A maid next to the princess said coldly. The princess's maids were all arrogant and rude. As for the rule of only being able to live half, it has always been like this. Otherwise, some weak people would also sneak into the princess's palace. The princess did not have the leisure to appreciate the competition of those weak people. Therefore, only in this way, those weak people dared not step into the princess's palace. In an instant, a powerful demonic power burst out. Qin Wentian stood in an open space, and cold rays of light swept around him. Rumbling sounds were heard one after another, and the battle broke out. One of the demon cultivators glanced at Qin Wentian with extremely cold eyes, and his body trembled. The monstrous demonic power descended, and a demonic palm print blasted down. Boom! The demonic energy swept over Qin Wentian's body, and the light of gods and demons flowed all over his body, making him invincible. Bang! The powerful palm print slammed into Qin Wentian's body, but it was unable to break Qin Wentian's defense. Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the other person indifferently, with an extremely cold expression. The man's face changed, knowing how stupid it was to choose to kill Qin Wentian this time. He flashed and wanted to leave. Qin Wentian raised his hand and slammed a palm print back at the other person, instantly blasting the other person's body into the distance, seriously injuring him. On the magic wall, Feng Zuking looked at Qin Wentian with a light flashing in her cold eyes. This was the fastest battle to end, and the top powerhouse of the magic platform could not shake his defense. The loser dies. The maid beside Feng Zuking said indifferently, and immediately a powerful magic cultivator walked up to the powerhouse who was seriously injured by Qin Wentian and directly wiped him out, incomparably indifferent. The battle continued, and after it ended, all the defeated people were destroyed. Feng Zuking's eyes were as calm as ever. Qin Wentian looked up at her. It was not appropriate to describe the daughter of the demon emperor as unruly. Those of you who survived can live, but if you are killed by each other in the next battle, you can't blame anyone. The old rule is to leave only the strongest three. Feng Zuking's maid continued. From beginning to end, Feng Zuking, the daughter of the demon emperor, did not say a word. A chaotic battle broke out, but Qin Wentian seemed to have nothing to do with the battle. He stood there quietly, with light flowing on his body. He let the collisions around him make shocking sounds, but his footsteps stood there steadily. Someone launched an attack towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he raised his fist and punched over there, smashing everything. The person who suddenly attacked him was hit in the chest by a punch, and blood gushed out. His opponent seized the opportunity and killed him directly. This person was stronger than his opponent, but he was quite dissatisfied to see Qin Wentian standing there motionless, so he attacked, but he didn't expect to encounter the evil spirit. The battle was still fierce, but Qin Wentian seemed to be not on the battlefield at all, and no one dared to touch him. Feng Zuking looked at Qin Wentian's figure. Among these people, it seemed that she was only interested in Qin Wentian. Soon, there were only 3 people left on the battlefield. The rest either died in battle or were taken away from the battlefield. Qin Wentian was naturally one of the 3. He stays, and the other two are rewarded and let them leave. Fang Zuking pointed at Qin Wentian and said. The other two's eyes flashed, revealing disappointment. In this way, there is still no way to stay. Qin Wentian was the only one left in the empty land. You try with me. Fang Zuking stepped down, and her maid followed her. Qin Wentian looked up at the other party and said calmly, Princess, you are not my opponent, so it's better not to try. How dare you? The maid shouted coldly, and her body rushed towards Qin Wentian like a flash of lightning. Get out. Qin Wentian opened his mouth and spit out a thunderous sound. The ancient characters came out of his mouth, directly sealing the void and killing it. With a puff, the maid spit out blood, her body was shaken away, and her face was as pale as paper. Chapter 1281 Meeting with Jiutian Demon Emperor. Qin Wentian still stood calmly, his eyes were full of spirit, and a hint of sharpness flashed across them as he looked at the maid. He came here to see the Demon Emperor. If even a maid dared to yell at him, then how could he be qualified to see the Demon Emperor? You are so presumptuous. The maid stood up and stared at Qin Wentian, her eyes like sharp swords. As Fang Zuking's personal maid, everyone was respectful and courteous to her. How could anyone dare to treat her like this? Qin Wentian glanced at her coldly, and with just one glance, she instantly fell into hell. She felt like she saw a pair of terrifying eyes, and fell into the illusion of hell. Her body trembled slightly, and her face was embarrassed. She had been by the princess' side for many years, and had never seen such a powerful person. You said I am not your opponent, but you haven't tried. How dare you be so confident? Fang Zuking was not angry. She looked at Qin Wentian quietly, her voice calm. No need to try. In Jiutian Demon Island, in the realm of the demon stage, no one can be my opponent. Qin Wentian said calmly, but it was this calm and indifferent voice that was so arrogant, and could even be called extremely arrogant. Jiutian Demon Island, in the realm of the demon stage, no one can be his opponent? How arrogant is this? Fang Zuking's beautiful eyes were as cold as a sword, extremely sharp, looking at Qin Wentian and said, then I would like to try. As she spoke, her aura burst out. At this moment, an extreme coldness and pressure was born between heaven and earth, which was extremely powerful. Fang Zuking was warlike, and her subordinates were all extremely powerful figures on the demon island. She only selected the strongest people, otherwise, Qin Wentian would not be left alone today. Boom! Qin Wentian's body, the amazing aura swept over, and the godlike body pressed down. He raised his palm, like a divine power, and pressed down towards Fang Zuking, extinguishing everything, and any breath would be crushed. Fang Zuking's face changed slightly, and then saw this big palm print fall directly. It was like a pair of divine palms, and it was impossible to compete. Bang! The strong wind blew on her face, and Fang Zuking's long hair fluttered wildly. The palm print stopped above her head. Her eyes were slightly closed. The powerful men around her released a very terrifying aura, which enveloped Qin Wentian. If that palm was slapped, the princess would die. The whistling wind dissipated. Fang Zuking opened her eyes, looking at Qin Wentian standing in front of her calmly, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. What do you want from my mansion? Fang Zuking asked. Such a person should not appear to ask for a guard position. He must have ambitions. The princess is smart, and I have something to ask for. Qin Wentian said. What is it? Fang Zuking's eyes flashed. I want to meet the Demon Emperor and ask the princess to introduce me. Qin Wentian said. What is it? The light in Fang Zuking's eyes was dazzling. This person actually wanted to meet her father. He had great ambitions. This is a serious matter. I need to see the Demon Emperor first. Oh. Fang Zuking looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly, why should I introduce you? Qin Wentian looked at Fang Zuking. He had been observing her before and knew that Fang Zuking was not a willful princess, as rumored. This woman was not simple, so he spoke directly to the point and did not hide anything from her. I can give you a chance to transform. Qin Wentian said. Fang Zuking's eyes flashed, and her cold and arrogant eyes stared at Qin Wentian, and continued to ask, explain clearly. Princess, take me to see the Demon Emperor, and I will explain clearly. Princess, please look. Qin Wentian's immortal platform bloomed, but it was covered with demonic energy, like a demon platform. This demon platform rotated, evolved madly, and was flawless. Perfect demon platform. Fang Zuking stared at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian put away the immortal platform and nodded, saying, yes, I have a chance to build a perfect magic platform. If the princess lets me meet the demon emperor, I will tell her everything. Okay. Fang Zuking didn't say anything more, just nodded directly, with a very decisive character. What if Qin Wentian met her father? In front of her father, Qin Wentian's realm was too low, and he had no right to speak at all. For her, there would be no loss. If Qin Wentian couldn't give her an explanation, I believe this person is so powerful that he wouldn't be so stupid. Come with me. Fang Zuking said, then turned around and flew in the air. Her maid glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and then followed behind her. Qin Wentian just smiled. A maid dared to be so angry. He followed Fang Zuking with a step. The powerful demon kings were guarding on the left and right sides. If Qin Wentian dared to do anything dangerous, he would be killed immediately. The princess mansion where Fang Zuking lived was a palace mansion. She had an independent personality and did not live in the demon palace of Jiutian Demon Emperor, but lived next to the demon palace. The demon palace of Jiutian Demon Emperor was naturally extremely majestic and magnificent. However, the entrance was guarded by powerful people like clouds, and people in the Demon King realm could be seen everywhere. However, with Fang Zuking leading the way, there was no obstruction. If Qin Wentian came alone, let alone meeting the Demon Emperor, he would probably be killed as soon as he stepped into the outermost door of the Demon Palace. It took a long time to walk this way. Fang Zuking finally brought Qin Wentian to an extremely majestic imperial palace. Princess. Many powerful people came and bowed to Fang Zuking. Is father here? Fang Zuking asked. Yes. Someone answered. I want to see my father. Fang Zuking said calmly. At this time, a voice came. Zuking, is the little guy beside you your new guard? I haven't seen him before. Father, I have something to see you. Fang Zuking said. Come here. The voice of the Demon Emperor came. Wait for me here. Fang Zuking said to the people behind her, and then looked at Qin Wentian. Come with me. As she said that, she walked forward with Qin Wentian and walked into a courtyard in the imperial palace. A middle-aged strong man was sitting in front of the pavilion and looked at her with a smile, saying, Zuking, I have never seen you bring anyone here. It seems that you have a good relationship. Father misunderstood. This person is here to see you. Fang Zuking said. The Demon Emperor's eyes flashed, and he looked at Qin Wentian and said, See me. Qin Wentian looked at the Jiutian Demon Emperor. This powerful Demon Emperor had a majestic aura on his body, but he did not emit any aura. When meeting his daughter in his own home, he naturally would not show the power of the Demon Emperor. Junior Qin Wentian, I pay my respects to the Demon Emperor Senior. Qin Wentian bowed and shouted. The Demon Emperor looked at Qin Wentian, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. He was quite surprised that a person of such a weak realm did not show much nervousness when meeting him. What do you want to see me for? Asked the Demon Emperor. I am from the immortal realm. Qin Wentian released his immortal power. This time, he released a perfect immortal platform, not a demon platform. Fang Zuking's eyes flashed and she stared at Qin Wentian. This guy actually lied to her. Perfect immortal platform. The Demon Emperor's eyes showed a strange color, and he suddenly became interested. He didn't say anything, and waited quietly for Qin Wentian to continue. When I was in the celestial realm, I didn't build an immortal platform, but I had a strange encounter, and my body transformed. When I entered the immortal realm, I built a perfect immortal platform, and my body was perfect and unparalleled. After being refined, Qin Wentian said, the Demon Emperor must be interested in this strange encounter. What strange encounter? Jiutian Demon Emperor's voice was calm. He was indeed a little curious. What kind of strange encounter could allow people to build a perfect immortal platform? Holy light. Qin Wentian said, and the Demon Emperor's eyes flashed, and a dazzling light shot out. The legendary divine object, the light of the ancient holy light. According to rumors, Shangzai possesses divine power, a mysterious power. Anyone who is washed by it will be transformed, allowing the martial arts cultivator to reach a more perfect level. Moreover, this Shangzai can ignore the realm and possess unpredictable power, which is extremely rare. Although Jiutian Demon Emperor is a powerful Demon Emperor, he has never encountered Shangzai. After being washed by Shangzai, Qin Wentian's body is close to perfection. Did he then forge a perfect immortal platform during his practice? Qin Wentian's words were a bit exaggerated. He forged the perfect immortal platform, which was not only the credit of Shangzai. However, Jiutian Demon Emperor would not know it, and he could not let the Demon Emperor know that Shangzai was on him, otherwise, that would be courting death. Shengzai, is it in the immortal realm? The demon emperor asked. In a secret realm in the immortal realm, only I can open it. I can take the demon emperor and the princess there to bathe in the light of Shengzai. Even if the demon emperor has other descendants, they can go together. Qin Wentian said. What do you want? The demon emperor asked. I need senior demon emperor to protect me for 10 years. Qin Wentian said. Haoshan demon emperor's expression turned cold, and a powerful and terrifying pressure fell on Qin Wentian, saying, You are very brave. To be honest, I came to Wunmo Island because of a battle. There is a 10-year deadline. If I go back early, I will definitely die. I must wait for more than 9 years. Qin Wentian said. Haoshan demon emperor just looked at him quietly, and the pressure remained the same. Senior demon emperor, I know you can find someone to take my memory with special means, but I swear that only I can step into that place. What's more, if the demon emperor really wants to do this, I will die. Qin Wentian said resolutely, This battle is extremely important to me, otherwise, I would not risk coming to meet senior demon emperor. I don't have time to guard you for 10 years. The demon emperor said coldly. This guy really dared to speak. Then I asked the senior to attack the fallen demon island and find some people for me. When the 10-year deadline arrives, I will keep my promise and take the demon emperor to the fairyland to find Shengxi. If the demon emperor doesn't believe it, you can let the strong monitor you for 10 years. Qin Wentian bowed and said. Cunning fellow. Haoshan demon emperor sneered, watching you? To protect you, right. And the 10-year guardianship proposed earlier must also be to pave the way for the attack on the fallen demon island later. You want me to go to war with another demon emperor? Haoshan demon emperor laughed. I have already inquired before. The demon emperor senior is only stronger than Haoshan demon emperor. If the demon emperor is unwilling to go to war, then I only need the demon emperor to strongly support me. At that time, I only need the fallen demon emperor to compromise on one thing, and he will definitely not dare to go to war. Qin Wentian slowly opened his mouth and stated his purpose. P.S. The third update, please vote. Chapter 1282 Demonic Legion. If it wasn't for the last resort, Qin Wentian wouldn't have come to meet the demon emperor and tempted him with the holy light. He knew very well that this was a very dangerous thing. If the Haoshan demon emperor was not very interested in the holy light, or if he didn't want to waste time on him, he would be in a dangerous situation. However, Wang Shaishan had the help of the fallen demon emperor. If he didn't seek the help of the demon emperor, he would have almost lost half of the battle of judgment. At this time, the Haoshan demon emperor stared at Qin Wentian, and the pressure was always there. Although it was not so direct and overbearing, it still suppressed Qin Wentian so much that sweat oozed out of his body. He was very uncomfortable. It was obviously an impulsive behavior for him to negotiate with a demon emperor at the immortal platform realm. Is it really the holy light that made you forge the perfect holy product immortal platform? Since you have bathed in the holy light, how useful do you think he will be to the emperor realm? The demon emperor asked calmly, and the devilish sound lingered, so that Qin Wentian didn't dare to lie. Haoshan demon emperor knew that the ancient holy light of Shengxi must exist in extraordinary places and cannot be carried, so he did not doubt that Qin Wentian had Shengxi on him. I dare not say that it is entirely relying on Shengxi to forge the holy product immortal platform, but when I broke into the secret realm, there were several close friends. The lowest grade of their immortal platforms now is the 5th level king grade, and their cultivation speed is extremely fast. At that time, we were in different realms. Shengxi has the same effect on everyone. As for the effect of Shengxi on the emperor realm strongmen, I dare not speak nonsense. Qin Wentian answered honestly. Haoshan demon emperor pondered for a moment, and his daughter Fang Zuking stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. This Shengxi must have a very good effect on her and can become a helper for her to impact the realm of the immortal king. However, she would not ask for anything. Haoshan demon emperor also glanced at Fang Zuking and said, You must be an extraordinary person in the fairyland. If you are a disciple of the fairy emperor, how do I know you won't cheat? This is the 10,000 demon island, his home court, so Qin Wentian naturally can't play any tricks. However, when he came to the fairyland, there were many constraints for him, the demon emperor of the 10,000 demon island. There is no conflict of interest between me and the demon emperor. If the senior is willing to lend a helping hand to me, how can I plot against the senior? Besides, if you dare to deceive a person like you, even if I have the fairy emperor behind me, I will still be worried and have a hard time. Qin Wentian said. When are we going to leave? The demon emperor suddenly asked. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The sooner the better. Just wait for me to ask a few friends to come, and then we can leave immediately. I admire your courage. Go and bring your friends. The demon emperor waved his hand and said. Qin Wentian bowed to the demon emperor and smiled. Thank you for your help, senior. After saying that, Qin Wentian turned around and left. Things could go so smoothly, which made Qin Wentian feel quite happy. However, I guess this is also the attraction of Shinxi. His realm is still weak now. After entering the Immortal King, he will be able to make good use of Shinxi. Father, did you agree to him so easily? Fang Zuking asked the demon emperor. Since you want to feel Shinxi, why do you have to play too many tricks? In the end, it is easy to get nothing. Sometimes it will be better to keep it simple. Haoshan Demon Emperor said lightly, if he really dares to cheat me, even if he has the support of the Immortal Emperor, I can kill him. Father is right. I will send him out. Fang Zuking stepped away and followed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian left the Imperial Palace and immediately returned to bring Qida and the others to the Demon Palace at the fastest speed. At the same time, Haoshan Demon Emperor summoned his subordinates. When Qin Wentian came to the Imperial Palace again, a terrifying army appeared in front of him, which made Qin Wentian feel a little frightened. As expected of a powerful demon emperor who ruled a domain, he could summon all the demon kings to come and transform them into a demon army with a single command, which was extremely terrifying. Let's go. There is a space formation leading to the fallen demon realm engraved in my Imperial Palace. It won't take long to reach the fallen demon island. Haoshan Demon Emperor stood there and said lightly. Qin Wentian nodded. Qida and others were quite frightened. What means did Qin Wentian use to persuade a demon emperor to dispatch the demon army for him so easily? Qin Wentian, he was like a miracle. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded and prepared to set off. At this time, the fallen demon island and the matter of the demon emperor's birthday banquet had long been settled. Many demon kings from various demon islands were active on the fallen demon island, and many demon kings had already left and returned to their own demon islands. Of course, the demon emperor had already done what he promised Wang Shaishan. He had ordered the demon king of the demon island who came to celebrate his birthday to find the person Wang Shaishan was looking for. Once there was any news, he would immediately send the news to the fallen demon island. As for the death of the three powerful demon kings, fewer and fewer people mentioned it. The unyielding young man at the demon emperor's birthday banquet, who dared to refuse the demon emperor, was gradually forgotten as time went by. He would only think of it when someone occasionally mentioned the demon emperor's birthday banquet. However, there are still people speculating about how the three powerful demon kings died. Could that arrogant young man really kill the three demon kings? No one knows what happened that day, but no matter what happened, it will eventually be diluted. The demon emperor will not have any ripples because of the death of a few demon kings. The decision made at the birthday banquet that year will not make him regret it. To him, these are just trivial matters. Although old demon King Xiao was furious, his anger soon subsided. He only lost a subordinate at the demon king level, but what Wang Shaishan gave him was much more precious. It was a pity that he did not take Qin Wentian down, so that he could take all the treasures on him. In the past few days, the demon emperor rarely had free time, and old demon King Xiao accompanied the demon emperor to play chess and drink tea in the imperial palace. With such an old friend, old demon King Xiao naturally wanted to consolidate the relationship while the demon emperor was free to avoid alienation. After all, a figure like the demon emperor, once he retreated to practice or went out to experience, it might be a long time. In the imperial palace, the demon emperor and old demon King Xiao were playing chess, and there were many other demon kings drinking tea and chatting beside them. The atmosphere was peaceful. Old Xiao, I may be away for a while soon. The fallen demon emperor put down his chess piece and said to old demon King Xiao, are you going to venture out again? I really envy you. You can venture into places that I am not qualified to enter. Old demon King Xiao shook his head and smiled. Envy. The demon emperor shook his head. At my level, it's hard to make a step forward. I can only venture into unknown places, sometimes risking my life. Even if you don't make progress, you are already the master of a demon domain. Xia Lao Demon King comforted him. You should know that in this world, if you don't move forward, you will move backward. After a few years, there will always be people who surpass you. What's more, We, the masters of the demon domain, are not as free and easy as you think. The power of the Lord of 10,000 demons is the real supreme power. Even if it is unparalleled in majesty and glory, sometimes if you are not careful, you will also be doomed. The demon emperor said softly. That's right. Being at different levels, you will see different scenery and face different people. I am only looking forward to reaching your level, but you are thinking about moving forward. Our cultivation is really endless. I don't know if there is an end. Old Demon King Xiao looked up at the sky. The end. The demon emperor pointed to the sky. Where is the end of the sky? The fallen demon emperor's voice seemed to be full of emotion. Even as a demon emperor, he didn't know what the end was. The world of cultivation seemed to have no limit. The stronger you are, the more you can feel the insignificance of human power. In front of people of lower realms, they look up at them and think they are unfathomable, but as their abilities become stronger and their horizons become higher, the world they see becomes more vast. Yes, endless stars, 9 galaxies, where's the end? Old Demon King Xia also sighed. People in the Emperor realm can directly borrow the power of the stars. The stars shine together, as if the world and the earth have become one. However, in front of the endless martial stars in the 9 heavens galaxy, they are still just borrowers. At this time, there were footsteps, and a demon king appeared not far away, bowing and saying, Master Demon Emperor, there is an abnormality at the border of the Demon Island. It is reported that many powerful people have entered the Demon Island. Abnormal. The fallen Demon Emperor shook his head. I am on this Demon Island. What else can happen? Yes, Master Demon Emperor. The Demon King nodded, thinking so in his heart. Since the Demon Emperor is here, what can happen? At the edge of the fallen Demon Island, countless people looked up at the sky at this moment, their bodies trembling wildly, their eyes showing incredible gods. Isn't the birthday banquet of the Demon Emperor over? Where did these powerful people come from? What's more, even on the birthday of the Demon Emperor, there has never been such a terrible army appearing at once. Above the void, a dark army of the demon realm swept across the world, covering the endless area. The monsters crawled on the ground, and the practitioners felt suffocated. The pressure was too terrible and could crush everything. That young man seems to be Qin Wentian, who refused the reward from the Demon Emperor during the birthday banquet. Someone saw a young man in front of the crowd, and his eyes suddenly fixed on that young man, revealing an amazing light. How is this possible? That young man was hunted by the 3 demon kings, but he actually came back, and he brought such a powerful army with him. Is there a terrible person behind him? Some people who had stepped into the suspended battlefield of the birthday banquet were shocked and looked at Qin Wentian's figure. However, in just a moment, the group disappeared and walked forward. They were so powerful that they overwhelmed everything. There were constant messages sent to the Imperial Palace, but the Demon Emperor was playing chess and replied, I'm here. What could happen? Then, who dares to disturb? With the Demon Emperor here, nothing is a big deal. Chapter 1283 The Devil King Xia's Dead End. With the fallen Demon Emperor here, nothing serious would happen normally. However, today, when the terrifying demon army marched along, countless demon cultivators were shaken wherever they passed. They all felt that something serious might happen this time. Qin Wentian had escaped from the fallen demon island. When he left, 3 demon kings went to hunt him down and died. Now that he has returned, it is obviously impossible for him to pay homage to the fallen demon emperor. So there is only one possibility, that he is here for revenge. Since they have set foot on the fallen demon island, how could this army not know the reputation of the fallen demon emperor? However, they still came, which can only mean one thing, that they are not afraid of the fallen demon emperor. Many people looked at a majestic and powerful man in the middle. He stood there like a god, invincible, as if he was the master of this world. Could this person be the demon emperor? No one knows, but they will know it soon. The group went straight to the palace of the fallen demon emperor. Finally, when they were quite far away from the palace, the fallen demon emperor felt a breath. The chess piece in his hand fell, making a crisp sound, and his brows frowned. What's wrong? Seeing the fallen demon emperor frowning, old demon King Xia couldn't help but ask. The fallen demon emperor did not respond. He just turned his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, a terrifying demonic thought swept out, sweeping across the world in an instant, covering the endless distance. Then, the fallen demon emperor stood up, facing the distance, and his eyes suddenly became serious. I am here, what can happen? It seems that even if he is here today, something will happen. All people in the Demon King realm, gather together. The fallen Demon Emperor's demonic thoughts covered a vast and endless land, and countless people were shocked. The Demon Emperor personally ordered, "What big thing happened?" Old Demon King Xia's face also changed. He knew this old friend, and when he saw his serious expression, he immediately understood that something big was going to happen. "What happened?" asked old Demon King Xia. The fallen Demon Emperor glanced at old Demon King Xia. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and he said, "The little guy named Qin Wentian, he's back." Qin Wentian. Old Demon King Xia's eyes flashed. Is he coming back to die? He dares to come back. He came with Jiutian Demon Emperor. The fallen Demon Emperor said again, and old Demon King Xia's eyes froze there. Ordinary people don't know who Jiutian Demon Emperor is. As an extremely ancient Demon King figure and an old friend of the Demon Emperor, how could he not know the ruler of Jiutian Demon Realm adjacent to the fallen Demon Realm, who was named Jiutian Demon Emperor? Qin Wentian, followed Jiutian Demon Emperor? Old Demon King Xia's face instantly became extremely ugly. A figure of the demon stage realm, he actually let a Demon Emperor follow him? This boy should be from the immortal realm. How did he get in touch with Jiutian Demon Emperor? One after another, the powerful Demon Kings gathered from all directions. The terrifying aura of oppression was getting closer and closer. They also gradually felt the extremely strong demon power, like a demon army coming. When their demon thoughts were able to sweep it, their faces became extremely exciting. It turned out to be Qin Wentian, who had been treated unfairly at the Demon Emperor's birthday banquet and refused the reward. He came back so soon, and brought a demon army with him. Welcome the guests. The fallen Demon Emperor walked outside, and a group of Demon Kings followed him with solemn expressions. The face of the old Demon King Xiao was undoubtedly the most solemn. The Jiutian Demon Emperor actually came. He was just a junior. Even if he had outstanding talents, he had never thought that this would be the result. If the Jiutian Demon Emperor declared war because of this, the old Demon King Xia, would undoubtedly be a sinner. Not long after, the terrible Demon Gate army in the void arrived. It was mighty and overwhelming, and the terrifying aura was suffocating. Except for Qin Wentian and a few others, the rest of the strong men were all Demon Kings. People in the far distance around the Imperial Palace all looked up at the direction of the Imperial Palace, and their hearts were filled with shock. A legion headed straight for the Imperial Palace. The fallen Demon Emperor came out in person. Something big was going to happen. The eyes of the Demon Kings around the fallen Demon Emperor all fell on Qin Wentian. This guy was so courageous. He proudly refused the reward from the Demon Emperor back then. At that time, everyone thought he was finished and would definitely die. In fact, there were indeed 3 Demon Kings chasing him, but he not only did not die, but also killed the 3 Demon Kings. Now, he came with the Demon Emperor. What a momentum. It must be said that this is really an inspirational and passionate story. Unfortunately, Qin Wentian is the protagonist. Brother Jiutian, why did you come to my demon realm? The fallen Demon Emperor did not look at Qin Wentian, but looked at the Jiutian Demon Emperor. He couldn't understand why a figure like the Jiutian Demon Emperor would send out the Demon Sect Legion to come because of a younger generation. Even if the younger generation was talented, he shouldn't have such a big face. Nothing, I just heard that a junior suffered a little injustice from you, so I came to ask for your advice. Jiutian Demon Emperor said casually, as if it was nothing. The fallen Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows. If he was not mistaken, Qin Wentian should be from the immortal realm, and it was impossible for him to have any connection with Jiutian Demon Emperor. When did he become his junior? However, he would not argue about anything, but just smiled and said, at my birthday banquet that day, Qin Wentian's performance was indeed good, but considering many aspects, I decided to reward him. For many people, this is an honor. I didn't expect this little guy to be so stubborn. However, if he had said earlier that he was Brother Jiutian's junior, he could have asked me directly for anything he wanted, and he wouldn't have to participate in any suspended battle. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered when he heard the fallen Demon Emperor's words. From the perspective of the fallen Demon Emperor, this was indeed not a big deal for him. It was just a little unfair to him, Qin Wentian, and he was still rewarded. If it were anyone else, they would still be grateful and would not dare to question it, let alone bring the Demon Sect Legion to kill him. However, that little bias was nothing to the fallen Demon Emperor, but it was a matter of life and death to Qin Wentian. This bias could cause his friends in the fallen demon realm to be in dire straits. Once they were found, they would be hunted by Wang Shixian, and thus lose the battle of judgment. He couldn't afford to lose, so he took the risk to meet the Haoshan Demon Emperor. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor, that was of course just a trivial matter. Even I, Qin Wentian, am just an insignificant little person. But in order from the Demon Emperor could put some of my friends in desperate situations, Qin Wentian said, if I had been defeated in the battle in the air, I would have nothing to say. However, I was not defeated. As a small person, I was not in the eyes of the Demon Emperor. I refused the reward and was hunted down by the 3 demon kings. I almost lost my life. I know that the weak have no say. I just refused the reward that day. If I had questioned the Demon Emperor, I would probably have been killed on the spot. So, I had to ask Senior Demon Emperor Haoshan to come here to seek justice. How do you want to seek justice? The fallen Demon Emperor looked at Qin Wentian and said. Old Demon King Xia. Qin Wentian turned his gaze and his eyes fell on Old Demon King Xia. He said, I want to ask you, in the past, Wang Shixian and I were both injured, Lao Chai and Qin Wentian were evenly matched, and Xia Yuan did not have any outstanding achievements. Why are those 3 people Wang Shixian, Lao Chai and Xia Yuan, but not me, Qin Wentian? Old Demon King Xia frowned. If Qin Wentian had dared to question him before, he would not have dared to do so. However, now that Qin Wentian came with Haoshan Demon Emperor, he did not know how to answer. My opinion has its own reasons. After all, you have relied on external forces, and Lao Chai and Xia Yuan have killed more people. Old Demon King Xia said. Old Demon King Xia, Xia Yuan is here. Let him come and fight with me. If he wins, it proves that what you said is right. My death is not a pity. Senior Haoshan Demon Emperor will never intervene. If he loses, I will not kill Xia Yuan. However, Old Demon King Xia, you must pay with your life. Boom. A cold light flashed in Old Demon King Xia's eyes. It was really presumptuous. He asked him to pay with his life? Even if I am partial, you want me to pay with my life? Old Demon King Xia's breath was violent and swept out. Among the people chasing me, there are your subordinates. I have given you a chance by proposing a decisive battle with Xia Yuan. Qin Wentian's voice was cold, but the eyes of the fallen Demon Emperor were always looking at Haoshan Demon Emperor. Since you have done it, you must admit it. Do as Qin Wentian said. Haoshan Demon Emperor said calmly, making the final decision. Qin Wentian is a very measured person. He knows that it is impossible to kill the Demon Emperor, so he starts with the people around the Demon Emperor to establish his authority. Today, he came to support Qin Wentian. If he wants the fallen Demon Emperor to compromise, he must kill someone. What if I don't agree? Old Demon King Xia said coldly. If you don't have the courage to take responsibility for what you did, then let's start a war. Haoshan Demon Emperor said coldly. This statement shocked the world. Old Demon King Xia, you planted the cause, and now you want the fallen demon island to clean up the mess for you? It's a joke. At that time, you borrowed the face of the Demon Emperor, but you were so powerful. Qin Wentian said coldly. Today, Old Demon King Xia must be killed. He must have colluded with Wang Shixian. No matter from any angle, he must be killed. The people on the side of the fallen Demon Emperor felt the invisible oppression one by one. This is to force the Old Demon King Xia to be killed. The people in the distance were also trembling. At the beginning, Old Demon King Xia relied on his status as a friend of the Demon Emperor to be so high-spirited. Now, Qin Wentian wanted to kill him. At the beginning, Old Demon King Xia was the absolute ruler of the fallen Demon Emperor. With this important status, what was there to fear? With the power of the Demon Emperor, his words were like an order, but today, Qin Wentian came with another Demon Emperor. The fallen Demon Emperor looked unhappy. The Haoshan Demon Emperor was forcing him. He meant that no matter whether Old Demon King Xia agreed to Qin Wentian's request or not, he would almost have to die. Xia Yuan could not defeat Qin Wentian. All the spectators at the banquet knew this very well. What lay before Old Demon King Xia seemed to be a dead end, unless the fallen Demon Emperor started a war at all costs. Chapter 1284, Death. The Old Demon King Xia was shaken in his heart. He never thought that he would be forced to such an extent because of a small person. At the birthday banquet of the Demon Emperor, he relied on his status as a good friend of the Demon Emperor. He knew that the fallen Demon Emperor would give him face. Their friendship was not comparable to that of a younger generation. He thought that this was just an insignificant little matter. Even the fallen demon emperor himself thought so, but this little thing has now become a big thing, and it is so big that it can affect the imperial palace and cost the life of the old demon king Xia. Brother Haoshan, it won't be that serious, right? The fallen demon emperor spoke. The old demon king Xia was his good friend. No matter what, he would try his best to protect him. He has sent people to hunt down little brother Wentian. Isn't this enough for him to pay for his life? What's more, now that he is given a fair chance, how can it not be that serious? The demon emperor Haoshan said lightly. Brother Haoshan, are you really going to go to war with my fallen demon realm for a junior? The fallen demon emperor was also a little angry. He had been very polite before, in order to make things smaller. The Haoshan demon emperor was a very tyrannical and overbearing demon emperor, and he didn't want a direct war to really break out. Resolving the conflict was naturally the best way, but Qin Wentian wanted to kill the old demon king Xia first. It depends on your choice. The Haoshan demon emperor's eyes flashed with a sharpness. Qin Wentian, you can tell me what you want. Since you and brother Haoshan know each other, as long as your request is not excessive, I will satisfy you. The fallen demon emperor looked at Qin Wentian and said, which was already a step back. The strong men around were shocked. It seemed that the fallen demon emperor did not want to go to war, but actually compromise with a junior. This time, the demon emperor was badly tricked by the old demon king Xia. Everyone secretly said in their hearts, secretly cursing the old demon king Xia. Qin Wentian's outstanding performance at the beginning should have made him one of the top 3 along with Wang Shaishan. The demon emperor must have meant the same thing. It was the old demon king Xia who interfered and asked the demon emperor to give him face, which led to the current situation. Now, the demon emperor has made concessions to junior for him. If the old demon king Xia was not the close friend of the demon emperor, he would have been abandoned long ago. These people seem to have forgotten the situation at that time. When the old demon king Xia proposed it, no one objected. When the demon emperor said it, everyone pretended not to know. Now, they all blamed the old demon king Xia. It can only be said that things change. Qin Wentian came with a Haoshan demon emperor, and his identity immediately changed, which changed their thoughts. Senior fallen demon emperor, now, I am looking for the old demon king Xia to settle accounts. Qin Wentian responded strongly, and he was not too polite. Without strength and background, what's the use of being polite? If he hadn't had the Haoshan demon emperor standing behind him, he would have been slapped to death. In the future, without the support of the Haoshan demon emperor, he would still die, so there was no need for him to be polite. If you still have any backbone, let Xia Yuan come out and fight me, or just commit suicide. Otherwise, if the 2 demon emperors go to war, you will not only die, but also be accused of being cowardly and incompetent. Qin Wentian continued. The old demon king Xia's face flushed red, and he stared at Qin Wentian intently, wishing to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. Old Xia Yuan is the strongest person on the demon list, and you also think he is stronger than Qin Wentian, so they can fight. This boy is too arrogant, so let Xia Yuan kill him with force. At this time, a demon king suddenly spoke up. He was the guardian demon king under the demon emperor, and his strength was amazing. At this moment, he suddenly spoke. Although he spoke tactfully, he actually did not hesitate to offend the old demon king Xia. However, for the sake of the demon emperor, he could not care much at this moment. As a guardian demon king, he naturally knew the deterrent power of the Haoshan demon emperor. If a war really broke out, the probability of the fallen demon emperor's defeat would be extremely high. In that case, it would be a disaster for the fallen demon island. Qin Wentian and the Haoshan demon emperor came in a strong manner. They did not start a war directly, but pursued the old demon king Xia. Obviously, they did not want to tear their faces completely, and needed a place to ease the tension. Sacrificing the old demon king Xia was a buffer. The demon emperor's eyes flashed, and there was some unhappiness in his eyes. However, his subordinates also considered the overall situation, so he could not blame them. It was just that no one thought that a mere junior could have such great ability and courage to invite a demon emperor to lead the army. Old Xia Yuan, you should fight for the glory of my fallen demon island. Another guardian demon king spoke. At this moment, apart from the demon emperor, they were the only ones who had the qualifications to speak. Let Xia Yuan come out for a fight. At this time, the fallen demon emperor suddenly spoke, causing everyone's eyes to sink, and old demon king Xia's heart continued to sink, and he only felt cold all over. It just so happens that Jiutian Demon Emperor and I haven't seen each other for many years, and I also want to learn from each other and verify each other. The fallen Demon Emperor said again, causing old Demon King Xia to look up and look at his old friend in surprise. He knew that this was the best idea his old friend had come up with, to fight for him. If the fallen Demon Emperor could defeat Jiutian Demon Emperor, then it didn't matter whether Xia Yuan won or lost. On the contrary, if the fallen Demon Emperor was defeated, old Demon King Xia, had been a master all his life, but today he would definitely die, and no one could save him. Okay. Jiutian Demon Emperor responded lightly. It was a rare opportunity to be able to fight with someone of the same realm. Since he came to the fallen demon realm today, he wanted to find the fallen demon emperor to fight a battle. Since the fallen demon emperor himself proposed it, it was just right. Xia Yuan. The old demon king Xia shouted, and a figure came towards the void below. It was Xia Yuan, who was on the demon ranking. He had heard the previous conversation and looked at Qin Wentian with a complicated expression. The young man who had caused him a strong shock on the battlefield that day brought a legion to force his ancestor to commit suicide. If such a thing happened during the birthday banquet of the demon emperor, who would dare to think about it? A powerful person on the demon platform forced the top figure of the demon king to commit suicide? Moreover, this demon king was a close friend of the demon emperor, just because he was unfair to Qin Wentian at the birthday banquet. Jiutian Demon Emperor, please. The fallen demon emperor trembled and rushed into the sky in an instant. The battle between the emperor realm strongmen must be in the sky, otherwise it will affect the people below, and the destructive force caused will destroy everything. Jiutian Demon Emperor trembled, and then he also flew away. Just a moment later, when everyone looked up, they saw two godlike figures appear in the void. They were covered with endless magic light, and the endless starry sky, the light of the stars fell down, bathing on their godlike bodies. The stars shone together, illuminating the world. Everyone knew that the two were already in a very high altitude, but it was still so clear. At this moment, on the fallen demon island, countless people looked up and stared at the two figures in the void. Their hearts were shaking wildly. That strong man turned out to be the fallen demon emperor. The demon emperor personally accepted the challenge. Who was his opponent? Fallen Demon Island, Emperor War. The two demon emperors took action, and the fallen demon emperor's magic palm print blasted out. With just one blow, it seemed to cover the sky. The palm print was like a dark sky curtain, crushing everything, like a long river of magic, covering the sky. Boom! A powerful magic light burst out from the body of Jiutian Demon Emperor. Under this strong light, everything was shattered. The great magic palm print that crushed the sky was shattered inch by inch, just like the sky exploding and destroying continuously. Qin Wentian glanced at the void, then turned his eyes and fell on Xia Yuan, saying, "It's time for our battle to begin." Xia Yuan stepped forward with a livid face. He thought he was not sure about fighting Qin Wentian. He had fought with Wang Shaishan before and knew how terrifying that guy was, while Qin Wentian was someone who could compete with Wang Shaishan. A shocking shock came from the void. Even though they were far away, the people in the air were still shaking. Xia Yuan's body was also shaking. His aura was bursting, but there was not much confidence in his eyes. He hasn't used the secret method yet. Kill him by surprise and borrow the power of the magic soldiers. Xia Lao Demon King said to Xia Yuan in a voice transmission. His face was extremely cold and murderous. If Qin Wentian died, then Jiutian Demon Emperor would have nothing to say. Xia Yuan went towards Qin Wentian, and the magic power rolled. A huge magic knife condensed and appeared, slashing down towards Qin Wentian. Buzz! Qin Wentian stretched out his palm, and the god's hand appeared, revealing an amazing brilliance, and even faintly surrounded by ancient characters on the god's hand, which was invincible. At the moment when the knife light fell, Qin Wentian raised his palm and wiped out everything. The god's hand with amazing divine brilliance penetrated the void and descended in front of Xia Yuan. His realm. Xia Yuan's face turned pale, and the hand of God instantly crushed down, ignoring everything. The divine aura flowed and destroyed everything. There was no time to react. Xia Yuan shouted angrily, and the magic light around him was surging. He slashed out endless sword light, and the roar shook the world. Everything was shattered. Qin Wentian stepped down, and another hand of God crushed down. With a loud bang, Xia Yuan's body was shaken and spit out blood. He was not vulnerable at all. However, Qin Wentian seemed to have not stopped yet. Another palm print overlapped and came. Xia Yuan screamed and was repelled and flew away. Old Demon King Xia, is this the person you chose to put in front of me? Qin Wentian looked at Old Demon King Xia and said coldly. They were not opponents of the same level at all. Old Demon King Xia's face was ashen, as if he was slapped by Qin Wentian. He raised his head and looked up at the void again. The terrifying imperial war continued. Haoshan Demon Emperor borrowed the power of the divine axe to cut everything. The world was full of divine axes, and he actually wrapped the endless sky in it and cut everything. Haoshan Divine Axe. The guardian demon kings of the fallen demon emperor below looked grim. They said to the old demon king Xia, "Old Xia, you should commit suicide." The old demon king Xia's face was extremely grim. Of course, he also saw that his old friend, the fallen demon emperor, was at a disadvantage and was caught up in the violent attack of the Haoshan demon emperor. He was a great demon, Xia, and he committed suicide? Boom. The body of the old demon king Xia suddenly moved, and he actually went straight to Qin Wentian. However, almost at the same time, a series of magic lights enveloped Qin Wentian. The demon king sitting under the Haoshan demon emperor attacked and instantly descended on Qin Wentian and enveloped him. At the same time, the guardian sitting under the fallen demon emperor also moved and actually attacked the old demon king Xia directly. You! The old demon king Xia roared angrily. With the Haoshan demon emperor's men attacking in front and the fallen demon emperor's guardian demon kings attacking from behind, he had no way to go to heaven. All the demon kings joined forces to attack, even including their own people. How could old demon king Xia resist? The overwhelming attack came, and with just one blow, the sound of the earth-shaking sound rang out. Old demon king Xia screamed and spit out blood. A crowd of people in the distance saw the scene here, and they were all shocked. Even the guardian demon king of the fallen demon emperor took action against old demon king Xia. How could he still survive? Because of the favoritism of the demon emperor at the birthday banquet, old demon king Xia was going to die here. How ridiculous it sounded. Chapter 1285, Killing. Have you rebelled? Xia Lao Demon King roared. The four guardian demon kings under the seat of the fallen demon emperor intercepted him, including the demon kings under the Haoshan demon emperor. He was surrounded and suppressed. The terrifying killing demon power enveloped his body, making it difficult for him to fly. Xia Lao, you influenced the decision of the demon emperor in the past. The demon emperor regarded you as a friend and just followed your will. Now that the situation has come to this, in order to avoid the war between the two demon realms and the destruction of all living things, Xia Lao, you must give an explanation. The guardian demon king said. It is a fact that Haoshan demon emperor is stronger than the fallen demon emperor. The war in the void illustrates this point very well. Once the two demon realms go to war, it will not be just one or two demon kings who will die, but the entire imperial palace will be destroyed. For this reason, someone must give an explanation. The fallen demon emperor and Xia Lao demon king are close friends, and they cannot do it. They must stand up and be the evildoer. Many demon kings under the fallen demon emperor did not speak, neither intervening nor stopping. Since the guardian demon kings had taken action, they did not need to intervene, so as to avoid being blamed by the fallen demon emperor. It was best not to offend anyone. As for helping the old demon king Xia, they would not do that. If a war broke out, they would all be in danger of losing their lives. Who would not consider the problem from their own perspective? Everything was for the benefit. At the beginning, Qin Wentian was just a talented junior. What if he was treated unfairly? The old demon king Xia was there, and no one would say anything. But now, Qin Wentian came with a demon emperor and a legion. That was different. The situation had changed, and the only way was to sacrifice the old demon king Xia. The guardian demon kings under the demon emperor should fulfill their duties for the demon emperor, even if they might be blamed by the demon emperor. What's more, the old demon king Xia had just attacked Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian could come with the legion of the Haoshan demon emperor, so there must be a close relationship. Once Qin Wentian died, it would anger the Haoshan demon emperor, and the consequences would be even more unimaginable. The old demon king Xia had to die anyway. Below, Xia Yuan's face was pale. What happened? The presence of Wang Shaishan was already perverted enough, and now Qin Wentian was stirring up the storm again. Moreover, this storm was even more violent than the one stirred up by Wang Shaishan. The dark clouds were pressing down on the city, and the imperial palace was about to collapse. In the crowd below, Lao Chai stared at the battle in the sky, and his heart was filled with emotion. Fortunately, Qin Wentian was not offended to death at the beginning, otherwise it would be very miserable. How could perverted monsters like Qin Wentian and Wang Shaishan appear? Ha, are you going to sacrifice my life? Xia Lao Mo Wang laughed, his long hair flying. Since old Xia is unwilling to do it himself, we have no choice but to offend him. A guardian demon king said, and several people attacked at the same time. The demon king of Haoshan demon emperor blocked old demon king Xia's retreat. Old demon king Xia laughed wildly and rushed towards the 4 guardian demon kings. A shocking magic light burst out from his body. He has been a lifelong friend of the demon emperor. Is he going to be sacrificed by a junior today? The battle was earth-shaking. The infinite light curtain enveloped the world. The people of Haoshan demon emperor sealed this space to prevent a battle from affecting them. People in distant places were trembling, not only because of the emperor battle, but also because of the siege of old demon king Xia by the guardian demon kings. This world is changing too fast. Many people sighed. In the distance, many people rushed here to watch the battle up close. Seeing Qin Wentian appear with a demon island army, they were speechless. The 4 guardian demon kings surrounded Xiaolao demon king alone. Even if Xiaolao demon king was strong, it was useless. He tried his best to injure 2 guardian demon kings, but he himself was attacked fatally. His internal organs were shattered, and he vomited blood. His face was as pale as paper. Boom! Another destructive attack directly penetrated his body, causing him to tremble violently. Blood gushed out, and his eyes gradually dimmed, like an old man in his twilight years. I, Xiamo, have been invincible all my life. Today, I died because of a kid from the demon platform. How ridiculous, how ridiculous. Xia Lao Demon King raised his head and howled, unwilling, he really was unwilling. Turning around with difficulty, Xia Lao Demon King looked at Qin Wentian. The young man stood in the void and looked at him coldly. You guys from the fairyland, you are so rampant on the 10,000 demon island, you must not die well. Xia Lao Demon King cursed viciously. Old Demon King Xia, you said I was arrogant? Don't you know that your death was caused by your arrogance and arrogance? At the birthday banquet of the demon emperor, you were full of vigor and vitality, using your status as the demon emperor's friend to point out the way forward and influence the people he appointed. At that time, did you ever think that this day would come? You sent people to hunt me down, probably thinking that I was a junior and could be killed at will. At that time, did you ever think of this moment? Qin Wentian's eyes were cold. Ha, you are a junior, a person like an ant in front of me, and you actually have the qualifications to teach me a lesson. Old Demon King Xia laughed wildly. A dying man is still so arrogant. Qin Wentian's eyes revealed a trace of pathos, and he said, in the immortal realm, there are immortal emperors who want to kill me. You, a demon king who borrows the prestige of others, are so arrogant. It's ridiculous. You, the old demon king Xia, must have offended a lot of people. After you die, I'm afraid your family will not be at peace. They will pay the price for what you have done. Don't you have a little sorrow in your heart? The old demon king Xia coughed and spit out blood again. He was dying. He looked up at the 2 demon kings fighting in the void and roared, I am not willing to accept this. After saying this, he slapped his head with one palm. As a Xia demon, even if he died, he had to be a king with dignity, not be killed and crushed. The unwilling roar spread throughout the world, making countless people feel cold. The young man at the demon emperor's birthday banquet was too scary. Because of the unfair treatment and pursuit at the birthday banquet, he didn't know what means he used to find demon emperors from other demon realms to support him. Old Xia, the fallen demon emperor in the void roared, and the shocking collision between the 2 shook the world. Then the crowd saw a burst of light piercing the sky, and then they saw the fallen demon emperor and Haoshan demon emperor falling from the sky. The fallen demon emperor's body landed in front of old demon king Xia, holding his body, with mixed feelings in his heart. An old friend of many years, just fell like this, and it was his subordinates who did it, but could he resent his subordinates? He knew that his subordinates were considering the overall situation and considering him. You are very good. The fallen demon emperor looked at Qin Wentian. Senior, you are joking. If I hadn't been forced, I wouldn't have come to this point. Old demon king Xia's decision that day was too important to me, and he sent people to hunt me down. Maybe my life is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the senior, but even a small person has the backbone of a small person. Of course, I want revenge. Qin Wentian said lightly. The fallen demon emperor's eyes were sharp, But he also knew that Qin Wentian was telling the truth. From his perspective, Qin Wentian was insignificant, but Qin Wentian was being hunted down, so of course he wanted revenge, and he also found a way to take revenge, so he came to kill. The old demon King Xia did not die unjustly, but he underestimated Qin Wentian's methods and his determination. I see that you came here today not only to kill my old friend, what else do you want to do? The eyes of the fallen demon emperor shot straight at Qin Wentian like a sharp sword. Where is Wang Shaishan? Qin Wentian asked. There is news from the demon island below. Several people have been found. Wang Shaishan has gone there. The demon emperor said calmly, which made Qin Wentian's face stiffen and look extremely ugly. If the person found is one of his, then, without a doubt, he will face the threat of death. No one can deal with Wang Shaishan, even if they have a powerful magic weapon. On that day, Wang Shaishan used his magic weapon once on the battlefield. Qin Wentian was shocked by the power. It must be the inherited magic weapon of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom. At that time, he felt that only the treasure on his body could compete with that strongest magic weapon. For the person Wang Shaishan wants to find, please send all the news you will get to me, Fallen Demon Emperor. Qin Wentian said. Are you ordering me? Fallen Demon Emperor sneered. I dare not, I ask Senior Demon Emperor. Qin Wentian said politely. What if I don't agree? Fallen Demon Emperor's eyes were cold. Then my army will be stationed here. Jiutian Demon Emperor said lightly. He had the upper hands in the fight just now. His strength was stronger than Fallen Demon Emperor. However, if he wanted to kill Fallen Demon Emperor, he couldn't do it yet. Once the Fallen Demon Emperor has done everything he can and leaves, his demon island will also be in danger. Therefore, he cannot agree to Qin Wentian's killing of the Fallen Demon Emperor. He has already said that he came here to support Qin Wentian. As for how to do it, it depends on Qin Wentian's ability. It's up to you. The fallen demon emperor held the body of the old demon King Xia and walked towards the imperial palace. The demon kings behind him all followed him and left. The eyes of the Jiutian demon emperor flashed. He looked at Qin Wentian and smiled and said, it seems that the death of the demon king has angered him. This is not easy to deal with. Qin Wentian frowned. It is not an easy thing to make a demon emperor compromise. Senior Demon Emperor, whether you agree or not, I declare in advance that if there is another demon king from the demon island who dares to send a message to Wang Shaishan, I will kill him. Qin Wentian said coldly to the air below. Even if the fallen demon emperor does not give him any news for the time being, he will never allow anyone to send news to Wang Shaishan. The fallen demon emperor ignored Qin Wentian. The Jiutian demon emperor smiled and said, station. Yes. The strong men nodded and then headed towards the sky below. They actually wanted to station the demon sect army next to the imperial palace. The eyes of the crowd below flickered. 2 demon emperors and 2 armies, conflicts will probably break out often in the future. Chapter 1286 Demon Mountain. The 10,000 Demons Island is a world independent of the immortal realm, opened up by the Lord of 10,000 Demons. The Lord of 10,000 Demons is just a title. No one in the outside world knows whether there has always been one Lord of 10,000 Demons or multiple Lords of 10,000 Demons since the generation that opened up the 10,000 Demons Island. The Lord of 10,000 Demons is the Lord worshipped by the 10,000 Demons Island, the place of faith of the entire 10,000 Demons Island. On the 10,000 Demons Island, the only place where the Lord of 10,000 Demons can really be known is of course the legendary place, the Demon Mountain. There are many places on the 10,000 Demons Island that can be called the Demon Mountain, but there can only be one legendary Demon Mountain. The Demon Mountain that reaches the sky was opened up by the Lord of 10,000 Demons himself. It is the supreme place and for countless people, it is also an unknown legendary place. The 10,000 Demons Island can make the immortal emperors of the immortal realm confined and not allowed to set foot in, and can make the figures of the immortal realm emperor realm fearful. The main reason is the legendary Demon Mountain. The Demon Mountain is just a mountain, right there, everyone can see it, but cannot reach it. Every year, every month, every day, people die on the way to the Demon Mountain. At this moment, there are many figures at the foot of the Demon Mountain. They look towards the sky. The illusory Demon Mountain stands there, as if it is close at hand, but far away in the sky. There is only one way to the Demon Mountain, the road to seek the devil. This road has buried countless geniuses, but there are still people trying day after day to get to the legendary place. Of course, since there is a road, Someone is destined to succeed. Above the sky, inside the gate of the Demon Mountain, this legendary place seems to be no different from the outside world. There are still only majestic demon emperors and a solemn atmosphere. One of the demon palaces even exudes a simple and quiet atmosphere, which is very peaceful, and there is not even the spirit of the demon. However, under this demon palace, there are many figures kneeling on the ground respectfully. The identities of these people, if taken out at random, may shock one side. Many of them are the top geniuses in the demon domain, and even the descendants of powerful demon emperors. But it is such a group of people who came to the Demon Mountain and knelt here. No one would think it was wrong. Everything was so natural. Just because this is the Demon Mountain, the closest place to the Lord of 10,000 Demons. In the 10,000 Demons Island, many overlords of the demon realm all walked down the Demon Mountain from here and became overlords. This Demon Mountain is the place of faith of the 10,000 Demons Island. You have come to the wrong place. At this time, a figure came, and then on the stairs in front, a figure slowly walked over. This figure did not look outstanding, and his clothes were not outstanding either, but as long as you look at it, it seems difficult to forget, just because his temperament is too outstanding. Temperament is invisible, indescribable, and inexplicable. This young man in a simple long gown has such a temperament. He stood there, ordinary and extraordinary. This demon palace does not recruit disciples. The young man smiled and said, his voice was very soft, and he said to the line of figures kneeling there, "Please give me some advice." One person bowed and said, "Since you have set foot on the Demon Mountain, it proves that you are destined to be with the Demon Mountain, but your destiny is obviously not in this Demon Palace. You should go to the Heavenly Demon Palace. Maybe you will like it there." The young man said with a smile. Everyone's eyes flashed, and then they bowed to the ground and said, "Thank you." As they said that, their bodies retreated outside without stopping. Since someone came out and said that they were not destined to be with this demon palace, then naturally they really were not destined to be with it. The people on the Demon Mountain should not lie to them. "Don't you have anyone you like?" Another voice came, speaking to the young man, and a skinny old man came out, suddenly, as if he had walked out of nothingness. "What does it matter if you like it or not?" The young man said. "If you like them, you can let them be your demon children." The old man said calmly. Demon children are equivalent to subordinates. If someone in the outside world said that he wanted to take the descendants of the demon emperor as demon children, he would definitely be laughed at. But the young man just smiled and shook his head, and said calmly, "I don't need it." "That's right, if you need it, you can go to the Heavenly Demon Palace to choose it yourself." The old man laughed again. "Can I go to the Judgment Demon Palace to choose it?" The young man smiled. "The people in the Judgment Demon Palace have bad tempers, so it's better not to go." The old man also smiled. "Then forget it." The young man seemed to feel a little sorry and said, "Do you have any instructions for going down the mountain this time?" "You don't need any instructions when you go down the mountain." The old man said. "I thought you would ask me to kill all the top geniuses in the fairyland who stepped into the 10,000 Demon Island." The young man laughed again, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. This place is very far away from the fallen Demon Island, but the young man knows that many top geniuses in the fairyland have stepped into the 10,000 Demon Island. This seems incredible, but he does know it, and he knows it very clearly. Because this is the Demon Mountain. Why do we have to kill them all? The old man asked. The people who stepped into the 10,000 Demon Island this time are all the top descendants of the immortal realm. If we kill them all, there may be fewer immortal emperors in the future. The young man responded. Under the magic light of the Lord of 10,000 Demons, if we rely on killing a few descendants to prevent the future, it is disrespectful to the Lord of 10,000 Demons. You should have understood long ago that true strength does not rely on weakening the opponent, but on being strong enough. In order to be strong enough, sometimes, a strong opponent is necessary. Of course I understand. The young man nodded. Go down the mountain. The old man nodded. Maybe I will go to the immortal realm for a walk. The young man did not leave and continued. Whatever you want. The old man turned and left, and the young man turned and went down the mountain. In the fallen demon realm, Jiutian Demon Emperor stationed the demon sex army here, causing a shock to the fallen demon island, and even the news gradually spread to the fallen demon realm. The news of the death of old demon King Xia made the fallen demon island tremble violently. Many people were shocked. The close friend of the fallen demon emperor, the powerful old demon King Xia, fell because of Qin Wentian. Many people asked those who had attended the birthday banquet of the demon emperor what happened on that day. When those people recalled it, they were also full of emotion. They still remembered the high spirits of old demon King Xia and the unwillingness of Qin Wentian when he refused the reward from the demon emperor. Old demon King Xia bullied Qin Wentian because he was weak and had no background, but they did not expect that everything would be reversed so quickly. Qin Wentian came with the demon emperor and took his life. The demon emperor sect has been very low-key recently. Qin Wentian may not be very clear, but everyone on the fallen demon island does not know that the three demon kings who chased Qin Wentian at the beginning, in addition to the subordinates of old demon King Xia and the black dragon demon king, there was another one who was a strong man from the demon emperor sect. How dare the demon emperor sect not be low-key? But what should be known will still be known. On this day, Qin Wentian walked into the demon emperor sect with dozens of powerful demon kings. Since Jiutian demon emperor agreed to his request, he really cooperated with him. In addition to the decisive battle with the fallen demon emperor, he did everything else Qin Wentian asked for. Qin Wentian asked Jiutian demon emperor to send many demon kings to the various demon islands in the fallen demon realm to negotiate with the owners of those demon islands, and Jiutian demon emperor agreed to his request. No matter where he went, there would be a group of very powerful demon kings following him to protect his safety. The fallen demon emperor would not take action. Jiutian demon emperor was right next to him, and he could not leave, but who knew whether the descendants of Xiaolao demon king would kill Qin Wentian? The strong men of the demon emperor sect were trembling with fear. The sect leader personally went out to greet him and said to Qin Wentian, "Young Master Qin, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar." "You're welcome." Qin Wentian looked at the majestic demon king in front of him and smiled. "I heard that one of the three demon kings who chased me in the past was from the demon emperor sect. Was he angry with me because of the death of Tyrant? Some people acted on their own initiative in the past. If young Master Qin speaks up, I will capture him and let young Master Qin deal with him." The sect leader of the demon emperor sect said. His attitude was very friendly. Qin Wentian had stationed with Jiutian demon emperor, and a figure like Xiaolao demon king could die at any time. How could he dare to be rude? "I dare not," Qin Wentian said. "Of course I know that this cannot make up for the damage to young Master Qin. If young Master Qin has any request, just speak up." The sect leader of the demon emperor sect would not simply think that Qin Wentian really didn't dare. Qin would like to ask the demon emperor sect for a small favor. Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Just follow the orders of Mr. Qin." The leader of the demon emperor sect said, "Please send the strong men in the sect to a certain demon island to hunt down some people for me." Qin Wentian said, "Who?" "Wang Shaishan and the people around him." Qin Wentian said, "Okay." The leader of the demon emperor sect agreed directly. Could he say no? "Thank you for your help." Qin Wentian smiled politely. "However, who do you plan to let lead this hunt? Can you let the senior beside me leave a demon thought?" "Of course." The leader of the demon emperor sect nodded. Qin Wentian wanted to monitor whether they did their best. The two of them pretended to be polite. The leader of the demon emperor sect selected a group of demon kings and left the demon thought of a demon king beside Qin Wentian. Then a legion set off in a mighty manner. The fallen demon emperor has a limited number of people, and hunting down Wang Shaishan is not a very safe thing. It is best to let the demon emperor sect do it. Even if Wang Shaishan cannot be killed, at least he should not have time to deal with the judgment battle. After leaving the demon emperor sect, Qin Wentian went in another direction, the direction of the demon fairy residence. Not long after, Qin Wentian came to the outside of the demon fairy residence. He thought he would never come again, but he came here after all. A group of women flashed out and came in front of Qin Wentian. For a while, Qin Wentian was surrounded by beautiful women. These women had seen Qin Wentian, and there was a strange look in their beautiful eyes. "Hello, Mr. Qin." The women bowed. "I want to see your owner," Qin Wentian said directly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1287 Demon Mountain, Someone is Coming. Kida and the others said that Zinai returned to the fallen demon island, so he must have returned to the demon fairy residence. Young Master Qin, please follow me. A woman said softly, and then led the way in front. Qin Wentian followed her into the demon fairy residence. The women looked at his background and felt some emotion in their hearts. In the past, Xinai looked at Qin Wentian with new eyes when she first met him, and the tyrant did not receive such treatment. At that time, some women thought it was a bit incredible. However, time has proved how powerful Xinai's vision is. The tyrant of the demon list in the past is not qualified to be compared with a young man in front of him. In the demon fairy residence, there is an elegant environment. The owner of the demon fairy residence is sitting by the lake. When Qin Wentian came, she stood up and smiled lightly. I knew that young Master Qin would come here, but I didn't expect him to come so soon. Qin Wentian did not look at the owner, but looked at the woman pouring tea beside her. The woman was beautiful and dignified, less charming than before, but more elegant. She was Xinai. Young Master Qin, please have some tea. Xinai handed a cup of tea to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at the smile in her beautiful eyes without a trace of emotion. Young Master Qin, please sit down and have a cup of tea first. The owner of the house saw Qin Wentian in a daze and couldn't help but speak. Qin Wentian nodded gently and sat down. Xinai handed the tea to Qin Wentian and then retreated behind the owner of the magic fairy house. Your magic skill of a beautiful woman has dissipated. Qin Wentian looked up and said to Xinai. Xinai smiled lightly and said nothing. She no longer had the power to charm people, but she was still beautiful. Xinai, are you willing to come with me? Qin Wentian asked. Xinai still just smiled lightly. She bent down again and poured a cup of tea for the owner of the house. She smiled and said, Xinai plans to serve the owner of the house forever in the future. Owner. Qin Wentian looked at the owner of the house. This was an extremely charming woman. If she activated the magic skill of a beautiful woman, Qin Wentian would not be able to bear it. If Xinai leaves with Master Qin, what will she do? The owner asked with a smile, and Qin Wentian's eyes froze. I will definitely treat her well. Qin Wentian said. The owner shook his head. Master Qin just feels guilty and feels that he owes her. If Xinai follows Master Qin, it will only increase her unhappiness. It is better to let her stay with me, and I will take care of her. Qin Wentian was speechless. He knew that what the other party said was indeed the truth. If he took Xinai away, he would not treat her badly, but what was the relationship between the two of them? Master Qin, the owner treats me very well, don't worry, and Master Qin doesn't need to feel guilty. This is Xinai's fate. If it's not Master Qin, it will be someone else's. Xinai smiled and said. Qin Wentian didn't know what to say when he heard her words. Obviously, she said this on purpose. Xinai, do you really not want to leave with me? Qin Wentian said. Xinai has already gotten used to the life in the demon fairy residence. If she goes to the fairyland alone with Master Qin, she will be even more uncomfortable, right? Can Master Qin take Xinai with him all the time? Xinai shook her head and smiled. Qin Wentian silently picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put it down. He stood up, walked to Xinai, took her hand, and Xinai looked up and smiled at him. It seems that you have already made up your mind. I can't shake your mind. However, if one day you change your mind, you can let the owner take you to the Thousand Changes Fairy Gate in the fairyland. Qin Wentian said softly, and then gently hugged Xinai in his arms. After a moment, he let go of Xinai and turned to look at the owner and said, if Xinai wants to go, please agree. If Qin sees you and Xinai in the fairyland, he will definitely give you a great gift. I'll remember what Master Qin said. The owner nodded with a smile. Qin takes his leave. Qin Wentian said, and then he gently stroked Xinai's cheek, turned around and left here, heading out of the magic fairy residence. After Qin Wentian left, the rest of the people also left one after another, leaving only the owner and Xinai. Xinai's aura instantly weakened, and the whole person seemed to be extremely weak, and her body fell softly. The owner caught her body, put her beside him, and whispered, why did you do this? For him, you paid a more painful price than expected. Master, isn't this the fate of us sisters? Xinai had tears in the corners of her eyes, but she still smiled. It's fate, but your sisters all hope to seek a future in fate, and you, the future is right in front of you, but you give up. Isn't this the opportunity that the women of the magic fairy residence dream of? The owner shook his head and sighed. Sisters of us in the demon fairy residence, everything is voluntary, and the owner of the residence does not force us. We just want to find someone we love, and I think it will be difficult to find a man like young Master Qin in the future. Xinyu said softly. As for the future, young Master Qin just feels guilty. Does the owner think that with my current state and identity, I can always stay by his side? One of his wives is his childhood sweetheart, and his fiancée is the daughter of the Emperor of the Immortal Kingdom. He is a disciple of the Immortal Emperor, and they have been in love and have been together for many years. What am I? If I follow young Master Qin, not only will his reputation be tarnished, but I will also be criticized by thousands of people. With his identity and status, if he takes you back to the fairyland, he will definitely be able to restore your body. Do you only consider him and not yourself? The owner of the residence was a little confused as to why someone like Xinyu appeared in the demon fairy residence. Xinyu smiled, looked into the distance, and murmured, "Master, I witnessed his elegance on the battlefield with my own eyes." At that time, he was at the 7th level of the heavenly appearance, the war emperor who killed the sky, dazzling and unparalleled. I also saw him kill the 3 great demon kings when he was injured. Now, I have witnessed him bringing the Jiutian demon emperor and a demon sect army to kill the old demon king Xia. He came to the demon fairy residence to pick me up. This is enough. One day, he will definitely be sitting on the starry sky throne. At that time, everyone in the world will look up to the woman next to him, and I am not worthy of being that woman. The master looked at Xinyu's smile as she looked into the distance, and listened to her soft voice. Her heart was actually shaken. She rarely shook because of the voice of the younger generation, but at this moment, her heart was shaking slightly. Even she didn't think it was so far away. He will sit on the starry sky throne, and everyone in the world will look up to the woman next to him. However, did Xinyu give up the opportunity to be looked up to because she was not worthy? If there really comes a day when he sits on the throne, will he still remember the sacrifices made by a humble woman in the demon fairy residence during his growth? The owner of the residence said softly. That's all irrelevant now. Xinyu smiled softly, then slowly closed her eyes, and a line of tears fell down. Incompleteness is also a kind of beauty. Qin Wentian respected Xinyu's choice. He also understood that if Xinyu followed him, she would not necessarily be happy. On the fallen demon island, there are now 2 overlords. The demon kings under the seats of the fallen demon emperor and the Jiutian demon emperor occasionally broke out in conflicts and battles. Although there was no death, injuries often occurred. The 2 demon kings seemed to treat this as a fight and turned a blind eye. They each occupied one side, did not interfere with each other, and never took action again. Qin Wentian had been waiting for news on the fallen demon island. A few months later, the people of the demon emperor sect met Wang Shaishan and killed him directly. However, they failed to kill Wang Shaishan. They only killed 2 people around him. The demon emperor sect also lost a demon king level strong man. Facts have proved that the inheritance magic weapon carried by Wang Shaishan is terrifying to an astonishing degree, and it perfectly matches the method of Wang Shaishan's practice. The inheritance magic weapon itself is part of the inheritance and has been integrated into Wang Shaishan's body. Once it explodes, it will shake the world. In addition, Wang Shaishan has many means of saving his life and escaping, so that he can escape from the eyes of the demon kings. From Wang Shaishan's mouth, the people of the demon emperor sect learned that he found a person on Qin Wentian's side and killed him. Qin Wentian on the fallen demon island sighed in his heart, but it was destined to be impossible to win this battle of judgment. He could only defeat the opponent as much as possible and reduce his own casualties. A few months later, Qin Wentian welcomed 2 friends who came to the 10,000 Demons Island to participate in the judgment battle. They were people found outside by the subordinates of Jiutian Demon Emperor. For this, the fallen Demon Emperor did not say anything, turned a blind eye, and allowed Jiutian Demon Emperor's people to stir up a storm in the fallen demon realm. In a blink of an eye, a year had passed since Qin Wentian came to the 10,000 Demons Island. Qin Wentian practiced on the fallen demon island. With Jiutian Demon Emperor's support, he could continue to improve himself without worry. As for staying on the fallen demon island, of course, it was to find someone. On this day, a group of strong men set foot on the fallen demon island. This group of strong men rode on the dragon chariot of the dark demon dragon, soaring in the clouds. The chariot passed through the void, mighty and majestic, and sometimes there was a dragon roar that shook the sky, causing countless monsters below to crawl. Some strong men looked up at the void and felt a tremor in their hearts. Dragon, dark demon dragon. Below, countless people's hearts were filled with turbulent waves and felt extremely shocked. Someone was riding the dark dragon. On the Wanmo Island, The dark dragon was regarded as the descendant of the demon god and had an unrivaled status. Those who rode the dragon were at least of imperial power. Who is that? A figure was seen sitting on the dragon chariot. He was wearing an extremely luxurious robe, and his face was extremely handsome. The seal embroidered on his chest showed his unparalleled status. The demon dragon gradually descended to a low altitude. The strong men in the sky fell to the ground, and then bowed to the dragon chariot with an extremely respectful look. Then, some people knelt on the ground, extremely respectful, and prostrated themselves there, burying their heads in the ground. When the dragon's roar faded away, they dared to look up and respectfully look at those backs. Someone is coming to the legendary Demon Mountain. P.S. The last chapter, the Demon Mountain, was updated yesterday, but there was a problem with the QQ reading system yesterday, and it was not displayed until today. Jiutian and QQ reading share the same system, so Jiutian updated it yesterday, but QQ reading did not show it. I am speechless. In addition, I have customized some thermos cups and are ready for a lucky draw. If you are interested, you can follow Wuhan on WeChat. Just search my pen name on WeChat. Chapter 1288, Dragon Saint. The Demon Mountain is a legendary place. On the Demon Mountain, there is a demon temple, the Yulong Demon Temple. The Yulong Demon Temple, they ride on dark demon dragons, travel the world, monitor the world, and patrol the 10,000 Demon Island. Wherever the Yulong Demon Temple goes, all the demons crawl. They have extremely terrible power. At this moment, many powerful people who came to the fallen Demon Island rode dragons, and the symbols on their bodies were engraved with the symbols of the Yulong Demon Temple. They came from the legendary place, the Demon Mountain. In the Demon Mountain, there are people from the Yulong Demon Temple who patrol the world. On this day, the sound of dragon roars resounded on the fallen Demon Island, countless demon beasts crawled for it, and countless demons trembled. The huge dark demon dragon, with the extremely noble dragon chariot, came to the palace of the fallen demon emperor. The elegant young man sitting there had such handsome eyes and spirits that the women who saw him could easily fall in love with him. The fallen demon emperor stepped out of the imperial palace and came to the dark demon dragon in an instant. Looking at this group of strong men, his eyes condensed. As a demon emperor, he certainly knew where these people came from, the Demon Mountain. The Demon Mountain reached the sky. Anyone who could step onto the Demon Mountain and become a disciple of the Demon Mountain was the top genius of the 10,000 Demon Island. They were gifted and had amazing perseverance. Even if they were only guards after stepping onto the Demon Mountain, they were still more talented than the most outstanding geniuses of his fallen Demon Island. For example, Lao Chai and Xia Yuan on the demon list were probably not as talented as the guard knight sitting next to the young man in the dragon sedan. As for the distinguished young man sitting on the dragon sedan, he was able to ride the demon dragon to patrol the 10,000 Demon Island. His identity was also obvious. He was the dragon control saint of the dragon control demon palace, and this legion was undoubtedly the dragon control demon army of the dragon control demon palace. The powerful aura, the oppressive atmosphere, the noble temperament, the fallen demon emperor looked at the dragon knight army in front of him, and secretly sighed in his heart. This is the magic army that can sweep the world. If the entire Wunmo Island is such an army, it will be able to easily flatten the fairyland. The noble young man sitting on the dragon sedan also looked at the fallen demon emperor. As a junior, he saw the fairy emperor, but he didn't even stand up, just because he came from that place. On behalf of the fallen demon realm, I welcome the Yuquang Demon Palace Yulong Army. The fallen demon emperor said, and everyone behind him bowed and said, "Welcome to the Yulong Army. There is another demon emperor here." The young man still sat there and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Haoshan Demon Emperor stepping over and looking at the young man in front of him. The young man also stared at him. Neither of them spoke. The young man seemed to have been waiting for Haoshan Demon Emperor to speak first, but Haoshan Demon Emperor didn't. "You are from Haoshan Demon Realm." The young man spoke, and Haoshan Demon Emperor nodded and said, "The Imperial Dragon Corps has inspected the world and knows everything. Since you have your own demon realm, why are you stationed here?" The young man asked indifferently. His tone was indifferent and natural. He still didn't say polite words to a demon emperor. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been slapped to death by the demon emperor. Such behavior was really powerless. However, the young man in front of him, Haoshan Demon Emperor, obviously didn't dare to slap him to death. The Demon Mountain was the belief of the 10,000 Demon Island. If there was no demon mountain, the 10,000 demon island could not be called the 10,000 demon island. I'm afraid it would have been razed to the ground by the immortal realm. Of course, there are some private matters, Jiutian demon emperor said with a smile. Although he was smiling, he was very unhappy in his heart. As a demon emperor, who doesn't have some temper? A mere junior, even if he comes from the demon mountain, should at least be respected. The young man in front of him was angry and seemed to be questioning, without any courtesy. The young man raised his eyebrows, stared at Jiutian demon emperor with sharp eyes. Far below, Qin Wentian walked out and looked at the line of figures in the void. The people around him had already told him the identities of these people and where they came from. Qin Wentian couldn't help but sigh. Compared with the chaos in the fairyland, the 10,000 demon island seemed to have more rules. The strong were respected on the 10,000 demon island, and the demon mountain could command the world. As for the fairyland, after the era of the ancient emperor, no one could unify the fairyland. In front of him, a young genius at the top of the magic platform sat on the dragon chariot, known as the Dragon Saint. Even when facing the demon emperor, he did not show any courtesy or respect. Such confidence obviously came from the legendary place of the 10,000 demon island. Qin Wentian seemed to be a little curious about that place. Dragon Master, let's go to the Imperial Palace and sit down and talk. At this time, the fallen demon emperor spoke. In fact, he had been suppressed these days, holding his breath, and was extremely unhappy. However, in the previous battle, he was indeed not as good as the Jiutian demon emperor. He could only let the Jiutian demon emperor take over and do whatever he wanted in his territory. He even sent the demon king to the major demon islands to help Qin Wentian find people. At the beginning, he agreed to Wang Shaishan's conditions and did not give Qin Wentian a chance. Now the behavior of the Jiutian demon emperor has undoubtedly been embarrassing him. Jiutian demon emperor, let's go and sit together. The Dragon Master Saint said. Okay. The Jiutian demon emperor nodded. Prepare a banquet. The fallen demon emperor turned around and spoke, and his voice spread throughout the imperial palace. In just a moment, countless people in the imperial palace became active and prepared the banquet at the fastest speed. There are 3 seats for this banquet: the fallen demon emperor, the Jiutian demon emperor, and the dragon master core. Moreover, the fallen demon emperor implicitly arranged the dragon master core in the best position. Can the Jiutian demon emperor withdraw his troops? After sitting down, the first sentence of the dragon controlling saint was straightforward, which made the Jiutian demon emperor's eyes flash. He said, "Why should the saint interfere in what I do? You have crossed the line." The dragon controlling saint said lightly. "Where did you cross the line?" The Jiutian demon emperor snorted coldly. This dragon controlling saint was too arrogant. Helping the people of the immortal realm to invade other demon islands and station troops here, isn't this considered crossing the line? The dragon controlling saint said lightly, which made the Jiutian demon emperor's eyes flash with a sharpness. The information of the dragon controlling saint was too scary. The fallen demon realm was the place where the 10,000 demons island and the immortal realm were connected. It was an extremely remote place. He actually knew that Qin Wentian was from the immortal realm and knew about the things between him and Qin Wentian. Who is it? The Jiutian demon emperor said. Why does the demon emperor pretend that he doesn't know where the person you are helping came from? Just let him come. The saint said lightly. Are you talking about Qin Wentian? Even if he is from the immortal realm, he is just a junior, and it doesn't violate the rules of the 10,000 demon island. When has my 10,000 demon island been unable to accommodate a martial artist from the immortal realm? Jiutian demon emperor continued. Send someone over. The dragon master saint ignored him and just spoke lightly. Behind the fallen demon emperor, a figure stood up and shouted to the distance, Qin Wentian, the dragon master is calling for you. This voice rolled out and spread to the distance, covering the imperial palace. Qin Wentian naturally heard it. He flashed and headed towards the direction of the imperial palace banquet. Not long after, he arrived at the banquet and looked at the dragon master coming from the demon mountain with a restrained look. Before, the demon king under the fallen demon emperor introduced him to the people of the dragon master palace on the demon mountain. The dragon master saint is the most outstanding descendant of the dragon master palace. Walking on the 10,000 demon island and monitoring the world is also a test for themselves. No matter where they go, they enjoy the supreme respectful gaze. The dragon master saint in front of him is still not polite even in front of the demon emperor. You can imagine how confident and proud this person is. Of course, this is not arrogance, because he comes from the Demon Mountain. The Dragon Master Saint from the Demon Mountain is destined to be extraordinary and will become an important figure in the Dragon Master Palace in the future. My Wanmo Island will not be unable to accommodate a martial artist from the Immortal Realm, but a martial artist from the Immortal Realm has caused a storm on my Wanmo Island and caused the 2 demon emperors of the 2 demon islands to go to war. This is not a trivial matter. The dragon-controlling saint looked at Qin Wentian and said lightly. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, "What do you think should be done with you?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Wanmo Island and the Immortal Realm had many disputes in the long river of history, but it was impossible to absolutely sever ties. It was just that the Demon Emperor of Wanmo Island rarely set foot on the territory of the Immortal Realm, otherwise he would be immediately targeted by the major forces of the Immortal Realm, and the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Realm was even banned from entering Wanmo Island. But people below the Emperor Realm were not so strict. After all, there were also demon cultivators in the Immortal Realm, and there were also immortals on Wanmo Island. How could it be possible to completely draw a clear line? "What do you want?" Qin Wentian stared at the young man and said. This person had a noble temperament, like a natural descendant of an emperor, and had an extremely eye-catching face, but his tone was so indifferent that people dared not get close to him. He was born high above and looked down on the world. "Should I execute you, or should I let you get out of the 10,000 Demons Island?" The Dragon Master continued. He did not come to the fallen demon realm accidentally, but got the news from the Demon Mountain that there was an imperial war in the fallen demon realm. Moreover, he learned from the powerful demon palace that many top Xianjias in the Immortal Realm had stepped into the 10,000 Demons Island and were involved in the imperial war in the fallen demon realm. As a dragon master who traveled the world, since he had encountered him, he naturally could not ignore it. Did the top Xianjias in the Immortal Realm come to the 10,000 Demons Island to make trouble? Saint Qin Wentian and I have some history. When did the Demon Mountain issue an order to kill or expel the martial artists in the Immortal Realm? Jiutian Demon Emperor frowned and said. He had protected Qin Wentian for a year. The matter of Saint Zai must be completed. Even if someone came from the Demon Mountain, he couldn't just destroy his plan like this, right? As a dragon master, do I need to ask for the order of the Demon Mountain to act? Jiutian Demon Emperor, have you forgotten that you are bathed in the glory of the Demon Mountain? The Dragon Master said coldly. Qin Wentian smiled, as if he was somewhat sarcastic. What are you laughing at? The young man looked at Qin Wentian and asked. In the past, when the Heavenly Dao Saint Academy opened in the Immortal Realm, many powerful people from the 10,000 Demon Island went there, including the Demon King and the people at the Demon Stage. They entered the Immortal Realm in the Saint Academy. The people at the Demon Stage must have returned safely. Those people must have been the top geniuses of the 10,000 Demon Island. The Immortal Realm can accommodate the people of the 10,000 Demon Island, but the saints who walk down from the Demon Mountain of the 10,000 Demon Island are such people. It's ridiculous. Qin Wentian said lightly. Chapter 1289 Demon Mountain, someone comes again. The eyes of the Dragon Master heard Qin Wentian's words. When the Holy Academy was opened in the past, he was traveling around the world and did not go there, but he knew that some people were escorted to the Demon Mountain in a low-key manner. What Qin Wentian said did not seem to make sense. The Heavenly Dao Holy Academy is open, but it is located in the Immortal Realm. It does not belong to the Immortal Realm. People from the 10,000 Demon Island can set foot there. I also did not say that martial artists from the Immortal Realm are not allowed to set foot on the 10,000 Demon Island. It's just that you are provoking a war between the two Demon Realm Demon Emperors. How can it be the same? The Dragon Master said coldly. When did the 10,000 Demon Island not allow fighting? Saint, don't forget that under the glory of the Demon Mountain, the reason why the 10,000 Demon Island is so powerful is because of its warlike nature. Jiutian Demon Emperor said dissatisfiedly. The Dragon Master was too nosy. He wanted to convict Qin Wentian just because of his own preferences, but he used the Demon Mountain, the holy land of the 10,000 Demon Island, to suppress others. Of course, as the Dragon Master of the Dragon Master Demon Palace, his preferences were sometimes unavoidable to many people. Has the Jiutian Demon Emperor colluded with the Immortal Realm? The expression of the dragon-controlling saint suddenly turned cold, and he exuded pressure and cold eyes. He stared at the Jiutian Demon Emperor and said, I am convicting a person from the Immortal Realm, But the Haoshan Demon Emperor repeatedly defended him. What is his intention? It is easy to find a pretext to accuse someone. I have learned a lesson today. The Haoshan Demon Emperor snorted coldly. Give me a reason not to kill you, and I hope you can convince me. The dragon-controlling saint stared at Qin Wentian again, his voice as indifferent as before. Boom! Qin Wentian's aura burst out, and the demonic power rolled endlessly. He stared at the dragon-controlling saint and said, "Is this a fairy or a demon?" Using magic power to cover up the fairy power, such secret methods can be seen everywhere on my demon mountain. The dragon-controlling saint said lightly, unmoved. If I practice magic in the future, is it a fairy or a demon? Qin Wentian asked again, and the dragon-controlling saint frowned slightly. Emperor Haoshan, the forces of the fallen demon realm do not seem to prevent martial artists from the immortal realm from joining. This was the case on the demon island where I was before. So, does Demon Mountain accept martial artists from the immortal realm? Qin Wentian asked curiously. You want to enter Demon Mountain? The dragon-controlling saint smiled, as if mocking Qin Wentian. Except. The fallen demon emperor's eyes were sharp, and he spoke lightly. The premise is that you have to be able to climb Demon Mountain. As long as you can climb Demon Mountain, you will be considered to have passed the test of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Whether it is immortal, demon or monster, you can accept it. Please ask the dragon-controlling saint, so I also have the opportunity to become a cultivator of Demon Mountain. If so, is this so-called climb inexplicable? Qin Wentian said. Speaking eloquently. The dragon saint shook his head gently. This is the top genius in the fairyland. So, this is why you want to kill me. Qin Wentian suddenly laughed, and his laugh was particularly ironic. He looked at the dragon saint and suddenly said, please teach me. This voice seemed abrupt, but combined with Qin Wentian's previous words and that ironic smile, it seemed easy to understand. He satirized the dragon saint for wanting to kill him because he was the top genius in the fairyland, and the dragon saint was the top genius in the 10,000 Demon Island. Convicting him to death was naturally relying on the power of the Demon Mountain to bully the top genius in the fairyland and strangle the opponent in the cradle. And this please teach me was undoubtedly a challenge to the Demon Mountain genius with the identity of the top genius in the fairyland. A gust of wind blew by, and a series of eyes fell on the dragon saint. The dragon saint who walked down from the Demon Mountain had such a noble identity. And Qin Wentian, among his peers in the fallen Demon Island, was probably unmatched, but how could he compare with someone of the status of the dragon saint? To fight for a glimmer of hope, you challenged me to fight. The dragon master sneered, do you think that if I fight, you will have a chance? You really think highly of yourself. The dragon master sat there, smiled sarcastically, and said, this reason is not convincing, so, kill. The word kill fell, and several figures stepped out. A sense of killing swept over, and the pressure was terrible. The two demon emperors ruled one side, but this place seemed to be dominated by him, the Dragon Master. This is the majesty of the Dragon Master of the Demon Mountain. Even if there is no emperor-level strongman around him, his identity is still incomparably noble, and how can a fairyland genius challenge him casually? Boom! Qin Wentian's fairy platform bloomed, a perfect fairy platform, full of fairy flowers, and a dazzling light flowing all over the body. Although the Demon Mountain is a legendary place on the 10,000 Demon Island, I believe that there are not many people who have reached the level of Demon Platform and have forged a perfect Saint Demon Platform. Qin Wentian said lightly. At this moment, he did not release the power of the demon, but the power of the immortal, the perfect Saint Immortal Platform. With a Saint Immortal Platform, challenge again. Wait? The Dragon Saint said lightly, and the strong man who was chasing Qin Wentian stopped. The Dragon Saint showed a hint of interest. There are indeed not many perfect Saint Immortal platforms on the Demon Mountain. Although it is a Saint Immortal platform, the reason seems to be insufficient. Even if I kill you personally, it doesn't seem to make much sense. The Dragon Saint continued. If the Dragon Saint kills him, I will give him an imperial weapon. Haoshan Demon Emperor suddenly said, which shocked everyone present. They looked at Haoshan Demon Emperor in shock. Even if he was a Demon Emperor level warrior, the imperial weapon was extremely valuable. Haoshan Demon Emperor actually took out an imperial weapon as a bet, betting that the Dragon Saint could not kill Qin Wentian. Haoshan Demon Emperor was indeed betting. In fact, he had been communicating with Qin Wentian through voice transmission. Qin Wentian said that he would win. Really? The Dragon Saint looked at Haoshan Demon Emperor and said. Of course I mean it, but what if the saint loses? Jiutian Demon Emperor asked. How can I lose? The dragon saint smiled. What if? Jiutian Demon Emperor continued. If I lose, he can naturally live. I will not interfere in the matter of the fallen demon realm and leave this place directly. The dragon saint said. If the saint gets angry and breaks his promise after the defeat, and uses the demon mountain to pressure me, I will surely die. Qin Wentian said with a smile. You mean, my words are untrustworthy? The dragon-controlling saint stared at Qin Wentian with a cold look. A demon mountain saint who brings a large army to kill the Xianjiao of the immortal realm and the immortal platform is indeed not trustworthy. Qin Wentian said lightly. I can guarantee that if you win, he will leave. At this time, a voice came, and the eyes of the fallen demon emperor and the Jiutian demon emperor flashed. Someone was approaching, but they, as demon emperors, didn't know. I saw the light shining, and the dots of magic light gathered and appeared. Next to the banquet, a figure slowly condensed and appeared, as if coming from nothingness. When this person appeared, everyone's eyes fell on him. Even the demon emperor didn't notice him approaching, let alone the demon king. They all showed an extremely dazzling light in their eyes and looked at the young man in front of them. The young man was wearing a simple long gown. He was not as handsome as the Dragon Master Saint. However, although he looked ordinary, one could be attracted by his temperament at a glance. The Dragon Master Saint's eyes also focused, shining with a sharp light, looking at the young man who had arrived. The young man smiled. He looked at Qin Wentian and said calmly, I can guarantee that if you defeat him, no one here will embarrass you. Everyone's heart trembled. What a big tone. Facing the Dragon Saint, he said that if Qin Wentian won, no one here would embarrass him, including the Dragon Saint and the Dragon Caller. Is he also from the Demon Mountain? What happened to the fallen demon realm? People from the legendary land have set foot in it one after another. Could it be that the fairyland and the 10,000 demon island are going to be in turmoil? Why are you so sure? Qin Wentian asked. People from the demon mountain will keep their words. The young man said softly, looking at the Dragon Saint, and said, Am I right? The Dragon Saint looked at the smiling young man. At this moment, his pride seemed to be restrained. He certainly knew who the person standing in front of him was. He was also from the Demon Mountain. Even if he was the Dragon Saint, he still couldn't afford to offend the smiling young man in front of him. Of course. The Dragon Saint said. Can I sit down? The young man looked in the direction of the fallen demon emperor and asked with a smile. Please feel free to do so. The fallen demon emperor nodded calmly. He had been silent at the banquet, letting the situation develop. He was also shocked by the arrival of people from the legendary land. The young man chose a place to sit down casually, and then looked at the Dragon Saint and Qin Wentian, as if they were just people who came to watch the fun and had no stance. It seems that the practitioners in the legendary Demon Mountain also have different ideas. They come from different demon palaces. The Dragon Saint stood up and walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. His gorgeous robe fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face and extraordinary temperament all showed his nobility. The people of the fallen demon emperor stared at him. In the past, Qin Wentian was so arrogant at the demon emperor's birthday banquet and even brought a legion. Now, facing the Dragon Saint who walked out of the Demon Mountain, how long can he hold on? Except for the demon emperor Jiutian, I am afraid that no one would think highly of Qin Wentian, not even the subordinates of the demon emperor Jiutian, not even his perfect immortal platform, not even his extremely strong talent. His opponent came from the Demon Mountain, and was the Demon Mountain Yulong Saint, the top genius in the legendary land, the genius with overwhelming power. I haven't fought with anyone for a long time, because among my peers, there are almost no people who are worthy of my attack, except for some beings on the Demon Mountain. The Yulong Saint walked in front of Qin Wentian and spoke slowly. You use the method of provoking others to try to get a glimmer of life, but do you really think that this will be your chance of survival? How ridiculous. A sarcastic smile came out, and there was a dragon roar on the Yulong Saint's body. One after another, terrible dark demon dragons rose up and circled in the sky. In an instant, an irresistible might swept across the world, and the dragon roared. People at the demon platform realm only felt that their demon platforms were trembling. Chapter 1291 Strike should be enough. The holy magic platform is in the shape of a dragon. Everyone stared at the dragon control saint, and they were shocked and speechless. He was indeed a cultivator who came out of the legendary land. As the place of faith of the 10,000 demons island, There must be countless amazing secrets on the Demon Mountain. It was not surprising that the person in front of them was the Dragon Control Saint, even if he had the holy magic platform. The roar of dragons came from his whole body, and the world trembled. The Dragon Control Saint had a body like a dragon, and seemed to have dragon blood and dragon bones, like a real sacred dark dragon. The dragon magic platform seemed to have 2 eyes, and it was extremely majestic, overlooking the world. The many magic cultivators in the magic platform realm around were all trembling. If the Dragon Control Saint attacked them, he might easily crush them and smash their magic platforms. On Qin Wentian's body, the perfect immortal platform flowed, and evolved wildly, and turned into dragon shape. It was an extremely terrifying and destructive demon dragon. The demonic energy swept the world, and it was extremely violent. It actually confronted the opponent's magic platform. How could it be suppressed? I am indeed about to send you into battle, but it is not for the sake of survival, but once you go into battle, you will understand that you are nothing without the identity of the Dragon Control Saint. Qin Wentian responded calmly. He was still as proud as he was at the Demon Emperor's birthday banquet, even if he was facing the Dragon Control Saint. Qin Wentian didn't care who he was facing. As long as the other party was at the same realm as him, then it was impossible to defeat him. This was absolute confidence. Absolute strength gave birth to absolute confidence. Since he woke up from a sleep and found himself in the 9th level of the immortal stage, after being seriously injured and unconscious, this confidence has reached the extreme. At the level of the immortal stage and the demon stage, he will not lose. It is impossible to lose. He is now at the 9th level of the immortal stage. In the past, he was already at the peak of the 7th level of the immortal stage, 1 step away from the 8th level. He did not expect that Zinayu's magic skills of the beautiful girl were so powerful that he could directly cross a realm. However, Zinayu also sacrificed all of her demon stage realm. The Dragon Control Saint laughed. He had gone down the mountain and wandered around the 10,000 Demons Island for many years. In fact, he was elected as the Dragon Control Saint after entering the demon stage. He spent most of his time practicing in the outside world and traveling all over the 10,000 Demons Island. He had never seen someone as arrogant as Qin Wentian. In front of him, he dared to have such absolute confidence. Roar. A shocking dragon roar came out, and a shocking demon dragon roared towards Qin Wentian. Its huge body overwhelmed everything, and it opened its terrifying mouth to swallow the entire sky and earth. Qin Wentian looked extremely small in front of that swallowing mouth. Raising his palm, Qin Wentian directly punched out. With just one punch, the dragon roar shook the sky. There was also a demon dragon that could destroy everything rising up and collided with a dark demon dragon in the void. Then they were torn apart and destroyed one after another. It was extremely terrifying. The shocking collision in the void shook the space. The demon emperor in the distance waved his hand to block the aftermath. The bodies of the Dragon Master and Qin Wentian soared into the air, heading for the void. The battlefield below was obviously not wide enough for them. The Dragon Master's eyes suddenly burst into an extremely strange light, and the demon platform roared and shook. Then, an extremely sharp dark dragon claw appeared directly in front of Qin Wentian and grabbed his body. Qin Wentian's body was flowing with a terrible sacred light. His body was indestructible like a god or demon. The ancient character shook wildly, spreading out from his body like a round of light curtains, shattering the claws of the demon dragon that was coming to kill him. Mashin Dragon Master, if this is the only attack, then there is no need to fight. Qin Wentian said lightly. The Dragon Master frowned slightly. The aura on Qin Wentian's body had indeed reached a very terrible level. Then let you feel the real killing. The Dragon Master said coldly. He formed an ancient seal with his hands. In an instant, the dark magic nebula enveloped the world and blocked the sky. The void seemed to turn into darkness. The dark star curtain enveloped Qin Wentian's body. There, a pair of dark eyes opened. The body of the Dragon Master stood on the head of a terrible demon dragon. He roared, and in an instant, the vast and endless void was turbulent, the magic cloud rolled, and lightning and thunder roared. The world suddenly became extremely violent and turned into a doomsday scene. The lightning and thunder of destruction continued to strike out from the magic light and bombarded Qin Wentian's body. Such an attack could not be avoided except by enduring it. The rule power flowing on his body became more and more dazzling. Qin Wentian looked at the endless doomsday light bombarding him. The ancient characters became more and more dazzling. A phantom of a divine turtle wrapped around his body, allowing the infinite power to bombard him, and he remained motionless. However, at this moment, the sky opened, and from the doomsday sky, terrifying dark dragons emerged, like the power of heaven, rushing towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, countless people below felt their hearts beating violently, and even the strong men at the level of Demon King felt terrified. Is this the power possessed by the strong in the Demon Mountain? It's too terrible. Such pressure and such terrible magical powers are simply unprecedented. The Demon Mountain, the Dragon Master, is worthy of its reputation. Qin Wentian, can you withstand such an attack? A voice arose in everyone's heart. They were wondering, how long can Qin Wentian hold on under the attack of the Dragon Master? Qin Wentian looked at the world-destroying attack coming at him. His eyes were calm and his heart was as still water. His immortal platform was blooming with endless divine brilliance, and his body became more brilliant. Runes flowed all over his body. He raised his hands, and suddenly a great and supreme hand of God came out. Each palm print was engraved with ancient characters, carrying the power of attribute skills. 1,000 feet of light lit up. Qin Wentian stood in the middle, allowing the endless and terrible collision sounds to come one after another, but he stood firmly. The void around Qin Wentian seemed to be shattered. Countless people looked up at the constantly shattering magic dragon and palm prints, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Qin Wentian, who had entered the peak of the immortal platform, was already strong enough to compete with the dragon-controlling saint? The Dragon Master stretched out his hand forward, and a huge dragon arm was even bigger than the demon dragon just now. It instantly wrapped the sky and smashed down towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was like invisible dust in front of the terrible dragon claws. He was so small. The power of destruction gathered in his palm and turned into a Fangdian Huaji. His figure flashed, and the whole person turned into an invincible light of destruction. The Fangdian Huaji moved with him and stabbed forward. The endless stream of destruction was extremely black and stabbed on the huge dragon claws. The black light directly penetrated it, and Qin Wentian's body drilled out and went straight to the Dragon Master who was standing on the head of the demon dragon. The Dragon Master stared at Qin Wentian. He just watched Qin Wentian attack. The demon dragon under his feet rose and wrapped his body inside. The claws smashed towards Qin Wentian again, carrying the supreme power. It was an extremely powerful dark demon dragon, like a real dragon. Hulala! Countless demon dragon arms stretched out, extremely terrifying, all grabbing towards Qin Wentian. It seemed impossible for Qin Wentian to kill the dragon control saint. Swish! A terrifying light of destruction bloomed, and Qin Wentian's body rushed straight to the countless arms like a stream of light, rushing into them. There were continuous rumbling sounds, and everyone's eyes suddenly focused, staring at that direction. This guy, what a courage, dared to get deeply involved. Bang! The stream of destruction bloomed, and Qin Wentian, holding the Fangdian Huaji, appeared and stabbed directly into the head of the dragon control saint. Bang! He struck, but at this moment, a very dangerous breath suddenly came from behind him. The figure Qin Wentian stabbed was shattered and disappeared. The Dragon Master appeared on the demon dragon below. He was still noble and handsome. He raised his hand and killed it angrily. The endless dragon spears pierced through everything, trying to nail Qin Wentian to death. At this moment, a phantom of a big rock seemed to appear behind Qin Wentian. His figure flashed, disappeared like a flash of lightning, and appeared in the sky. Looking at the Dragon Master below, Qin Wentian felt that the opponent's strength should be slightly inferior to Wang Shaishan, especially in terms of attack power. Wang Shaishan finally used the inherited strongest killing power, but it was very terrible. The Dragon Master was not as strong as Wang Shaishan. On that day, he fought Wang Shaishan at the 7th level of the immortal platform, but in fact, he used the power of bloodline plus the power of demonization, and finally tied with Wang Shaishan. Under such a terrible superposition, his cultivation has actually reached the 9th level of the immortal platform. Now, he no longer needs to rely on the terrifying power of blood and demonic power, which is enough to deal with the opponent in front of him. Your strength is not bad. The Dragon Saint said indifferently. But your strength is not that good. Qin Wentian said indifferently, and then the power of the god's hand was stimulated to the extreme, and the light of true law flowed through him. Fangdian Huaji appeared in his hand, and the demonic energy swept across the world, instantly enveloping this piece of sky. One strike, it should be enough. Qin Wentian said indifferently, and endless power began to flow. The wind and clouds whistled, the sky and the earth changed color. Qin Wentian went to the sky below, and with one strike, a vortex of destruction appeared, and the light of destruction swallowed out destroying everything in this space. A terrible hissing sound was heard, and the face of the Dragon Master suddenly changed. The dragon roar shook the world, and countless demon dragons broke through the air and killed. However, in the vortex, there seemed to be a demon of destruction, destroying everything and dragging all the dark dragons into it. The Fangtian Huaji stabbed down from the sky. Who could stop it? The storm of killing everything descended, and the face of the Dragon Master changed drastically. He was in the center of the storm and felt that he was going to be completely destroyed. There were roars, and he held up the world with his hands, but still couldn't stop the attack. The people watching the battle were suffocated. Qin Wentian, he was actually more powerful than the Dragon Master of the Demon Mountain? Chapter 1291 Strange Youth. Break the rules with force. The eyes of Haoshan Demon Emperor condensed when he saw this scene. Qin Wentian's understanding of the power of rules did not seem to be as solid as the magical attack. In fact, the Dragon Control Saint had a deeper understanding of the power of rules. However, when the attack power was strong enough, everything seemed to give in. Qin Wentian's strongest attack was like the light of doomsday, destroying everything. With Qin Wentian's body as the center, countless dragon shadows appeared, roaring loudly, but still could not stop Qin Wentian's killing. In front of the annihilation of killing, dark dragons were destroyed one by one and were swept into the vortex storm that spanned the void. Under the light of destruction, the Dragon Control Saint placed his finger on a dragon ring on his middle finger. Then, a strong light burst out, and a supreme golden dragon appeared, covering his body. The vortex that strangled everything came to destroy the world, but was blocked by the magic golden light curtain, and kept hitting the light curtain, unable to break. The Dragon Saint had used the Demon King's weapon, and it was purely defensive. Such a divine weapon was directly defensive and very easy to activate. It must be an extremely noble treasure. The storm subsided, and Qin Wentian stood in the void, looking at the figure of the Dragon Saint shrouded in the light curtain. Countless people looked up there, and their hearts were in turmoil. They had already thought highly of Qin Wentian, but they still didn't expect that he was stronger than the Dragon Saint. At this moment, the winner was decided. There was no doubt that Qin Wentian was the winner. What was even more terrifying for the fallen Demon Emperor and his subordinates was that Qin Wentian had not yet used the secret ability that he could not control. This meant that if the two met outside without the help of the divine weapon, the Dragon Saint would definitely die. What kind of person should he be who was so powerful that he could crush the Dragon Saint? However, Qin Wentian did not look proud. He was now in the 9th level of the immortal stage, and it was not worth being proud of defeating the Dragon Saint, even if the opponent came from the Demon Mountain. A person like the Dragon Master on the Demon Mountain should be the top-level genius in the demon stage of the 10,000 Demon Island, and he and Wang Shaishan are the top-level geniuses in the immortal realm. What's strange about winning or losing? What's more, the young man who came later seems to have a higher status than the Dragon Master. Who knows what kind of place the Demon Mountain is, but there should be many people like the Dragon Master there. In the immortal realm, there are definitely not many people like him and Wang Shaishan. Therefore, the Dragon Master is not as strong as Wang Shaishan, and Qin Wentian will not find it strange. Today, Wang Shaishan is the most powerful Wang Shaishan of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom. The light curtain around the Dragon Master dissipated, and his face was extremely ugly. His handsome face was a little inconsistent at the moment. Defeat. As the Dragon Master, he traveled the world and monitored the 10,000 Demon Island. In the fallen demon realm, he wanted to punish a martial artist from the immortal realm and wanted to kill him, but he was challenged by the other party and was defeated. In front of so many people, in front of the Dragon Guards, he, the Saint, was defeated. Dragon Guard Saint. Qin Wentian laughed in a low voice, but this voice was extremely ironic in the ears of the Dragon Guard Saint and the Dragon Guards. They came in a mighty force, how majestic, and before that, the Dragon Guard Saint and the Demon Emperor did not take them seriously, and their arrogant demeanor was so arrogant. However, this battle completely shattered his pride. The Dragon Guard Saint on the Demon Mountain was actually defeated by a martial artist from the immortal realm at the same level, who came to the 10,000 Demons Island to train. The space was silent, and only Qin Wentian's ironic laughter echoed. Who are you in the immortal realm? The Sky Control Saint stared at Qin Wentian and asked. The attack just now was a super powerful attack technique. The power that Qin Wentian was good at was a unique power. Obviously, Qin Wentian must have an extraordinary identity in the immortal realm. You have been defeated, Why do you need to ask who I am? According to the agreement, you should take your dragon control core away, right? Qin Wentian said lightly. The dragon control saint turned around and walked towards the dragon control core. His expression was indifferent, and there was a strong killing thought in his eyes. I promised you that if I lose, I will leave here and not interfere in the affairs of the fallen demon realm. I will do it naturally. The dragon control saint spoke, but Qin Wentian frowned. The other party's tone was a little abnormal, as if he was still unwilling. However, the dragon control core did not agree. The next moment, the dragon control saint said indifferently, which made Qin Wentian look cold. Haoshan Demon Emperor's eyes also sank, his face was ugly, and he said, "You are speaking as a dragon master saint, but you still want to play such a word game. Is it insulting the dignity of the Dragon Master Demon Palace in Demon Mountain? How dare you?" The Dragon Master Saint scolded coldly, "I will do what I promised, but the Dragon Master Core still needs to kill him. Even if I will be despised for it, I will not hesitate. Since the top figure in the fairyland has come to the 10,000 Demon Island, how can we allow him to leave alive? The top genius in the fairyland." Everyone's eyes flashed. They should have thought that the person who could defeat the Dragon Master Saint was undoubtedly the top genius in the fairyland who came to the 10,000 Demon Island for training. Sure enough, people like you are confident but humble. After losing the battle, you want to use my death to cover up your defeat. Do you think that this can erase the humiliation of this defeat? Qin Wentian shook his head. Promises, such things, have never had much binding force for people without faith. Demonic cultivators always do whatever they want, and the so-called promises mean nothing to them. Even the disciples of Demon Mountain did this in public. I will remember the humiliation of defeat, but when I walk on the 10,000 Demon Island, I will never allow the martial artists sent by the immortal realm to stir up trouble. The dragon-controlling saint said in a firm tone, with a determined killing intent. Just as Qin Wentian thought, the people of the Demon Island never had any rules to restrict their style of doing things. They could do whatever they wanted. It didn't matter if he was defeated, he still wanted Qin Wentian to die. Have you taken my words to heart? At this time, the young man in white who had been sitting aside spoke. The eyes of the dragon saint flashed, and he looked at the young man in white and said, "The martial artists from the immortal realm came to my Wanmo Island to cause trouble, and they are the top generation. Shouldn't they be eradicated? The Dragon Demon Palace travels around the world and monitors Wanmo Island. I believe that no matter where they go, they are majestic and everyone is prostrating. In your eyes, if you don't obey, you should be killed. Those who obey will prosper, and those who disobey will perish. You must no longer have the tolerance to tolerate others." The young man in white said quietly. The eyes of the dragon saint flashed. He didn't understand what tolerance meant. Tolerance? Why should we tolerate others? Eliminate all threats, kill those who disrespect the Demon Mountain, travel around the world, monitor the world. When do they need to tolerate others? In their eyes, there is only killing and not killing. Go back to the Demon Mountain to practice. The young man said lightly, which made everyone tremble slightly. Go back to the Demon Mountain? This young man actually spoke to the Dragon Saint of the Demon Mountain. Are you meddling too much? The Dragon Saint stared at him and said with some displeasure. The young man's eyes slowly turned and fell on the other person. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the Dragon Saint. Be careful. The strong man of the Dragon Legion immediately moved and hid in there. The Dragon Saint also directly activated a light curtain and wrapped his body. However, the young man in white walked directly in front of the light curtain and then stepped into it. His body seemed to become invisible. He penetrated through the light curtain bit by bit, turned into an illusory body, walked in, and walked in front of the Dragon Saint. Get out or not. The young man in white smiled at the Dragon Saint, who looked pale. Looking at the devil-like figure in front of him, this bastard, after entering the realm of the Demon King, has he become so powerful? He's from the immortal realm. The Dragon Saint said stubbornly. You are from the Dragon Demon Palace. You and I come from different demon palaces, but you lack respect for me. Tell me, should I kill you? The young man still whispered. The Dragon Saint looked pale. Many powerful people around stood there, staring at the figure of the young man in white. This terrifying guy, if the Dragon Saint really dared to disobey him, I am afraid he would really dare to do anything. Just because he is him. The Dragon Master looked embarrassed. He looked at the figure in front of him and finally said, I will take the people away now. The young man stood there without moving. The dragon master turned around, stepped away, and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go." The dragon master core soared into the sky, and the magic dragon soared up. They rode on the dragon and went far away. Because of the young man, the whole core left. Who is this guy? Everyone's eyes fell on the young man in white. This person must be a person of high status in the Demon Mountain. Otherwise, the Dragon Master would not be afraid of him. The Dragon Master dared to be arrogant in front of the Demon Emperor, but in front of this person, he dared not breathe a word. "Who are you?" the fallen Demon Emperor asked. He was also curious about this person's identity. "It doesn't matter who I am." The young man smiled and turned around. His eyes fell on Qin Wentian and said, "You are looking for someone. Your people and the other party launched the Immortal Realm Judgment War. So, you are in a hurry to find them all from the fallen demon realm." Qin Wentian stared at the other person. This person actually knew so much, even the Judgment War. "I know a way that can easily let you find the people you want to find, everyone." The young man smiled. Qin Wentian looked at him and asked, "What is the way?" "Demon Mountain." The young man spit out 2 words, which made Qin Wentian's eyes freeze there. "Demon Mountain." The young man told him the way to Demon Mountain. "I am a martial artist in the Immortal Realm. As a person in Demon Mountain, why do you do this?" Qin Wentian asked. "If you don't go to Demon Mountain, someone else will go." The young man smiled and said, then turned around and left, just like that. Chapter 1292, Island of 10,000 Demons. "If you don't go to the Demon Mountain, someone else will." Qin Wentian looked at the young man's back as he left. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Who is this person going to go? Why did this young man from the Demon Mountain want him to go to the Demon Mountain? Although there was no war between the Immortal Realm and the 10,000 Demon Island, they were also opposing existences. The mysterious strong man from the Demon Mountain invited him to the Demon Mountain. Moreover, he said that someone else would go. Does this mean that he would invite other people to the Demon Mountain? Emperor Shaishan? Qin Wentian had no idea what the young man was thinking. Even the fallen Demon Emperor and the Jiutian Demon Emperor did not understand. This mysterious young man was very powerful. When he appeared, even the 2 Demon Emperors did not notice him. He could directly pass through the defensive weapons of the Dragon Saint, like an illusory body. This person was unfathomable, and the Dragon Saint was obviously very afraid of him. The people from the Demon Mountain just left. The 2 Demon Emperors and their subordinates had their eyes flickering. Some looked at Qin Wentian. This person's fighting power was even stronger than the dragon-controlling saint. If he was to go to the Demon Mountain, could he walk up the Demon Gate stairs leading to the road of 10,000 demons? This possibility was very high. He was a top-level genius in the Immortal Realm and must have an extraordinary identity. What would happen if he really passed the test set by the Lord of 10,000 Demons and walked up the Demon Mountain? At that time, would he be a fairy or a demon? Let's go. Jiutian Demon Emperor stood up and led his people away. Qin Wentian followed Jiutian Demon Emperor and heard Jiutian Demon Emperor ask, "What are your plans? What kind of place is the Demon Mountain?" Qin Wentian whispered. The Demon Mountain is the legendary place of the island of 10,000 demons. It is said that there is nothing that the Demon Mountain does not know on the Demon Mountain. You, the top-level geniuses in the Immortal Realm, came to the island of 10,000 demons for training, and the dragon-controlling saint and the mysterious young man came one after another. Obviously, the Demon Mountain already knew about your arrival. Jiutian Demon Emperor said calmly. The mysterious young man said that I can find everyone and go to the Demon Mountain. What should I do? Qin Wentian wondered. Go to the Demon Mountain, maybe you will find the answer. Jiutian Demon Emperor whispered. Demon Mountain, will there be an answer? If I go, how should I go? The 10,000 Demon Island is bathed in the glory of the 10,000 Demon Lord. The main island of each demon domain, such as the Fallen Demon Island and Jiutian Demon Island, will have an independent super teleportation secret array leading to the island where the Demon Mountain is located. Only the Demon Emperor who controls the demon domain is qualified to open this array. Moreover, no matter who takes over the control of the demon domain, it is not allowed to destroy this array. Jiutian Demon Emperor said calmly. The island where the Demon Mountain is located is connected to all the demon domains of the 10,000 Demon Island. Qin Wentian said to himself. The place of faith of the 10,000 Demon Island, absolute control, this is the Demon Mountain. How dangerous is it? Qin Wentian suddenly said. It is rumored that many people who tried to climb the demon mountain died on the 10,000 demon stairs. However, although climbing the 10,000 demon stairs is not just about strength, since you were able to defeat the dragon-controlling saint, your success rate in climbing the demon mountain is still very high. Haoshan Demon Emperor responded. Does Senior Demon Emperor want me to go? Qin Wentian asked. No. Haoshan Demon Emperor shook his head. Even if the chance was not small, from his point of view, he naturally did not want Qin Wentian to take the risk. As long as he could wait for 9 years, he would go to the fairyland with Qin Wentian. But this is indeed a very interesting thing. I hope you can go and see. A group of top geniuses from the fairyland set foot on the demon mountain. What does that mysterious young man want to see? Use your existence to inspire the practitioners on the demon mountain. Haoshan Demon Emperor asked curiously. Do you also think that some of the people I'm looking for will go to the demon mountain? If you don't go, someone else will. I guess that mysterious young man may have found more than just you. The words of Haoshan Demon Emperor made Qin Wentian fall into a period of contemplation. After a long time, he said, I need the senior to help me reach a reconciliation with the fallen Demon Emperor. It seems that you have decided to go. Haoshan Demon Emperor smiled, as if he had already guessed the answer. For someone like Qin Wentian, it is indeed a pity for him to stay in the Fallen Demon Island and Haoshan Demon Island. Only that place is suitable for him. I believe he himself will not be willing to be lonely. Now, the appearance of the mysterious young man has given him an opportunity. It is natural for him to want to go there. Well, can the senior continue to send someone to help me keep an eye on the fallen demon realm? Qin Wentian was still a little worried, even though Wang Shaishan might be ready to leave the fallen demon realm, or even had already left. I will help you deal with these things, and I will send someone to go to the island of 10,000 demons with you. Just remember the agreement 9 years later. Haoshan Demon Emperor said lightly. Thank you, Senior Demon Emperor. Qin Wentian was sincerely grateful. He knew in his heart that Haoshan Demon Emperor had done his best for him. He also knew that this was the wisdom of the Demon Emperor. Since he had promised him, he would not bother to play any tricks and be open and honest. In this case, he would naturally keep his promise. On the contrary, if he did not keep his promise at that time, Haoshan Demon Emperor would let him know what the consequences were. On the second day, Haoshan Demon Emperor went to the Imperial Palace where the fallen Demon Emperor was and negotiated a settlement with the fallen Demon Emperor. Haoshan Demon Emperor did not have too many requirements. He was willing to evacuate on his own initiative, but the fallen Demon Emperor needed to let his people continue to look for the person Qin Wentian was looking for, and the fallen Demon Emperor should not stop him. Of course, in order to give the fallen Demon Emperor face, only Haoshan Demon Emperor and the fallen Demon Emperor participated in the peace talks, and no one else knew about it. In this way, the fallen Demon Emperor would not be embarrassed. The fallen Demon Emperor agreed to the request of the Haoshan Demon Emperor. What could he do if he was not as strong as the others? If he did not agree, and the Haoshan Demon Emperor did not withdraw his troops, he still had no way. On this day, the fallen Demon Emperor, the Haoshan Demon Emperor, Qin Wentian and several demon kings came to a secret place under the Imperial Palace where the fallen Demon Emperor was. There was an ancient door in the secret place. There was no treasure inside, only an ancient and mysterious formation. This formation was a formation that existed on all the main islands of the fallen demon realm, and it led to the island of 10,000 demons. You go up. The fallen Demon Emperor said, and Qin Wentian and several demon kings walked onto the formation. Then, the fallen Demon Emperor activated the ancient formation, and a strong light curtain bloomed. The entire underground secret palace was lit up with endless space brilliance. Lines went towards the formation, accompanied by an extremely terrifying space fluctuation. The entire Imperial Palace seemed to tremble, and the figures of Qin Wentian and others disappeared directly. Are you satisfied with this? The fallen Demon Emperor said coldly. Don't be angry, old man. Although I went a little too far this time, that's how the 10,000 Demon Island is. This time, you can just treat it as a test of your state of mind. A junior has taught you a lesson, and of course, it has also taught me a lesson. Haoshan Demon Emperor said calmly, causing the fallen Demon Emperor's eyes to flash. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head, and walked outside. He had lived for countless years and became a Demon Emperor, but he was actually taught a lesson by a junior. Do you feel that the Immortal Realm and the 10,000 Demon Island seem to be entering a new era? Jiutian Demon Emperor suddenly spoke, causing the fallen Demon Emperor's eyes to flash. The Holy Academy is open. The top geniuses of the immortal realm are going to the 10,000 Demon Island for trials, and they have defeated the dragon-controlling saint. The mysterious young man who walked down from the Demon Mountain invited the geniuses of the immortal realm to go to the 10,000 Demon Island. All of this is unusual. Jiutian Demon Emperor seemed to be talking to himself. The immortal realm and the 10,000 Demon Island, which have been peaceful for countless years, may be shaken with the advent of the era of the ancient emperor. The fallen Demon Emperor trembled in his heart. What Jiutian Demon Emperor said seemed to carry a mysterious power. Can all of this, starting from the younger generation, really affect the progress of the times? Qin Wentian didn't know all this. Now he didn't think too far ahead. In addition to pursuing the strongest martial arts, he always had his current goals. So, he would do his best to move forward. The island of 10,000 demons is the holy island of the 10,000 Demons Island. Legend has it that this island is above the sky. On the island of 10,000 demons, there is the sacred place of the 10,000 Demons Island, the Demon Mountain. Of course, in addition to the Demon Mountain, the vast and endless island of 10,000 demons has countless powerful figures of the Demon Dao. On this Demon Island, there are too many terrible figures. Even if the Demon Emperor comes to this island of 10,000 demons, he cannot act too high profile. Otherwise, if he offends a person at random, he may have an unfathomable background. There is a large formation on the island of 10,000 demons, the 10,000 Demons Formation. This formation has been transmitting in one direction, connecting all the main islands of the demon domain on the island of 10,000 demons. This formation is vast and boundless. At this moment, a burst of light shines on the formation, and several figures appear and stand on the formation. Qin Wentian looked at the scene in front of him and was deeply shocked. This formation covered a mountain range, all of which were infinite ruins. There were strong men standing around to guard. They stood there like statues, unfathomable. Looking down from the mountain range, there is a vast and endless demon city. Here is the holy island of the island of 10,000 demons, the island of 10,000 demons. If you look forward, Qin Wentian can even see a mountain, a sacred mountain, a mountain leading to the sky. Is that the Demon Mountain? Qin Wentian murmured. The Demon Mountain is everywhere, and it may be far away from us. A person next to him said that the Demon Mountain is the holy place of the 10,000 Demon Island. Leave quickly. A cold voice suddenly came out, stiff and cold. Qin Wentian and his companions immediately raised their feet and headed forward. They flew in the air and came to the sky above the Demon Island. Qin Wentian looked down and saw countless strong men in the high realm. It was obvious that the strong men in the demon stage realm were the most common. At a glance, there were demon kings everywhere. This island is likely to gather the elite strong men of the endless islands of the 10,000 Demon Island. Whether it is the 10,000 Demon Island or the immortal realm, there is no second place like this, the holy island of the 10,000 Demon Island. Chapter 1293 Immortal or Demon? The island of 10,000 demons is magnificent and full of powerful people. However, Qin Wentian did not have time to savor it carefully. He followed a group of powerful demon kings and walked up the Demon Mountain, until they arrived at the foot of the Demon Mountain. At the foot of the Demon Mountain, countless figures gathered, looking up at the Demon Mountain. Among these gathered figures, there were people in the demon stage realm, powerful demon kings, and even the existence of the Demon Emperor. There were endless stairs on the Demon Mountain, leading to the Demon Mountain above the sky. It is rumored that these stairs were cast by the Lord of 10,000 demons and were transformed by the Lord of 10,000 demons. If you want to go up the Demon Mountain, you must first pass these infinite stairs, which is what everyone thinks is the test of the Lord of 10,000 demons. The illusory Demon Mountain stood there quietly, attracting the worship of all living beings. Qin Wentian found countless demon cultivators who came. They might be arrogant or overbearing outside, but when they looked at the Demon Mountain, they only had reverence. This is the holy land of the island of 10,000 demons and the place of faith of the countless demon cultivators on the island of 10,000 demons. The Lord of 10,000 demons is an amazing existence. Qin Wentian murmured. The 10,000 demons island is so big, with countless islands and endless demon cultivators. Some of them are bloodthirsty and some are crazy. But it is said that even crazy and bloodthirsty people will show piety when they come to this place of faith. Such faith is too terrible. This is not rule, but conviction. Qin Wentian and several powerful demon kings around him also showed respect and bowed to the demon mountain. And there are more powerful people around him who kneel down and kowtow to the demon mountain and worship it. Of course, the Lord of 10,000 demons is the supreme existence. His glory covers the 10,000 demons island, so that the 10,000 demons island will not be eroded by the fairyland. The demon king next to him said calmly. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The demon cultivators are domineering and cold-blooded. Their skills are violent and they kill people at the slightest disagreement. However, they actually said that the 10,000 demons island will not be eroded by the fairyland. There is no such terrible place of faith in the immortal realm. If there is a conquest, it is the 10,000 demon island that is encroaching on the immortal realm. Nanhuang Ruoxun said coldly. The Nanhuang clan had fought with the forces of the 10,000 demon island before, which made the people of the Nanhuang clan more hostile to the demon cultivators. As soon as her voice fell, a lot of eyes turned to her. Many eyes were filled with cold demonic intent, and a strong aura swept over Nanhuang Ruoxun's body. Shut up! A demon king beside her scolded, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Nanhuang Ruoxun's eyes. However, this was at the foot of the demon mountain in the holy land of the 10,000 demon island, and she would not say anything else. The magic cultivation methods of the demon cultivators are overbearing and violent. If they practice in disorder, they may even lose their minds, which makes them powerful and indifferent. However, all this is inevitable. If you don't have a trace of respect for them, I advise you not to try to set foot on the demon mountain. I don't know how many strong people have died on the road to the demon mountain. The demon king said lightly, and Nanhuang Ruoxun's eyebrows flashed. She is a top figure in the Nanhuang Immortal platform. Although this demon mountain is the place of faith of the 10,000 demon island, will she not be able to go up? Since it is the place of faith of the 10,000 demon island, why are so many people dying on the way, and you are still so pious? Nanhuang Ruoxun said unconvinced. This is the road to change your destiny. How can it be without a price? How much you want to gain, you must bear the consequences. Isn't this inevitable? The demon king looked at Nanhuang Ruoxun and said. Nanhuang Ruoxun was speechless. Qin Wentian looked at the road ahead. There were countless demon cultivators here. Every moment, people were constantly walking towards the demon mountain and climbing the steps of the demon mountain. Only a small number of them could reach the demon mountain. Let's go. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and walked forward. Now that he had come to the foot of the demon mountain, how could he miss such an opportunity? The steps transformed by the thoughts of the Lord of 10,000 demons, the place of faith of the infinite demon island of 10,000 demons, he had a strong expectation in his heart, wanting to step on this demon mountain and see what kind of place this sacred place covered by the glory of the 10,000 demons island was. Nanhuang Ruoxun, Qin Wentian and others walked forward one after another. Several demon kings stood there without moving, only to hear Qin Wentian say, if Qin Wentian climbs the demon mountain and survives, he will definitely complete what he promised the demon emperor. Yes. The demon king behind him nodded gently and watched Qin Wentian walk forward. Qin Wentian walked all the way into the misty demon fog and came to the steps of the demon mountain. Then he raised his feet and walked towards the steps. The steps of the demon mountain were extremely heavy, as if there was an invisible pressure looming down, oppressing Qin Wentian's body, but this could not stop him from moving forward. He walked up step by step firmly. Every step he took seemed to move away from the bottom and enter an independent world. When he looked up, he could see the majestic demon mountain standing above the sky, which was so sacred. After taking many steps, he looked back and could no longer see the bottom, the distance, or the people around him. Only the demon mountain above his head was still standing. Qin Wentian walked up step by step, and the demon mountain was still there, and he could never see the end. He gradually needed to rely on the flow of immortal power in his body to resist that power and continue to move forward. This pressure was too terrible. Time passed by little, and it seemed extremely boring. Qin Wentian's walk seemed to take several months. He walked to the point where he wanted to stop and even wanted to give up. Every time he looked up at the demon mountain in the sky, he felt desperate. The demon mountain was still standing there, as if it had never been closed. To climb the demon mountain, one must have an extremely firm will. Qin Wentian continued to go up. He saw an open space. There was a large stone next to the open space. There was still a magic step on it. He raised his foot and walked to the stone and sat down. Prepare to rest for a while, restore magic power, and continue to move forward. However, when Qin Wentian's body sat on the stone, the scene in front of him changed instantly. The magic step disappeared into thin air. He suddenly saw two pictures. These two pictures were extremely clear, as if they were imprinted in his mind and appeared in front of him. One of the pictures was a magnificent fairy palace, like a fairy gate. The master of the fairy gate taught his disciples, taught them to practice, and trained his disciples to be particularly powerful. As time passed, the disciples gradually grew and became powerful. The master ordered them to experience, conquer, plunder practice resources, and rob magic weapons to train them. These disciples experienced outside, some became stronger, and some died halfway, but the fairy gate became more and more prosperous and powerful. The master of the fairy gate began to train and teach the next batch of disciples. The disciples of the previous generation are still fighting and training, fighting for the sect at all costs, until the last disciple falls. The master of the immortal sect sighed sadly and continued to train other disciples, generation after generation. The second generation of disciples conquered, trained, and plundered. The sect became stronger and stronger, and the disciples continued to fall. The master of the immortal sect became stronger and stronger, and his reputation became higher and higher. He was admired by all and worshipped by countless people. Another picture is the demon sect. A powerful demon did not accept disciples, but recruited subordinates to fight for him. The strong rose and the weak retreated. The strong survived and the weak died. Those who had military merits were rewarded. Some people made mistakes and were killed in public by the master of the demon sect. His cultivation power was devoured and shocked all directions. Gradually, his subordinates were extremely afraid of him. He became a demon king and cultivated a terrible demon army. Everyone was in awe of his strength and feared his tyranny. The former was an immortal and the latter was a demon. The former was admired by all, and the latter was feared by all demons. These scenes were so clear that Qin Wentian watched them all, but he felt complicated inside. Who is the immortal? Who is the devil? What is the difference between immortals and devils? In essence, what is the difference? Two roads appeared in front of Qin Wentian, one leading to immortals and the other to devils, and Qin Wentian had to choose. Qin Wentian stood in the void, looking a little confused. Should he choose? How should he choose? Qin Wentian didn't want to choose. He didn't want to take either road. After a long time, he was still there, and the two roads were still in front of him. He had to choose. There was no third way. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and stepped out. He chose the immortal road. Although there seemed to be no difference between immortals and devils, he came from the immortal realm after all, and he yearned more for immortals. Pursuing his original heart, he chose the immortal road after all. After walking this road, everything returned to the starting point. Qin Wentian was still sitting on the boulder, with stairs in front of him. What if I chose the devil road? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. The scene he just experienced was a bit shocking to him. With his eyes closed, Qin Wentian quietly practiced and recovered his strength. After a long time, he opened his eyes and walked forward again. This time, Qin Wentian found that the pressure was even stronger. Every step he took required a lot of effort. His speed began to slow down. When he looked up, the demon mountain was still there, as if it would be like this forever and would never reach the end. While walking, a strong breath came over him. Qin Wentian felt that he had entered an illusory scene again. Although he was still walking up, he seemed to see two young men who were practicing, climbing up the immortal gate and the demon gate step by step. On the left was the immortal, and on the right was the demon. The young man who practiced immortality was simple and kowtowed to the immortal gate with great respect, and finally worshipped in the immortal gate. The young man who practiced demon was tenacious. He had a persistent look in his eyes and boasted that he would become the future master of this demon mountain. He was extremely talented and also worshipped in the demon gate. The young man who cultivated immortals was gifted, valued by his teachers, and loved and cared for. He cultivated very quickly. The young man who cultivated demons was also gifted and outstanding. He went through life and death, conquered the demon sect, and made great contributions. The two young men grew up little by little, became young men, and became stronger and stronger. The young man who cultivated immortals was increasingly valued in the immortal sect, and became a generation of young leaders, shining brightly. The young man from the demon sect also became the leader of the demon sect's conquest, and was feared by the legion, until they gradually reached the peak. Finally, one day, the admired and highly regarded immortal cultivator, when his master was practicing in a secret place, sneaked up on and killed his master, stole his treasures, and deprived him of his skills. He returned to the immortal sect and used all means to become the new master of the immortal sect. The young man from the demon sect also grew into a giant of the demon sect. He challenged the master of the demon sect, shocked the world with a battle, defeated the opponent with dignity, and replaced him. The master of the demon sect was defeated, and a new master of the demon sect appeared and was feared. Who is the immortal and who is the demon? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1294, Stepping onto the Magic Mountain. Qin Wentian's heart was trembling. From the first picture to the second picture, they hit his heart one after another. The young man from the immortal sect, the genius from the demon sect, who is the immortal and who is the demon? He didn't know. Qin Wentian was a little confused. When he was confused, a road appeared in front of him again, the immortal road and the demon road, one leading to the immortal and the other to the demon. He struggled in his heart, struggling more than the first time. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian thought of King Er and King Chang in his heart. They were immortals and were all in the immortal realm. There were also many of his relatives and friends, all immortals. He grew up in the world of immortals and he embarked on the road of cultivating immortals. This time, he still followed his heart and walked towards the immortal road. An extremely heavy pressure suddenly came and crushed him. His body fell to the ground and rolled down the stairs. However, he quickly stabilized it and got up with difficulty. He was still on the stairs. The demon mountain was still towering and standing in the sky, forever. I'm back again. If I choose the demon road, will I reach the demon mountain directly? Qin Wentian raised his head and smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. He still followed his heart and walked forward. The Lord of 10,000 Demons is the belief of the 10,000 Demons Island, the supreme existence. It is rumored that the stairs of the demon mountain are the thoughts of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Then, everything will have a destiny. The people who stepped onto the stairs were not only Qin Wentian, but also the demon cultivators. Those demon cultivators would definitely not have the same scene as him. Obviously, the test of the demon mountain stairs varies from person to person. From the moment he stepped onto the stairs, in the mind of the so-called Lord of 10,000 Demons, he was already transparent, an immortal, not a demon. Qin Wentian walked and walked, as if there would never be an end, and he would never stop. He was exhausted, but still firmly raised his feet and walked up. He had already set foot on the road to the demon mountain. He could only move forward and could not retreat. He didn't know how long he had walked. Later, he didn't have any strength at all. He just walked forward instinctively with his strong will. Even his consciousness gradually blurred, as if he was not climbing the demon mountain, but in a dream of cultivation. In the dream, he kept practicing hard and became extremely powerful. The fairyland was constantly changing, and the 10,000 Demon Island was also changing. However, everything was peaceful. The cultivators cultivated the immortals, and the cultivators cultivated the demons. Until one day, a strong man from the 10,000 Demon Island invaded the fairyland and brutally killed a large force. Qin Wentian seemed to have witnessed a family annihilation with his own eyes. The demon cultivators were domineering and cruel, and inhumane. They killed crazily, no matter who they were, they all killed them. A force with countless people was wiped out. Qin Wentian was extremely angry. He wished to slaughter all the demon cultivators, killing them all, leaving no one alive. That group of murderous demons were unscrupulous and overbearing. They killed anyone who dared to stop them. The demon island was ravaged and all the people were suffering. Qin Wentian wished that he could wipe out the 10,000 Demon Island by himself. Finally, the killing of the demons aroused the anger of the immortal realm. The top forces in the immortal realm gathered the power of the immortal realm to attack the 10,000 Demon Island. They invaded the 10,000 Demon Island and a huge war broke out. This was an extremely cruel war. The 10,000 Demon Island kept retreating and was defeated one after another. It was killed all the way to the Demon Mountain. In an extremely huge battle between immortals and demons, the immortal realm won. The flames of war covered every corner of the 10,000 Demon Island and every demon island. Qin Wentian's thoughts seemed to have turned into heaven and earth, and he could see every corner. He saw the people of the fairyland and began to seize the spoils of victory. They were rampant on the major demon islands, killing the rulers of the demon islands, or enslaving them. They plundered the resources of the demon islands. They wantonly killed the demon cultivators of Wonmo Island. They were the embodiment of justice and wanted to completely wipe out the dark demon cultivators. In this picture, Qin Wentian saw ordinary low-level martial artists being killed easily. He saw an ordinary family living a quiet life, but was suddenly involved in this storm of justice and destroyed. He saw too many cruel scenes, and he even saw his friends, the Black Stone Demon King and the Jiutian Euro. The Black Stone Demon King resisted and fought, but was killed by force. Yan Euro survived because of her beauty, but she was taken away by those incarnations of justice. Qin Wentian's face turned pale, and his heart trembled, especially when he left. He wanted to stop this storm. When he saw the demon cultivators slaughtering the people of the fairyland, he wanted to destroy them all, because they shared the same hatred and enemies. However, after he saw the killing, he began to doubt. When he saw the Black Stone Demon King and Yan Euro, the shock in his heart reached its peak, because they were his friends. Only when things happened to him would he feel the strongest shock. Those ordinary demon cultivators, those innocent and tragic demon cultivators, should they die? What is the difference between these fairyland martial artists who invaded the 10,000 Demon Island and the demon cultivators who killed in the fairyland? This picture is still continuing. The 10,000 Demon Island is heading for destruction, and the lives of the people are really charred, with endless casualties. He saw the earth stained with blood. He saw the martial artists of the fairyland began to occupy the 10,000 Demon Island and divide the 10,000 Demon Island. Then, those victors who shared the same hatred and enemies started a civil war, and a new war broke out in a mighty way. However, this time, there were no more demon cultivators. It was just a civil war among the martial cultivators in the immortal realm. Forces were constantly destroyed and forces were constantly rising. It was like this forever. When the wheel of history rolled by, only corpses were left. Qin Wentian was confused inside. He doubted the immortals, the demons, and himself. However, at this moment, he found that all this was just a dream. Time seemed to have returned to the past, back to the beginning of the war between immortals and demons. Qin Wentian found that he had supreme strength and was extremely powerful. He could control the situation. The strong men in the immortal realm invited him to join their battle of justice and attack the 10,000 Demon Island. If it was before, he would have joined this attack without hesitation, but now, he hesitated. Join the war? Follow the army of the immortal realm to kill the 10,000 Demon Island and make the people suffer? He walked into the 10,000 Demon Island alone and killed the strong men who had killed in the immortal realm. Then, facing the requests of countless strong men in the immortal realm, he sealed the magic wall of the 10,000 Demon Island and made it stronger. Then, he turned and left. Everything seemed to have returned to the past. He, Qin Wentian, seemed to have transformed into the Lord of 10,000 Demons, and did what the Lord of 10,000 Demons did in the past, sealing off the 10,000 Demon Island. The picture collapsed, and everything seemed like a dream. Qin Wentian stood under the blue sky, looking up at the void. Above him, a phantom appeared. The phantom stared at Qin Wentian quietly and said, "What did you see?" "I saw the essence of the world of cultivation. The battle will never end. Good and evil will exist forever. As long as you live in this world of cultivation, you can't get away from it, let alone eliminate it." Qin Wentian said slowly. "Did you see the immortals and demons?" The phantom asked again. "There are no immortals and demons in this world." Qin Wentian sighed. The picture disappeared, and Qin Wentian's consciousness gradually returned. He was still walking up step by step, stepping up the steps, but he found that his steps gradually became lighter, and his strength gradually returned. Looking up, he could already see the light. This staircase is no longer an infinite staircase. Is this the Demon Mountain? Qin Wentian looked at the stairs. He was not in a hurry to go up, but sat down to practice, recovering his strength bit by bit. He found that 3 years had passed on his way to the Demon Mountain. It took him 3 whole years to get here. He found that his realm seemed to be deeper, and his state of mind had also changed. He had made a lot of progress. His strength gradually recovered. Qin Wentian finally stood up, raised his feet, and walked towards the stairs. Soon, he stepped onto the stairs of the Demon Gate and walked to the top of the Demon Mountain. In an instant, many eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Those people were cleaning the stairs of the Demon Gate. They were the guards stationed here. However, at a glance, each of them had an extraordinary temperament. In fact, Qin Wentian could not see through the cultivation of some people. It was unimaginable that such a group of strong men would hold a broom and clean the stairs of the Demon Mountain. However, the fact was right in front of them. These people looked at Qin Wentian, and many of the strong men had sharp eyes. "Who are you and where are you from?" a demon king asked coldly. "Qin Wentian, from the immortal realm." Qin Wentian spoke slowly, without hiding anything. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura fell on him, and then a strong wind blew on Qin Wentian's body, which was extremely cold. People from the immortal realm actually dared to go to the Demon Mountain and seek death? A strong man stepped out with a terrifying momentum. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. At this moment, a voice came, "How dare you?" Everyone's eyes flashed, and then they stopped where they were. "Don't forget your identity. You just walked onto the Demon Mountain, but you are not qualified to become a disciple of the Demon Mountain, let alone to take action against people who stepped onto the Demon Mountain." The voice was cold and domineering. However, he is a martial artist from the immortal realm. A strong man was dissatisfied. Since he has stepped onto the Demon Mountain, he has passed the test of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. The Lord of 10,000 Demons guided him to the Demon Mountain, and there is a reason. When is it your turn to be presumptuous? The cold voice remained, and then a middle-aged figure walked out of a demon door in front of him. His eyes were extremely cold and swept towards the strong men. "You, come with me." The man looked at Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian nodded and followed him into the magic door. He looked up at the mountain and saw majestic magic palaces standing there. On the top of the magic mountain, there is the 10,000 Demons Palace. The strong man pointed upward and said to Qin Wentian, "You have passed the test of the Lord of 10,000 Demons, but it does not mean that the people on the magic mountain recognize you from the fairyland. It still depends on you which magic palace you can enter. I hope your luck is not too bad." The strong man pointed upward and said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He passed the test of the Lord of 10,000 Demons and came to the magic mountain, but it does not mean that the people on the magic mountain do not hate the martial artists in the fairyland. Chapter 1295 Killing. "I'm not going to enter the Demon Palace," Qin Wentian suddenly said. The strong man beside him looked at him with doubts. This immortal martial artist walked all the way to the Demon Mountain, and he actually said that he was not going to enter the Demon Palace. In the fallen demon realm, I met a young man in white. He walked out of the Demon Mountain and told me that if I wanted to find someone, I could come to the Demon Mountain. Now that I'm on the Demon Mountain, how can I find the people I'm looking for? Qin Wentian asked. Young man in white. The strong man's eyes flashed, and Qin Wentian transmitted a fairy thought, which turned into an image. After seeing it, the strong man smiled and shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Don't know?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he said, "The person who walked down from the Demon Mountain should not lie to me. He has his own reasons, but maybe the time has not come yet." The person beside him chuckled, and then his figure flashed, and he actually walked away directly, leaving Qin Wentian alone there. Looking at this Demon Mountain, the endless territory, the thousands of demon palaces, at a glance, there is no end at all. Perhaps, the demon palaces at the top will give you the answer. A voice floated into Qin Wentian's mind. He looked up at the demon palaces standing on the top of the Demon Mountain. Will there be an answer there? Qin Wentian raised his foot and walked towards it. The 10,000 Demon Island was known to have the 10,000 demon palaces, but were there real 10,000 demon forces? Obviously, it was impossible. Since it was the holy land of the 10,000 Demon Island, there shouldn't be too many demon palaces that could truly stand forever on the Demon Mountain. Many demon palaces were not too vast. Perhaps, they were just one demon palace. There was a straight road leading to the demon palace at the top. Qin Wentian raised his foot and walked up that road. There were demon statues on the side of the road. Each statue of the demon island was full of powerful charm and lifelike. Qin Wentian seemed to be able to feel the will of the demons contained in them. Qin Wentian walked upwards, and the will of the demon island kept rushing into Qin Wentian's eyes. The immortals and demons clashed, and the power he cultivated was not suitable for the will of the demon island, so he closed his eyes and walked upwards. His steps were fast, and he wanted to reach the top as soon as possible. He was full of curiosity about the demon palace on the Demon Mountain, and wanted to see what kind of place it was. In the demon palaces on both sides, There were constantly wisps of powerful demon thoughts sweeping out. Qin Wentian scanned them, but he didn't pay too much attention. Although the demon mountain was difficult to set foot on, there were so many Xianjiao on the 10,000 demon island, and the base was so huge that someone would occasionally walk up the demon mountain. Qin Wentian's appearance was not surprising. At this time, a dragon roar was heard. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw that in the distant demon mountain, a demon dragon suddenly rushed out from the clouds and mist, and descended directly on the demon mountain. The terrible demon dragon pulled the chariot upwards, and it was extremely majestic, as if an emperor was driving a chariot to inspect the world. Qin Wentian's eyebrows flickered, and he looked at the figure in the dragon chariot. It turned out to be an acquaintance, the Dragon Control Saint. The Dragon Control Saint had been inspecting the 10,000 Demons Island and monitoring the world. Now he came back just in time for Qin Wentian to step onto the demon mountain. The demon dragon soared up, and the Dragon Control Saint, who was sitting on the dragon chariot, saw Qin Wentian. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. He shouted loudly, and the dark dragon roared endlessly, shaking the earth and heading straight for Qin Wentian. Not long after, the Dragon Control Saint came with his Dragon Control Collar. The huge dark dragon breathed at Qin Wentian, revealing a terrible and dangerous aura. You actually stepped onto the demon mountain. The Sky Control Saint's eyes were extremely cold. The battle with Qin Wentian was a battle of shame for him, but the young man who had defeated him actually stepped onto the demon mountain. Just as he said, one day, when he steps onto the demon mountain, will he be a fairy or a demon? Qin Wentian smiled at the Dragon Control Saint. He was still so unscrupulous in the demon mountain. It seemed that the demon palace where the Dragon Control Saint was located had a high status in the demon mountain. Roar! A dragon roared, and strong men kept flashing from both sides. Standing in the void, they looked towards Qin Wentian. The people who set foot on the demon mountain seemed to have some grudges with the Dragon Control Saint. You are really brave. The Dragon Control Saint's voice was cold. You are from the fairyland, you are a genius in the fairyland, and you come from the top forces in the fairyland. What is your purpose in coming to the demon mountain? A martial artist from the fairyland? Moreover, you are from the top forces in the fairyland. Everyone's eyes flashed. Let's go to the demon palace at the top to have a look, Qin Wentian said lightly. Haha, stealing my magic mountain skills? Peeping into the secrets of my magic mountain. The eyes of the Dragon Saint were extremely cold. If there is no killing on the magic mountain, you are dead at this moment. Roll down the magic mountain by yourself and never come here again. Qin Wentian looked at the Dragon Saint with a hint of irony, and said lightly, I passed the test of the Lord of 10,000 Demons and walked on the magic mountain. Why do you give me the feeling that you are the master of this magic mountain? And, you talk to me in this way, don't you have a trace of shame? Don't forget how you, who was arrogant and domineering, were defeated by me back then. Dragon Saint, was he defeated by him? The crowd was in an uproar. In the generation of the magic platform on the magic mountain, although the Dragon Saint was not the most noble and top figure, as a person who walked on the 10,000 Demon Island in the Dragon Demon Palace of the generation of monitoring the world, his talent and strength were naturally extraordinary. Today's Dragon Saint seems to be a strong man of the 9th level of the magic platform. How could he be defeated? If you know how to write the word shame, then, get out of here. Qin Wentian raised his foot and continued to walk up, ignoring the Dragon Saint and others. Roar! The dragon roared loudly, and the Dragon Saint said coldly, if a fairyland martial artist walks to the demon palace at the top of the demon mountain, then it will be a shame for you, and also a shame for my 10,000 demon island. The Dragon Saint's voice fell, and several powerful figures walked out on the road ahead of Qin Wentian. Their cultivation was at the peak level of the demon stage. If they were not at this level, they would not come out to stop Qin Wentian. Since you are a fairyland martial artist, then go down the demon mountain. A demon cultivator said coldly. The Lord of 10,000 demons allowed me to come here, how can I not go up and take a look? Qin Wentian said quietly, his footsteps still did not stop. From here, we will go all the way up to the demon palace on the top of the demon mountain. Do you know how many demon palaces there are and how many statues there are? Do you think it is possible to walk up? The demon cultivator's voice was cold. He saw that people at different levels above him came out one after another and stood there, blocking Qin Wentian's way forward. At this time, Qin Wentian was more certain that different people would have different experiences when they walked up the demon mountain. The test of the 10,000 demon island for him was the question of immortals and demons. However, he had never tortured the demon cultivators on the 10,000 demon island. These younger demon cultivators still had an instinctive rejection and resistance to the immortal realm. Such emotions would make them always guard against the martial arts cultivators in the immortal realm. Similarly, the sense of crisis would make them practice hard. Even if there are thousands of demon palaces and thousands of statues, and there is a demon cultivator standing on each statue, we will still finish the journey. Qin Wentian said quietly. He raised his feet and continued to move forward. The aura on his body flowed and moved, and the power of rules spread out and spread around. The powerful body of rules gave people an indestructible feeling. In Qin Wentian's hand, a black fang Bian Huoji appeared, flashing with a destructive black gold light. Boom! The demon cultivator above released a powerful and terrifying aura. Qin Wentian flashed, like a big rock. The fang Bian Huoji in his hand stabbed straight forward. In an instant, the phantom of the big rock bloomed. The magic had long been integrated into the halberd method. The terrible power of rules was raging, instantly burying the demon cultivator in front and wiping out all the opponent's attacks. With a bang, the demon cultivator's body was knocked out, and a statue next to him was shattered. This person is the most outstanding Xianjiao in the immortal realm, from the most powerful force in the immortal realm. He came to our demon mountain with ulterior motives. The dragon-controlling saint stood on the dark demon dragon and said coldly. More and more strong men stood on that road. Everyone who set foot on the demon mountain was the most outstanding Xianjiao, but today, the person standing in front of these most outstanding Xianjiaos in the 10,000 demon island was Qin Wentian from the immortal realm, a terrifying existence who could kill Xianjiaos in the 9th level of the immortal realm at the 7th level of the immortal realm. His Fang Bian Huoji stabbed out again and again, and every time he struck out, a different big monster appeared, or a dragon, or a vermilion bird, or a dapin, or a divine elephant that suppressed everything, crushing everything. Qin Wentian walked all the way up. Even if there are a mountain of demon cultivators standing in front of me, it still can't stop me from moving forward. The Fang Bian Huoji in Qin Wentian's hand released 1,000 feet of brilliant light. He struck out again, and the terrible dragon of destruction shook the earth, blasting a person violently and flying out. The statue was shattered again. At this moment, Qin Wentian was more like a demon god. Wherever he passed, no demon cultivator could resist him. On the road leading to the top of the demon mountain, demon cultivators were blown away one after another, and statues were shattered one after another. The demon king did not intervene. No one in the demon stage realm could stop him. Everyone already knew that Qin Wentian had defeated the dragon master saint, so they naturally knew how powerful he was, but they did not expect him to be so strong. Inside a demon palace on the top of the demon mountain, an old man stood there with a smile on his face. He lowered his head and looked at the sky far below. He saw Qin Wentian's battlefield and laughed softly. I asked you if you were going to kill all the geniuses in the immortal realm, but you led them to the demon mountain. The person he was referring to was naturally the young man in white clothes from the past. Now, he had long since left the demon mountain and entered the immortal realm. However, it is also very interesting for a martial artist in the immortal realm to step up the stairs and defeat all the geniuses in the demon sect with a Fang Bian Huoji in hand. He continued to talk to himself with a faint smile in his eyes. This was not the first genius in the immortal realm to step onto the demon mountain. More than 2 years ago, there was a person who took only 1 day to step onto the demon mountain. Chapter 1296 Shamelessness is also a talent. The demon mountain was in chaos. Qin Wentian climbed up the demon mountain holding the Fang Bian Huoji, and walked up step by step towards the demon palace on the top of the demon mountain. Endless demon cultivators stood on the ancient road, and no one could stop him. The Fang Bian Huoji was shining with black gold light, which was derived from the power of the star soul and carried a terrible destructive force. Every time it killed, it bloomed from a godlike body, and was stimulated by the hand of God. The power was extreme. Even if the demon mountain was full of elite strongmen, no one could contend. The dragon master looked embarrassed. He sat down and roared the dark demon dragon, watching Qin Wentian kill all the way, and no one could stop him. Boom! At this time, Qin Wentian struck out with his halberd again, wounding the person in front of him. Then he looked up at the void and said coldly, "You are just a defeated general, why let others come to defeat you? The Lord of 10,000 demons can accept a martial artist from the immortal realm, but a group of younger demon cultivators on the demon mountain are trying to stop a chariot with their arms. People's knowledge is indeed related to their realm. Are you saying that all the demon cultivators on my mountain have no knowledge? The dragon-controlling saint shouted angrily. Once these words came out, the demon power of many demon cultivators was undoubtedly stronger. However, seeing Qin Wentian's figure step by step, they were deeply shocked in their hearts. It seems that it is indeed as the dragon-controlling saint said. This person is the top genius in the immortal realm and must come from a superpower. Why would the Lord of 10,000 demons allow a martial artist from the immortal realm to pass his test? Come to this demon mountain. If you continue to block my way, I will not show mercy. Qin Wentian's voice was cold and swept upwards. Several demon cultivators stepped down from above. Their eyes were cold and full of demonic power. They knew that if they continued to block Qin Wentian like this, they would not be able to stop him. They might have to attack together. Seeing this scene, the perfect immortal platform on Qin Wentian's body bloomed. In an instant, endless light enveloped his body. A terrifying phantom of Dapin appeared, dragging Qin Wentian's body. Dapin's wings trembled. In an instant, Qin Wentian turned into a beam of light and killed towards the sky. Wherever Fang Dianhuaji passed, the demon dragon, Dapin, Zuanwu, Shengxiang, Suzaku, Qilin, Zhenhu, and Chaos, 8 great demons appeared at the same time, and the earth shook for a while. A terrifying vortex appeared in front of them. This vortex was centered on Fang Dianhuaji, and surrounded by 8 demons. Before it touched the bodies of those demon cultivators, they felt their whole bodies trembling endlessly, and all their attacks and defenses were crushed to pieces. The face of the dragon-controlling saint above also changed instantly. He felt the vortex in front of the Fang Dianhuaji. 8 great demons opened the way, swallowing the sky and the earth, with boundless power. All the demon cultivators in front were sucked into the vortex and screamed, but were immediately shaken away. Qin Wentian still used external force to repel them and did not kill them. The demon cultivators above kept retreating to make way. One statue after another exploded and shattered. One demon cultivator after another was seriously injured. When the Dapin phantom stopped moving forward, Qin Wentian stopped. Behind him, a group of people had fallen down. Qin Wentian did not look back. He just looked at the demon cultivators in front of him, holding the Fang Dianhuaji, and continued to move forward. When he walked past a demon cultivator, the demon cultivator did not move, and looked at his figure and continued to move forward. Qin Wentian walked past the crowd step by step. No one stopped him. Suddenly, a demon cultivator suddenly killed him. When Qin Wentian just walked past him, he raised his hand and slashed him with a knife. It was so fast that it was like a black lightning. Boom! The magic knife slashed Qin Wentian's body, just like slashing on an extremely tough magic weapon. The knife couldn't cut it off. The demon cultivator was a surprise attack. How could a hasty knife break Qin Wentian's body like a demon? At the top level of the immortal stage, Qin Wentian's defense has reached a terrifying level. Fang Dianhuaji was like a sharp sword, and it slashed back. When the opponent's magic knife slashed him, it cut across the opponent's body. A line of blood appeared, and the demon cultivator screamed and almost died. Qin Wentian seemed to have seen nothing and continued to move up. No one continued to attack. Everyone seemed to understand that unless the few people walked out of the demon palace on the top of the demon mountain, no one could stop the immortal realm martial artist in front of them. The people of the immortal realm can pass the test of the Lord of 10,000 demons. It really has an amazing talent. The Dragon Master's face was livid. He finally saw Qin Wentian's fighting power more clearly and intuitively. It was not easy for this guy from the immortal realm to find someone who could defeat him even at the demon platform level on the demon mountain. He could only watch him go up. Because although fighting was not prohibited on the demon mountain, under normal circumstances, the Demon King was forbidden to attack the demon platform martial artists who set foot on the demon mountain. Qin Wentian was now standing on the demon mountain, so the Dragon Master could not order the Demon King level to deal with him unless he could defeat Qin Wentian himself. There was no one ahead, and although the road was long, there would be a time to reach it. Qin Wentian was getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain, and he could finally feel the majestic aura coming from the demon palace on the top of the mountain. Finally, the road became extremely wide, leading to different directions. In each direction, there were different demon palaces on the top of the mountain. When looking from below, the demon palaces were lined up in a row, and when looking from here, the demon palaces were far apart. At this time, In one direction, a figure was walking down. He was running fast, heading straight to the direction where Qin Wentian was. Qin Wentian also saw this figure. When he saw the other party, his eyes were stunned. He looked particularly surprised. Finally, the figure arrived in front of him, patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said, "I knew you would come here, but I didn't expect you to be so slow. This Wanmo Island is really not a good place, and the same is true on the Demon Mountain." "When did you come?" Qin Wentian said in astonishment. "It's been more than 2 years." The other party replied. 2 years. Qin Wentian's eyes froze, and he asked again, "How long did it take you to climb the Demon Mountain?" "1 day." The other party replied. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, staring at the other party motionlessly. This monk took 1 day to climb the Demon Mountain? It turned out that the person in front of him was Buji, a monk from Wentian Temple, the extremely wretched Buji monk. He said that he took 1 day to climb the Demon Mountain. "Did you lie to me?" Qin Wentian's face was full of doubt. "Why would you lie to me? Don't tell me. I feel depressed when I hear this. Do you think the Lord of 10,000 demons is sick? What kind of test is that? Buddhism and the way of demons are all life-threatening. I don't care about Buddhism or demons. Who told me to take a certain path when I was born? I accidentally walked directly to the Demon Mountain. Is this a test? Only a fool can't pass it." Monk Buji cursed, very depressed, as if his IQ was greatly insulted. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. Looking at the monk Buji in front of him, he felt his heart twitching. How could there be such a shameless monk in the world? This bastard monk is a Xianjiao monk with outstanding talent in Wentian Temple and is loved by 2 senior brothers. This is simply a shame for Buddhism and Wentian Temple. Why, you didn't spend a few years? Buji saw Qin Wentian's mouth twitching, his eyes flashed, and he asked weakly. "No, how could that be?" Qin Wentian saw Buji's eyes gradually turn into extreme contempt, and he couldn't help but speak. If he said at this moment that it took him 3 years to set foot on the Demon Mountain, he didn't know how this wretched monk would despise him. "Really?" Monk Buji looked at Qin Wentian seriously. "Really?" Qin Wentian nodded seriously. "Of course I believe you. If you spend half a year or a year like those mediocre people to reach the Demon Mountain, you are really a waste." Buji said softly, and deliberately repeated, "Yes, it is a waste." This shameless monk. Qin Wentian cursed Buji in his heart. Could this monk do it on purpose? "Brother Qin, don't you think so?" Buji asked very innocently. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, then changed the subject. "You have been in this Demon Mountain for 2 years. Are you okay? Don't mention it. The people on this Demon Mountain are a little silly to believe in the Lord of 10,000 demons. The people in the Demon Palace told me that I am very suitable to inherit their magic way and can understand the thoughts of ancient demons. But how can I, a Buddhist monk, be suitable for practicing magic? But those guys said that it is because I practiced Buddhist techniques that I am more suitable. They want me to stay on the Demon Mountain to accept the inheritance of their Demon Palace, and also pass the position of the future master of the Demon Palace to me. Don't you think it's a bit stupid?" Monk Buji said in a low voice. Qin Wentian blinked and asked, "So are you practicing or not? Aren't you asking nonsense? As a Buddhist monk and a high monk of Wentian Temple, I came to this demon gate. How could I not practice the demon gate techniques? Only by understanding them can I save them. If I don't go to hell, who will?" Monk Buji said righteously. Qin Wentian almost vomited blood. Being shameless to the extent of Buji is also a talent. "Aren't you worried about being scolded by Master Buayu and Master Buchan?" Qin Wentian said again. "Don't mention those 2 stinky monks. They actually had the heart to throw their excellent junior brother into the Wanmo Island instead of coming with me. They are so disloyal. I will never recognize them as my senior brothers again." Monk Buji said viciously. "Junior brother, are you talking about me?" At this time, another voice came. A powerful demon king stepped forward and quickly came to this side. "Junior brother, why don't you practice well and run out again?" "Hello, senior brother." Monk Buji immediately turned around and shouted respectfully to the person who came, with a smile on his face. He had said before that these demon cultivators were stupid, but his attitude changed in an instant, refreshing Qin Wentian's understanding of shamelessness. "Junior brother has gained some insights from his practice these days, so I came here to relax." Buji said softly. "So that's it, who is this?" The demon king looked at Qin Wentian and asked. "This is brother Qin Wentian, my friend." Although his talent is slightly lower than mine, he is still considered top-notch, Buji said lightly. The Demon King nodded. To be praised so highly by my junior brother, you must be very talented. Qin Wentian stood there, feeling like dying. How could he know such a shameless monk? Chapter 1297 7 Demonic Palaces. Monk Buji is a gifted Buddhist scholar in Wentian Temple, known as the master of all Buddhist dharmas. The two powerful Buddhist monks Bu Iyu and Bukan dote on him and seem to protect him. This shows how high Buji's status is in Wentian Temple. However, this stinky monk is extremely shameless. He doesn't have the slightest attitude of a Buddhist monk. Now it seems that he is on the road of cultivating the devil and will never return. Qin Wentian was thinking in his heart, is this the luck of the Demon Palace, or the disaster of the Demon Palace? The demon cultivator called senior brother by Buji looked down and saw countless wounded along the way. Qin Wentian actually fought all the way up, which was much more impressive than the junior brother Buji who came up in the past. Thinking back to the beginning, when Buji stepped onto the Demon Mountain, he didn't dare to claim that he was a Buddhist martial artist. He politely called everyone he met on the way senior brother. This demon cultivator still remembered the first time he met Buji, thinking that his junior brother was really a well-behaved and gentle practitioner. You practice Buddhism too? The Demon King looked at Qin Wentian, his eyes seemed to be shining, and Qin Wentian shuddered. Why did this Demon King seem to be very interested in Buddhist monks? Buddha and demons are even more antagonistic, but he didn't mind at all, unlike those people below who were extremely hostile to him. No. Qin Wentian shook his head. Isn't it? It's a pity, but since junior brother Buji admires you so much, why don't we go to the Eternal Demon Palace together? The Demon King invited Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian didn't expect it to be difficult to come up, but it would be so easy to enter the Demon Palace. It's fine for the Eternal Demon Palace to study ancient demon cultivation, but why does it also accept immortal realm martial arts practitioners? The Dragon Master came on a dragon and said coldly. When is it your turn to make decisions about my Eternal Demon Palace? The Demon King looked up, like an ancient demon, scanning the Dragon Master Saint. The demon dragon under the Dragon Master Saint's feet roared, and the Demon King still looked over there coldly. HMPH. The dragon-controlling saint was speechless. The demon palaces did not interfere with each other too much, especially the mysterious demon palace of Eternal Demon. They were always very strange. I have never seen such a nosy person. Qin Wentian shook his head. He said to the Demon King, I will consider your advice carefully. Then he sent a voice message to Buji. Why did you come to the Demon Mountain? Did someone ask you to come? Well, I was keeping a low profile in the fallen demon realm before, and then I met a mysterious young man in white. He asked me to come to the Demon Mountain. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed. The mysterious young man in white actually found Buji. So, he might have found all the top geniuses in the fairyland who had set foot on the 10,000 Demon Island. That mysterious guy was a bit too scary. Looking up, Qin Wentian asked the Dragon Saint, the one who asked me to come to the Demon Mountain and drove you away was also a cultivator on the Demon Mountain, right? Which demon palace is he from? The Dragon Saint's eyes turned cold when he thought of that man. If it weren't for that bastard, he would have ordered people to kill Qin Wentian on the fallen demon island. How could Qin Wentian set foot on the Demon Mountain? Seeing that the Dragon Saint didn't say anything, Qin Wentian used his immortal thoughts to condense the image and asked the Demon King, Senior, this is the person. Yes. The pupils of the Demon King shrank, and then he was relieved and said, he is from the Apostle Demon Palace. Apostle Demon Palace. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Yes, the Apostle Demon Palace. The people in this Demon Palace are called Apostle Walker. The man in white you met is Apostle Walker. He should have gone down to the Demon Mountain to travel. The Demon King looked at Qin Wentian and said, these people from the fairyland were actually recruited by Apostle Walker. This is interesting. But it was fine this way. Since they were recruited by the Apostle Walker, it shouldn't be a problem to have them join the Demon Palace. As members of the Eternal Demon Palace, they had absolute faith in the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Since they had walked onto the Demon Mountain during the test of the Lord of 10,000 Demons, what doubts did they have? What if they were martial artists from the immortal realm, or Buddhists and Taoists? He had never seen a demon cultivator who didn't think that this guy was suitable for practicing and inheriting their Eternal Demon Palace. The Apostle Demon Palace is one of the most difficult demon palaces to enter. They don't passively recruit people. Even if you kneel outside the palace like the descendants of the demon emperor, it won't have any effect. Only when they find you, you will be their apostle. The demon king continued. What other demon palaces are there above? Qin Wentian pointed to the sky and said, the apostle demon palace, the eternal demon palace, the imperial dragon demon palace, the heavenly demon palace, the judgment demon palace, the dark demon palace, and the holy demon palace. The demon king spoke slowly. There were a total of 7 demon palaces. The judgment demon palace. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. In the past, he seemed to have encountered the judgment demon palace in the heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Why, you want to enter the judgment demon palace? The demon king looked at Qin Wentian and said, I advise you to give up. The judgment demon palace is the same as the apostle demon palace. It does not recruit people from outside. Only those who have inherited the judgment can be accepted into the judgment demon palace. Of course, if you are just an ordinary judgment guard, you have a chance. Which demon palace is the strongest? Qin Wentian asked curiously. The holy demon palace is the demon palace where the Lord of 10,000 demons was born. It is a place of faith. When the demon mountain was opened up, there were only 3 demon palaces assisting the holy demon palace, the apostle demon palace, the judgment demon palace, and the dark demon palace. The demon king slowly said to Qin Wentian, the apostles of the apostle demon palace walk between heaven and earth, spreading faith and observing the world. They are the apostles of the demon palace. The judgment demon palace is in charge of judgment, and is the punishment demon palace. Under the judgment, no one dares to disobey. The dark demon palace is in charge of darkness. All they see is darkness, and they walk in darkness. With the passage of time, powerful men fell one after another on the demon mountain. The world has changed dramatically, and the demon mountain has undergone changes. Our eternal demon palace was born. It can glimpse the style and appearance of our demon mountain ancestors and inherit the power of ancient demons. It is one of the most important demon palaces in the demon mountain. The dragon-controlling demon palace controls the dark dragon and begins to monitor the world on behalf of the apostles. Therefore, people who walk around are called dragon-controlling saints, and are similar to the apostles. They are derived from them. They used to be vassals of the apostle demon palace, but later when powerful figures appeared, they became independent and became the dragon-controlling demon palace. The heavenly demon palace was also opened up in the demon mountain by a powerful demon cultivator, making it one of the demon palaces on the top of the demon mountain. Qin Wentian listened quietly. After listening to the other party's words, he vaguely understood the composition of the demon mountain. The holy demon palace is a place of faith, the place of the Lord of all demons, and now it may only exist as a belief. The apostle demon palace, the judgment demon palace, and the dark demon palace are the orthodox demon palaces. They have existed since the opening of the demon mountain. Their status must be the highest. The apostle demon palace and the judgment demon palace do not passively recruit disciples. The dark demon palace may also be the same. The eternal demon palace exists purely for the ancient demons. Their mission is to inherit the power of the powerful people who disappeared in the demon mountain in the past. This is an extremely peculiar demon palace. Monk Buji is valued by the eternal demon palace, and it is possible that he will inherit the eternal demon palace. The Yulong demon palace and the Xianmo palace were opened up purely because of the birth of super strong people. Imagine that if a super strong demon emperor was born in the thousands of demon palaces below, the status of the demon palace can also be raised to a certain level, and there is even a chance to climb to the top of the demon mountain and open up a demon palace there. However, the 10,000 demon island and the demon mountain have existed for countless years, and there are still only 3 demon palaces opened up on the top of the demon mountain. You can imagine how difficult it is. Senior, I want to go up and take a look, Qin Wentian said to the demon king. After 3 years of trials on the demon mountain, he looked down on immortals and demons. Whether it was the immortal realm or the 10,000 demon island, there was no difference in essence, just in different regions. Why bother with immortals and demons? One thought can make you an immortal, and one thought can make you a demon. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was a revered immortal emperor. When he ordered the war in the particle world, he never cared about the lives of countless ordinary people in the particle world. Today, Qin Wentian is very curious about the demon palace on the demon mountain. Well, go and have a look. The powerful demon king said to Qin Wentian. Will you not accompany me to the eternal demon palace to practice? Monk Buji said to Qin Wentian. The Eternal Demon Palace has many inherited methods, but it can obtain the power of ancient demons. It is the most powerful demon palace on the Demon Mountain. It would be a pity if you don't go. The powerful demon king of the Eternal Demon Palace felt particularly useful after hearing this, and said, "Junior brother, what you said makes sense." Qin Wentian gradually became immune to the shamelessness of Monk Buji. He said, "Let's take a look first and then consider it. What's more, the Eternal Demon Palace is so powerful, and I may not be valued. Brother Qin, you still have some self-knowledge. After all, not everyone can be like me." Monk Buji patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said, "Shameless." The dragon-riding saint in the void said coldly, but he could do nothing to the two. "No wonder you were so afraid of the young man in white at the beginning. That's why." Qin Wentian glanced at the dragon control saint, then raised his feet and continued to walk up. The people in the dragon-controlled demon palace all looked extremely cold, with cold light flashing. Qin Wentian continued to walk up, gradually reaching the top of the demon mountain. Looking at the vast and majestic demon palaces, he actually felt a sense of admiration in his heart, admiration for the Lord of 10,000 demons. He opened up the 10,000 demon island and turned the demon mountain into a place of faith. As long as a voice came from the demon mountain, he could command the 10,000 demon island. Such a belief was too terrifying. Qin Wentian saw many demon cultivators outside the demon palaces. Some of them bowed, and some even knelt down to worship the demon palace, wanting to worship in it. That's the dragon-controlled demon palace. He pointed to the direction of a demon palace. The dragon control saint is such a person. Let's forget about this demon palace. Qin Wentian shook his head. The dragon control saint in the void had murderous intent in his eyes. He wanted to see how Qin Wentian would be rejected. No demon palace would accept a martial artist from the immortal realm. Qin Wentian, even if he set foot on the demon mountain, could not enter any demon palace. Chapter 1298 Demon Mountain Holy Land. Qin Wentian continued to walk upwards. Buji followed him. "Which apostle demon temple is it?" Qin Wentian asked. Buji pointed in one direction. Qin Wentian walked forward. He was particularly curious about the apostle demon temple. The mysterious young man in white who guided him to the demon mountain that year seemed to want to bring all the geniuses in the fairyland to the demon mountain. What was his purpose? When Qin Wentian stepped into the apostle demon temple, he found that there were very few people in this demon temple, so few that Qin Wentian could not see a single person when he walked into it. He walked to an open area and stepped onto the stone steps. There was a hall in front of him. There was a stop sign next to it, but no one was there. Are the disciples of the Apostle Demon Temple so rare? Qin Wentian looked at Buji beside him curiously. There are few line walkers, so naturally there are few people in the Demon Temple. Moreover, these line walkers are unique. In fact, they can easily choose the demon child guards. Buji said. Qin Wentian bowed slightly and said, Junior Qin Wentian pays homage to the senior of the Apostle Demon Temple. Buzz! A gust of wind blew, and an old man appeared in front of Qin Wentian, who looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Senior. Qin Wentian was a little shocked by the speed of this person, so fast that he couldn't find it at all. This seemingly ordinary old man might be a figure of the Demon Emperor level. What are you doing here? The Apostle Demon Temple is not suitable for you. Go away. The old man waved his hand at Qin Wentian and directly ordered him to leave. Qin Wentian was stunned and said, Senior, do you know why the line walker asked us to come to the Demon Mountain that day? How should I know? The old man rolled his eyes at Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that he can't get anything out of this Apostle Demon Temple. In that case, I'll take my leave. Qin Wentian turned and left. The old man smiled at the backs of Buji and Qin Wentian, thinking that the Demon Mountain should be lively this time. After leaving the Apostle Demon Palace, Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows slightly. Among the 7 major demon palaces, the Apostle Demon Palace and the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace were excluded. According to the previous Demon King, the Judgment Demon Palace and the Dark Demon Palace should be similar to the Apostle Demon Palace. Even if you went, he might not be able to enter the door. Then there were only the Holy Demon Palace, the Heavenly Demon Palace and the Eternal Demon Palace. The Eternal Demon Palace was the demon palace where Buji was, and the Holy Demon Palace was the birthplace of the Lord of 10,000 demons. It seemed that he could only choose the Heavenly Demon Palace in the end. So, Qin Wentian turned and headed in the direction of the Heavenly Demon Palace. The mysterious young man guided him here. Since he had come to the Demon Mountain, He should go to Demon Palace to take a look. In front of the heavenly Demon Palace, a cold and chilling sense of the devil spread out. This heavenly Demon Palace was more like the Devil Palace in Qin Wentian's impression. It was shrouded in devil energy, stern and cold, and guarded by strong men outside. It was unknown what the situation was inside the vast and endless Devil Palace. Qin Wentian guessed that these Devil Palaces could not be as big as they looked. There must be another space inside. Otherwise, even if this Devil Mountain was extremely large, how could it accommodate the 10,000 Demon Palace? The place of faith on the 10,000 Demon Island, the supreme 7 Devil Palaces stood on the highest peak. Even if it was just one Devil Palace, its size should be able to cover the vast and endless Devil Mountain, which was in line with the majesty of the Devil Palace. The 10,000 Demon Palaces coexisted on a Devil Mountain. There was only one possibility, that each Devil Palace had an inner space. A cold aura swept out, and Qin Wentian frowned. Then he saw a group of devil cultivators stepping out. There were powerful beings at the level of the Devil King, and many powerful people at the level of the Devil Platform. The crowd dispersed one by one and stood in front of Qin Wentian and Buji. Buji shrank back and hid behind Qin Wentian. A figure walked out from the crowd. Qin Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly and shot out a cold light. The figure also looked at Qin Wentian, with a murderous cold light in his eyes. "You are from Moshan." Qin Wentian looked at the person in front of him. This person can be said to be an old friend. He had known each other before Qin Wentian set foot on the immortal platform. That was in the ancient Emperor City. The Xianjia Moxie, who ranked second on the ancient Emperor City immortal list, finally killed Zidaoyang, who ranked first. Zidaoyang was the biological son of the top immortal Emperor Zidi. At that time, many people speculated about Moxie's identity and guessed that he might come from the powerful forces of Wanmo Island. Later, in the Xiandao Holy Academy, Moxie tried to devour the little bastard. Now, Qin Wentian finally knew who Moxie was. He was a person on Moshan, a person from the Heavenly Demon Palace, and his status in the Heavenly Demon Palace seemed to be not low. "You actually came to the Demon Mountain." Mozi's voice was very cold. In fact, when he was in the ancient Emperor City, he had not yet set foot on the Demon Mountain. He entered the ancient Emperor City to prepare for setting foot on the Demon Mountain. However, although he gained a lot of benefits in the ancient Emperor City, he also had inheritance, which was robbed by Qin Wentian. Now, Qin Wentian from the immortal realm has come to his territory, the place of faith of the 10,000 Demon Island. "Everyone, I am from the Eternal Demon Palace. I have something else to do, so I will take my leave first." Monk Buji bowed to everyone. Qin Wentian is really a talent. There are so many enemies on the Demon Mountain. First, there were the dragon-controlling saints, and now it is the Heavenly Demon Palace. It is also a proud thing for a martial artist in the immortal realm to encounter 2 enemies in the Demon Palace on the top of the Demon Mountain. After saying this, Monk Buji was not polite at all, and turned around and left. Qin Wentian was completely convinced. He glanced at the strong men of the 10,000 Demons Hall. There were many guys at the peak of the demon stage. However, as long as the strong men at the Demon King realm did not take action, Qin Wentian was not too afraid. He glanced at Moxie with cold eyes and said, "No one who sets foot on the Demon Mountain can move. You can't do anything to me." As he said that, he turned and left. "Follow me." Moxie looked at Qin Wentian's back, and a greedy look flashed in his deep eyes. Others on the Demon Mountain did not know Qin Wentian, but Moxie knew what kind of person this guy was. This guy himself was a treasure. Qin Wentian was extremely depressed. There was no place for him to live in this huge Demon Mountain. It was even more depressing that many strong men were following him. On the way, Qin Wentian found that there were also strong men coming from another direction. It was the Dragon Master Saint who came with a group of strong men. The Dragon Master Saint's eyes were cold, and he also followed behind Qin Wentian, as if he wanted to force Qin Wentian to go to the Demon Mountain. As long as Qin Wentian went to the Demon Mountain, he would die. "You are all from the 7 Demon Palaces of Demon Mountain. Don't you think it's boring to do this?" Qin Wentian turned around and said to the people who were chasing him, but no one responded. They just followed quietly. "Damn Buji bastard." Qin Wentian cursed the cowardly monk in his heart. He was so despicable. He couldn't even tell the road on the Demon Mountain and could only walk randomly. He also understood that he couldn't go down the Demon Mountain at this time. He came to the 10,000 Demons Island. These people didn't dare to kill him when he climbed the Demon Mountain. But once he went down the demon mountain, it would be a dead end. Just walking casually on the demon mountain, Qin Wentian crossed many places. He passed by the foot of a desolate and dilapidated demon palace. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up. The demon palace was particularly dilapidated, revealing a sense of ancient desolation. However, such a demon palace actually stood quietly at the top of the demon mountain. Moreover, Qin Wentian looked around and found that the location of this dilapidated demon palace was actually in the center. The eyes of the demon cultivators behind him flashed with a cold light. What does this guy want to do? At this moment, Qin Wentian turned around and headed upwards. How dare you! A thunderous roar was heard, and a powerful demon king released a terrifying pressure, and instantly blocked Qin Wentian, like a huge demon head. One demon cultivator after another blocked Qin Wentian, looking at him with cold eyes. If you dare to take this road, you will be killed without mercy. A powerful demon cultivator said coldly. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. These demon cultivators were not so nervous before. Why were they not allowed to take this road? The holy demon palace. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed, and suddenly he thought of a demon palace that had been ignored before, the birthplace of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. He never thought that the supreme holy demon palace would be so dilapidated and desolate, and it was the most inconspicuous demon palace. The more these people prevented Qin Wentian from going there, the more he wanted to go and see it. The holy demon palace was a demon palace that he had ignored, but these people were so nervous that it aroused his strong desire. I came to the demon mountain after passing the test of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Now that I am here, I am also shrouded in the glory of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. I can go to the places you can go. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Qin Wentian raised his feet and walked in that direction. You try. An extremely cold breath came over, and those demon kings seemed unwilling to give in this time. Do you want me to ask for a judgment? At this time, a voice came. Qin Wentian turned around and saw a group of strong men coming quickly not far away. It was Buji who brought the strong men of the Eternal Demon Palace. Monk Buji gave Qin Wentian a look, as if to say, look how loyal I am, I brought you reinforcements. What do you mean? You actually allowed the Immortal Realm martial arts to trample on my demon mountain holy land. A demon king figure spoke coldly. Since he has come to the demon mountain, he has already obtained the permission of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. No matter where he goes, he has obtained the consent of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Why not? A strong man from the Eternal Demon Palace scolded. Everyone knows that the founder of your Eternal Demon Palace is a traitor from the Immortal Realm, so he naturally speaks for the Immortal Realm martial arts practitioners. The strong man of the Heavenly Demon Palace said coldly. In an instant, the strong men of the Eternal Demon Palace swept out with momentum. Qin Wentian knew that the ancestor of the Eternal Demon Palace was actually a martial arts practitioner from the Immortal Realm. Since you want to say that, then please make a judgment. A demon cultivator said coldly, and then someone turned around and wanted to leave. Wait. A demon king of the 10,000 Demon Island said coldly. Those guys in the Judgment Demon Palace don't know how to adapt, they only know how to make judgments. Who knows what they are thinking? I want to see how a martial arts practitioner from the Immortal Realm can step into my Demon Mountain Holy Land. The strong man's voice was extremely cold, and then he made way. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. The Judgment Demon Palace seemed to be in charge of the judgment and had a very strong restraining power over the Heavenly Demon Palace. P.S. I updated late today because of something. Sorry, I recommend a new book written by a friend, Super Source Power High School student, an urban supernatural novel. Friends who like to read can go and have a look. Chapter 1299 Son of Darkness. The strong men of the Heavenly Demon Palace made way, and Qin Wentian stepped up. When he passed by them, he saw the coldness in Moxie's deep eyes. This man was definitely a very dangerous person, like a poisonous snake. In the past, Zidao Yang was killed by him. Humph. The people of the Heavenly Demon Palace snorted coldly at the strong men of the Eternal Demon Palace, and followed Qin Wentian up. Qin Wentian climbed to the top of the Demon Mountain step by step. The dilapidated ancient temple was extremely desolate, leaving only the broken stone pillars and walls of the ancient temple. Even the top of the demon temple was dilapidated, as if it had experienced a war. Moreover, this demon temple, as the holy demon temple on the Demon Mountain, has stood here for countless years, and no one has repaired it. This demon palace is very deep, as if it leads to an unknown place. There are many strong men in the demon palace. They are either sitting cross-legged or standing there in deep thought, motionless, like statues. Among these people, there are strong demon kings and young men in the demon stage. They are in different places in the ruined demon palace, very quiet, as if they have merged with this demon palace. Is this the Holy Land on the demon mountain? Qin Wentian murmured. The Holy Demon Palace is completely different from what he imagined. If you step into the Holy Land from the immortal realm, be careful of death without a burial place. A demon cultivator stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly, as if he was very dissatisfied with the immortal martial arts cultivators stepping into the Holy Land of the Demon Mountain. The ancestor of my eternal demon palace also stepped into the Holy Demon Palace, and later opened up the Eternal Demon Palace, becoming one of the 7 demon palaces on the Demon Mountain. A strong man from the Eternal Demon Palace said disdainfully. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and a solemn meaning flashed in his eyes. The words of the powerful demon king of the Eternal Demon Palace were enough to prove the sacredness of this ruined demon palace. He even had an idea in his mind. Could it be that in addition to the original 4 demon palaces on the Demon Mountain, the 3 other demon palaces that were opened up, the Heavenly Demon Palace, the Eternal Demon Palace, and the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace, were all connected to this Holy Demon Palace? The people of the 10,000 Demon Island believed in the Lord of 10,000 Demons. However, when he came to the Demon Mountain, he found that the Holy Demon Palace of the Lord of 10,000 Demons was so dilapidated. So where was the Lord of 10,000 Demons? The so-called Lord of 10,000 Demons only existed in faith. Did he no longer exist in the real world? There will be no second Eternal Demon Palace. A cold voice came out. The person who spoke was not from the Heavenly Demon Palace and the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace, but a figure standing in front of the ruined Demon Palace with his back to them. This person seemed to have been standing there for a long time, quietly staring at the Holy Demon Palace in front. Not only him, in addition to the many powerful people in the ruined Demon Palace, there were also many powerful people outside staring at the front, like a pilgrimage. The demon cultivators of the 10,000 Demon Island who set foot on the Demon Mountain worshipped the various demon palaces with pilgrimage eyes, especially the several demon palaces on the top of the Demon Mountain. In the same way, the demon cultivators of the Demon Palace on the top of the Demon Mountain gazed at the Holy Demon Palace like pilgrims. Everything that my Eternal Demon Palace has done to the Demon Mountain over the years has been witnessed by the Lord of 10,000 Demons. A demon king responded. I don't deny what you have done for the Demon Palace and the power of the first generation of the Eternal Demon Emperor. In fact, I have great respect for him. The figure said calmly, and then he slowly turned around and looked at Qin Wentian and others, saying, however, that was in the past. The successor of the Lord of 10,000 Demons should be the demon cultivators of my 10,000 Demon Island and the demon cultivators of the demon palaces on my Demon Mountain, not the people from the immortal realm. This is a blasphemy against the demons. The dark son of the dark demon palace. Monk Buji said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. His tone was slightly solemn, and Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The Dark Demon Palace was one of the 3 major demon palaces that existed with the first generation of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. The Apostle Demon Palace, the Judgment Demon Palace, and the Dark Demon Palace. These 3 demon palaces must have a deeper foundation and are extremely powerful. Since you believe in the Lord of 10,000 Demons, why do you question the decision of the Lord of 10,000 Demons? Even if it is a martial artist from the immortal realm, as long as he sets foot on the Demon Mountain, it means that he has passed the will of the Lord of 10,000 Demons. Isn't this a blasphemy against the Demon Lord? Qin Wentian said. The Lord of 10,000 Demons embraces the world. He can make all living beings become demons. He has no prejudice against even the martial arts practitioners in the immortal realm. As a person from the Demon Mountain, I certainly dare not have the slightest blasphemous intention to disrespect the tolerance of the Lord of Demons. However, as the demon palace that founded the Demon Mountain and guarded the 10,000 Demon Island, it must also adhere to its own will. My Dark Demon Palace has always firmly believed that only the purest demon cultivators are qualified to inherit the mantle of the Lord of Demons. As one of the 3 major demon palaces, the Dark Demon Palace seems to have a different will from the Apostle Demon Palace. Qin Wentian said. Don't mention the Apostle Demon Palace to me. The young man snorted coldly. Although the Apostle Demon Palace, the Dark Demon Palace, and the Judgment Demon Palace are all the 3 major demon palaces that appeared with the Holy Demon Palace, they do have completely different wills, especially the Apostle Demon Palace and the Dark Demon Palace. As for the other Judgment Demon Palace, they are in charge of judgment, and their will is judgment. Monk Buji came to the Demon Mountain 2 years earlier and was valued by the Eternal Demon Palace. Naturally, he knew something about the situation on the Demon Mountain. Since you believe that only demons are qualified to inherit the mantle of the Lord of 10,000 Demons, then why do you need to stop people from the immortal realm from entering the Holy Demon Palace? Could it be that even though you are a pure demon, you are afraid that you are not as good as people from the immortal realm? Qin Wentian said calmly. Afraid? The dark demon laughed sarcastically, glanced at Qin Wentian indifferently, and said, "It's just that the holy land of my 10,000 demon island should not be stained by dust." In the direction beside him, several figures slowly turned around and their eyes fell on Qin Wentian. These figures in front of the holy land of 10,000 demon island were all very scary figures. Their will could even affect the will of the entire demon mountain. It was normal for demon cultivators to dislike martial artists from the immortal realm. Qin Wentian happened to be from the immortal realm, and he came to the holy land of the demon mountain at this moment and wanted to go in and take a look. I think that when the immortal realm martial artist steps into the holy demon palace, this demon palace will become even more sacred. Qin Wentian said calmly, as if he had no intention of backing down. The two people's words seemed plain, but they were faintly competitive. Qin Wentian's words were a challenge to the dark son of the dark demon palace. The eyes of the dragon saint were cold. Did he know that the demon mountain was the territory of the demons? Coming here, he still dared to be so rampant. He simply didn't know how to live or die. Even if the judgment appeared, the people of the dark demon palace would not dare to do anything to them, let alone the dark sun, who could shake the judgment. Qin Wentian took a step forward. The dark sun still stood there quietly, watching Qin Wentian walking forward. Qin Wentian continued to step out and walk towards the holy demon palace. Stop. A voice came out of the dark sun's mouth, very calm, but as if it was unquestionable. Qin Wentian shook his head and continued to move forward. He admired the Lord of 10,000 demons. When he came to the demon mountain, the other 6 demon mountains seemed to be inaccessible. By chance, the holy demon palace attracted him. How could he not go in and take a walk? Although there are rules on the demon mountain, anyone who sets foot on the demon mountain must be allowed by the Lord of 10,000 demons and cannot be killed. However, if someone challenges the majesty of the dark demon palace on the demon mountain, then even if you are killed on the spot, the judgment demon palace will understand. The son of darkness looked at Qin Wentian, who continued to move forward, and said. The strong men of the eternal demon palace changed their expressions slightly, and their aura fluctuated. However, at the same time, they saw the figure standing next to the son of darkness folded his hands in front of his chest and looked at them with a smile. Eternal demon palace, it's best not to get involved in this matter. One of the strong men of the dark demon palace said coldly. Don't you know how to adapt? You are still so reckless and don't know how to hold back even when you're on the demon mountain. Buji said to Qin Wentian through voice transmission. Even if I can't enter the holy demon palace, what's the use of fighting? Qin Wentian responded, and his footsteps did not stop. Darkness suddenly descended, covering this space. With Qin Wentian as the center, the world suddenly dimmed and was in complete darkness. Qin Wentian could not see anyone, the son of darkness, or the strong men around him. This place was plunged into absolute darkness. The realm of dark rules. Qin Wentian said in his heart. As the son of darkness, the person in front of him must have a very high level of understanding of darkness. With a practice, whether it is the strong men of the immortal platform or the demon platform, they will step onto the threshold of the immortal king and the demon king. Once that threshold is crossed, they will continue to move towards the realm of the immortal king and the demon king. The deeper the realm, the closer to the immortal king and the demon king. The light of darkness flashed coldly, like lightning, slashing and killing. It was the light of a knife, which was even more dazzling in the darkness, slashing and killing Qin Wentian. Bang! The knife fell, and Qin Wentian still stood there. On his body, the rules also flowed. His body was covered by the strongest rules. Boom boom. A terrifying sound came out, and there was a terrible sharp whistle crawling in the darkness. Qin Wentian felt the turbulence of the entire dark space. This time, it was an attack from all directions, and the power was even more violent. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful attack kept bombarding Qin Wentian's body. It was a dark spear, extremely sharp, with extremely strong attack power, and even had extremely terrifying penetrating power. Qin Wentian was hit by the attack again and again. Even though his defense was terrible to the extreme, his body was still shaking and he felt very uncomfortable. This dark demon was obviously more powerful and terrifying than the dragon saint. In the field of dark rules, even in the immortal thoughts, it was dark. Outside the darkness, the others were still standing there quietly. They saw the dark rules flowing through the body of the son of darkness, standing there calmly. Qin Wentian, who was shrouded in darkness, stopped walking and was even fatally shocked back half a step. They knew that the two had already started fighting. Brother. Buji looked at the strong man of the eternal demon palace beside him. After all, this is the demon mountain. If you want to enter the holy land of the demon mountain, you must go through some difficulties. If you can't get through them, there is no point in entering the holy land. The strong man of the eternal demon palace responded in a voice transmission. Chapter 1300, Angry. Shrouded in darkness, a light suddenly flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and the holy Buddha light seemed to shine all over his body, and the place between his eyebrows seemed to have opened a heavenly eye. At this moment, he saw dark spears wriggling with powerful destructive power, rushing towards his body, and the trajectory of each spear became particularly clear, even though he was still in the darkness. He pointed his finger forward, and in an instant, the terrifying sword of destruction came out to kill. Thousands of sharp swords gathered at one point, bursting out with the strongest sword power, and the dark sword of destruction burst out with terrible sharpness, destroying everything. HMPH. A clear cold snort sounded out. The son of darkness seemed to be somewhat disdainful of Qin Wentian's response. He raised his palm and waved it. The dark space suddenly expanded again. Endless dark power seemed to appear as the heads of demon kings, which made people feel terrible. These demon kings opened their mouths and directly spit out killing magic light, which turned into dark spears that penetrated the void. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp and powerful, which was more powerful than the previous attack. Qin Wentian looked up and felt this great attacking force that penetrated the void. Infinite ancient characters suddenly floated on his body, turning into a great suppression method, and went crazy towards the void. The terrible attacking force collided. Qin Wentian walked forward, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the darkness and fell on the son of darkness. The son of darkness's eyes condensed, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This person actually practiced a Buddhist technique. Can he see through his darkness? But even so, what's the use? The heads of the dark demon kings gathered together and fell behind the son of darkness, like his star soul. He raised his hand and stretched it out towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, a terrifying dark vortex suddenly appeared in the dark domain, like a terrifying black hole of destruction. The space rotated and was swallowed and sucked into it. Qin Wentian's clothes were suddenly blown up. His body stepped forward, not because he took the initiative to step forward, but because an extremely terrifying swallowing force rolled him forward. His body seemed unable to stand still. Boom! The terrifying momentum released from his body, Qin Wentian took another step involuntarily, and the ground trembled. The dark vortex in front of him was like a real devil hole of destruction. The darkness could swallow everything and destroy everything in the world. Could it be that the son of darkness really wants to kill him? This is somewhat against the rules of the demon mountain. However, if the son of darkness takes action, even the judgment demon palace will surely turn a blind eye, not to mention that the one being killed is a martial artist from the immortal realm. A strong man nearby showed interest and quietly watched the demise of the martial artist from the immortal realm. Even if the person from the immortal realm stepped onto the demon mountain and entered a demon palace to practice, he actually wanted to step into the holy land of their demon mountain. The son of darkness spun his palm, and suddenly a more terrifying swallowing storm appeared. The black hole became more and more terrifying, the wind raged, and the dark hole was also expanding forward. This destructive black hole was not static, but would become stronger. In the dark vortex, pairs of terrifying demon king heads appeared, looking extremely weird and terrifying. They opened their mouths to swallow everything, forming this destructive storm. Boom! A terrifying power rule appeared on Qin Wentian's body. His feet had to be firmly rooted in the ground. However, when he saw the expanding vortex, the entire dark space was swallowed up in it. He knew that this was far from enough. Ancient characters of destruction floated in front of him. Qin Wentian waved his hands and pointed forward. In an instant, endless ancient characters rushed into the dark vortex. A loud rumbling sound came out, But the dark vortex did not stop expanding at all, and directly swallowed up the ancient characters of killing. This power is actually very similar to the magical power in the treasure tripod. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, but the opponent's magical power seemed to be stimulated by the dark power, while his magical power was emitted by the 8 great demon treasures. Die? The Son of Darkness looked cold. This person's strength was not bad. He could still hold on until now under such an attack. The terrifying dark magic power on his body surged out and merged with his swallowing power. The dark space field roared, and endless tiny vortices appeared in the darkness again, and at the same time devoured Qin Wentian's body. Moreover, these vortices were also expanding, terrifying to the extreme. Boom! An astonishing demonic aura swept out from Qin Wentian, and behind him, a phantom like a demon god appeared. In the collision between demons and monsters, who will be the winner? Qin Wentian roared, gathering infinite power, and blasted forward. At this moment, it seemed that a demon god appeared, turning into a terrifying vortex of destruction, rolling towards the black hole in front. A shocking destructive force collided with each other. 2 similar forces collided and devoured each other crazily. The dark space was constantly exploding, and the storm of destruction raged around. The faces of the surrounding strong men changed slightly. How could there be such a terrible movement? An extremely cold look flashed in the dark eyes of the Son of Darkness. Qin Wentian actually had a magical power that could counter the power of his dark demon palace, and it was a similar magical power. How could this be possible? He took a step forward, and with each step, the darkness became stronger. Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huiji, which was condensed with destruction, also rushed forward to kill. Another overlapping vortex appeared. The 2 attacks collided with each other, and the void seemed to collapse. The rules of the dark domain were shattered crazily. Kill! The Son of Darkness shouted, and the spear of destruction was endless. Qin Wentian's eyes turned cold, and in an instant, the huge sword of destruction that suppressed the world fell from the sky, instantly enveloping the body of the Son of Darkness and attacking him in all directions. The spear was suppressed and shattered. Qin Wentian pointed his finger forward and shouted angrily, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, the black huge sword of destruction stabbed down with a shocking force. The Son of Darkness raised his head and roared. The devil's power was overwhelming. It seemed that there were demons attacking and killing, but they were directly killed. However, when the huge swords that killed everything fell, the body of the Son of Darkness disappeared, as if it had merged into the darkness. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the Fangbian Huiji in his hand stabbed out, like a shining pang that attacked everything, tearing in one direction, and like a huge handprint of a god. With a loud bang, a figure appeared in the darkness, and was directly shaken away, spitting blood in the void. It was actually the Son of Darkness who was hidden in the darkness. Qin Wentian seemed to have opened his eyes, and those eyes saw through all illusions. He stepped forward, as fast as lightning, like a rock, and stabbed out again with his Fangbian Huiji. "How dare you!" A roar came, and then Qin Wentian saw a dark handprint covering the sky and the sun. This handprint crushed the world and was unstoppable. Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huiji attacked violently, but was directly crushed and shattered. The powerful handprint directly shook him out, and the power even rushed into his body and shattered his bones. Puff! Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood, and when his footsteps landed, he still retreated a little unsteadily. He stared at the front and saw a terrifying pressure coming, and a powerful demon king was covered with monstrous rules, and the rule field could directly transform into entities. "You actually want to kill the Son of Darkness in the Dark Demon Palace? Kill!" The demon king shouted coldly, raising the big handprint and preparing to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. Qin Wentian's expression changed continuously, his eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, a strong man appeared beside Qin Wentian. He put his hands together, and suddenly an ancient demon appeared, blocking the front. A loud bang was heard, sand flew, dust flew, and strong winds raged. "You are so presumptuous!" The demon king of the Dark Demon Palace shouted. "You are so angry after losing that you take someone's life? Do you think that this can wash away the shame of the Dark Sun's defeat?" The powerful demon king of the Eternal Demon Palace said indifferently. The person who lost to Qin Wentian before was not an ordinary disciple of the Demon Mountain, but the Dark Sun. Ordinary disciples of the Demon Mountain could be defeated, but the Dark Sun's defeat to Qin Wentian was far-reaching. Therefore, the guardian demon king of the Dark Sun was eager to kill Qin Wentian. How dare the Eternal Demon Palace interfere with the Dark Demon Palace's actions? The demon king stepped forward forcefully, aggressively. Dark Demon Palace, you have lost your grace. I saw several powerful men of the Eternal Demon Palace stepping out and said, what's more, you can't represent the Dark Demon Palace. The two sides confronted each other, and there was a faint confrontation. At this moment, a powerful breath was released in the distance, and everyone's eyes suddenly condensed. It seems that the turmoil here has attracted the attention of the Judgment Demon Palace, and someone rushed over. The strong men of the Judgment Demon Palace soon came wearing the robes of judgment. The leader had an extremely cold look. He glanced around and then his eyes fell on the Dark Demon and Qin Wentian. The people of the Dark Demon Palace and the Eternal Demon Palace clashed in front of the Holy Demon Palace. Go back immediately. Dark Demon, you are not allowed to enter the Holy Demon Palace again within a year. The strong man of the Judgment Demon Palace said coldly, and then he looked at Qin Wentian again. The Immortal Realm martial arts cultivator is arrogant and makes trouble outside our holy land of Demon Mountain. He even wants to kill the Dark Son of the Dark Demon Palace. You should be judged. The eyes of the people of the Dark Demon Palace flashed with a cold light. Although the punishment for the Dark Demon was a bit heavy, he was no longer suitable to come to the Holy Demon Palace after his defeat. What's more, the Judgment Demon Palace decided to judge Qin Wentian. After all, he was still a person on their Demon Mountain and knew what to do. This judgment is unfair. The strong man of the Eternal Demon Palace said. You dare to question the judgment? The strong man's eyes were extremely cold, staring at the strong man of the Eternal Demon Palace. The judgment on the Demon Mountain should be made by the Judgment Priest himself. The strong man of the Eternal Demon Palace insisted. My decision is like the priest's judgment. The strong man of the Judgment Demon Palace looked particularly cold. Qin Wentian stood there and sneered. Even a place like the Demon Mountain could not avoid partiality. Who made him come from the fairyland? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.